So now that you have that MX, so you have in TradingView, you have MX.P, and then look to the right. You see where it says MEXC, MEXC on it.
Yeah, it's MX Tether perpetual futures 1 hour MX MEX.
Yeah, that's just to
See.
the right. To the right is all the exchanges, right? So the exchanges are going to basically be what you're trading on. So we're on MEXC. So we want that pricing. So we're going to click that, and now we're good to go.
Okay.
All right. So now,
Be in the 3 minute.
say again.
Should I be in the 3 minute right now?
Yeah. So on this particular coin, right? Um, we're looking at. We've already got our buy-in set, so we're already in the trade, right? And this is what I wanted to kind of show you, like starting off transitions, right? Because a lot of people will say, well, what time frame do I like? It's the weirdest thing to me because all I talk about is trading off the 4 hour, the 2 hour, and the 1 hour. And then you enter based on the 30-minute, the 15-minute trend, and then you pick a better price by getting down to the 5 minute and the 3 minute, right? But all the trades start with a 4 hour, 2 hour area. And then the 1 hour, the 30-minute just let us know where the trend is. And the 15-minute is us basically, zooming in, right? It's kind of like zooming in to what we're looking for. And then 15 to 1 minute or 15 to 3 minute is where we look for things that allow triggers for us to buy in and out, right? So first thing here we have to do here is basically we need to back up to the 4 hour, right? So let's back up to the 4 hour. And we're going to take a look, or actually, yeah, the 4 hour. Take a look at the 4 hour, right? So one of the things that I'm always talking about is 4 hour trades, okay? And it's a very simple trade, very easy to look at. I'm always trading off of the 4 hour green moon, okay? So anytime the green moon comes in on a 4 hour, that's me getting into a long position, okay? Or red, right? 4 hours is a very powerful number, right? So as we go through here, we can see that there's been some, you see these moons here? There's been some longs here on MX that we didn't catch. So for instance, this green moon popped up on February 14th right here, and nobody called it out. And the reason why, that's why I have right here inside the Discord, we have this area here on the side. And what we're looking for is this little area. This is where, everyone who's new, everyone who's, just starting out should be simply posting trades. And you don't have to post a trade, you just post what's happening. So here you see I have moon resets, 4 hour moon, right? Inside the 4 hour moon, right, see, nobody's posting here. This is where you would put every time you see a 4 hour moon, right? So when we look at here, we can see that on MX, there was a 4 hour moon on February 14th, a 4 hour moon on February 16th, and as we come down, a 4 hour moon on February 26th, a 4 hour moon on March 2nd, a 4 hour moon. And these little moons, they don't need a lot of movement here. This is where, so this moon is probably the most overbought moon, we'll say, right? Overbought is where there's so much volume, RSI's up, most people have already been buying here. This trade, you see this trend right here? This trend has already been running for a while. So this moon actually way back here was the moon that would be the buy-in moon. See what I'm saying, Pops?
No sé. En la mañana es. Yo siento que en la mañana. Ayer.
You can hear me, Pops?
En la mañana.
So, as you can see, this moon, the difference between these moons are real simple, right? This moon right here is just starting volume, right? You can see right here, this volume is just starting here, right? And the RSI is in a nice position. So this has a lot of room to run, right? So I would expect this moon to, really like move up. And as you can see here, this moon right here was massive, right? So if we go in here, let's say that you set your alerts here, right? You set your alerts. I made a video on how to set moon alerts, right? And it is also inside the Discord. All you have to do is go to trade examples. I think it's in there. So trade examples here. Setting alerts for moon trades, text message and alerts, right? So this is inside trade examples right here. Okay. So now, going back here, this basically right here at this moment, this is what we're trading on. So let's take a look here. So what I'm trading off of right now, delete, is actually, once I've found my trade, I'm trading off the 3 minute right now, because the 3 minute has been very accurate when it comes to the pushes and the downside to this coin, right? So that's something you go in. So right now I'm having a little bit of a pullback. I have a red moon that's popping up right here. So that red moon right there would basically say to me that right now I should be looking to get out of this trade and at least take some profit. And I'm going to look down here and take a look at the RSI to see, you know, where we're at as far as bouncing, to let me know, you know, maybe this is just a pullback, a minor pullback, just kind of like this one, and then we're going to continue the movement up based on the RSI here, right? But if this trend goes red, then I'm going to be getting out. So what I would do is go over to my trade, and I would take a look at like where I'm at, and I would start moving into my stop loss here. $1.84.7 is where I'm at, but I'm going to put it at $1.84, which is 52%, just in case if this thing drops on me real quick, I don't have to worry about getting it profit side because it's taking it right away for me. Alright, so let's go here. So we're starting to push back, and maybe sometimes if you have your stop loss a little bit tight and you're in profits, you know, you want to get to the point where maybe you just take the profits or you pull back and change your stop loss to give yourself a little more room to work here as far as when it comes down. So that way maybe you withstand the bounce, because every time you get in and out of a trade, it costs money to get in and out of a trade. So you want to do less in and outs, right? And this is where you can kind of take a look at the future and say, okay, well, I have a 3 minute candle. There's, in a 1 minute candle, there's 3 1 minute candles in this candle. So let me go to the 1 minute to get an idea of what my 3 minute candle is going to do. So right now, our 1 minute is pulling back, as we can see here. And the RSI for the 1 minute is already at the bottom, which is nice to have, because then it's more odds that we're going to come out of this pullback a lot earlier than we expected. Now, if this RSI on the 1 minute was right here, then we would be thinking that we were going to go into a red trend, because we have all this room right here to come down, and that's a lot of space for that RSI to give up that strength, and that would probably trigger that trend. So right now, I'm going to watch this RSI here to see if it can, you know, give any type of strength while going back to my 3 minute. Right here, you see that little dip right there? We're getting a lot weaker here, which means we're probably going to trigger out here pretty soon. And I already have this right here. See right here, we triggered. So this right there, that little pullback triggered me out. Took profits on that, right? So if you go back to your position history, here's a long MX. So we were able to get 50% on that trade, right? So the goal all the time is to get 50 to 100% on what we're doing here. So the one thing you guys want to stay focused on is always basically getting a certain percentage, right? It's not about the money, it's about percentages, right? Money comes by scaling up, but at this point right here, let's get into VC, we get into the Trat, there we go. Okay. So now that we're watching MX, look at this big pull there. So that's why you always want to hit your stop loss. The red moon means a lot there. This looks pretty heavy. So what I'm waiting for right here is for this moon to go back into green so that I can continue my movement here, right? So let's let this do what it's going to do here. This actually is a liquidity grab. So these are people taking massive profits right now. And they're more than likely probably adding coins and so forth on there. So what I'm looking for is, if I'm in this trade, sometimes I'm looking for on these big pull downs, a better entry position here, right? Because this right here shows the RSI is already at the bottom. I'll take a look at my 5 minute. 5 minutes already at the bottom. Take a look at my 15 minute. That RSI is just starting, which is basically the beginning of the downtrend, right? So this is why you have to rotate through your time frames, is because what you're looking for is what's happening. So remember, we trade with the 15 minute, right? So during the trade, if I'm going through my trades and I'm checking my 1 minute, my 3 minute, and my 15, when this 15 minute bent, which happened way on this coin here, that would have been, if I was paying attention, that would have been the trigger for me to get out of this trade, right? Now, to get that alert without watching it, you just right click on there, you put add alert. I'm going to put once per bar. I'm going to scroll down, and all I do here is it's the RSI crossing, right? I'm just going to get rid of that, and I'm going to go like this, and I'm just going to put the 15 minute RSI, right? So then what that's going to let me know is that while I'm in this trade, I don't have to keep coming back to the 15 minute. When that RSI crosses, that just lets me know that we are headed in a different direction, and then I could close my trade, right? And kind of like be a little more greedy on that. So that's the bonuses to everything. And as you can see, like, there's always a pullback when that 15 minute comes, no matter what happens. All right, and that saves us a lot of money. That's another way to get in and out of trades ahead of time. Now we're about to hit, if we hit this red moon here, you know, and a lot of people say, okay, so is this a short position, right? You know, it is a short position for high leverage. The problem is that we're trading, right, with the 15 minute. So as you come across here, the 15 minute, the buyers and the sellers are about to mix right here, and we could either get a rejection and head back up, and we can, the 15 minute can bend and start back up. So to figure out where that is, we take a look at the 30 minute, right? See how the 30 minute bent right here as well, but it hasn't crossed yet. So the 30 minute is not giving us the signal that we are in a short yet, because it has not crossed. Now, if the 30 minute crosses, then we can look for a short position here, right? This is where the higher time frames come into play based on everything. So I'm just going to do a mic check on there, guys. Big Dog, Horse, anybody else can hear me? Everybody good? Just doing a mic check for you guys.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. How you feeling, Horse?
Yeah, not bad. Just watching their VC at the minute there.
Yeah, take
Just
your time,
taking it
guys.
all in.
What I want to do is just kind of like get you guys to the where you understand that, you know, focusing on a simple strategy, right? And I think that, you know, the one thing I want to stress is that a lot of times guys don't do well in futures because what they do is they compound profits before like it needs to be a simple 4x4 system, right? That's why I'm always like, guys, start with $10, you know, get $10 to 100, right? Like every time $10 makes profit, you pull that money to the side, and all you're trading with is $10, right? So that's kind of like if you put $50 into your funding account, or 100, that means that when you go to trade, you would just be trading 10% of your trade, right? So what you would be doing is just trading at 10%. Now right here, we had this was a limit buy already set. The entry price was 1882. So this already grabbed an entry price for me on the rejection, because we're looking at the upside. So always make sure, guys, when you're in here, have your order history. If there's anything in your order history, make sure that you know, close that out, like in your open orders. In your open orders, if you have any limit buys or anything like that, clear that out every time that you get into a position, so that you don't have a position that joins without you actually knowing it went in there, right? All right, so think about like this, guys. Start your system off with the 4x4, right? And you can trade something simple. So go based off what you have. So if you have $100 and you're like, yo, I'm only trading with 100, that's all I got right now. Then what you want to do is you want to start off, you know, divide that up into 4, right? $25 a trade, and that's all you trade with, right? So when you trade, the trade that you're doing should be worth $25. So over here, if I have $100 in here, I'm going to rotate this to 25%, because that would be my $25. And that's how I'm going to do my trades. I'm going to do all my trades based off $25, right? And if I make profit, then the next trade would be 20% because I'm going to keep where my trades stay at that level around $25, and I'm going to allow my profits to grow. And then once profits grow, you can also transfer the money out of here over to your spot account so that you're not over here, making the mistake of like, oh shit, I hit 100%, right? Because what you're doing is you're compounding your money back in, right? So let's say you have a $25 trade and you go in and you make 50% on your 25 bucks, right? So you're up $12.50. Now you have $37. The next trade you forget that and you're at 100%, and now you go in the next trade for $37, and that goes down 20%, right? Because we're always risking 25%, and that goes down 25%. Well, instead of losing $6, you now lost 10. Right? Because you put too much money in. You're only supposed to be trading with that $25. Right? So the object of the 4x4 is to take $25, collect profits, and move it over to the spot account. So that way it builds up. So that way if you mess up, you always have extra money, right? And it just basically builds bags, right? A lot of guys who do really well use a $50 process where they trade with $50, and it eliminates the fear, right? And what I mean by that is that, if you're trading with $50, you've already committed and say, if I lose this 50, or if I lose 50% of this, right? If I lose 50% of this, it's only $25. So you're not really like, there's no anxiety there. You're already set up and say, okay, I have $100 or $200 or whatever, and I'm going to do $50 a trade, right? I'm going to set my stop losses at 50%. I'm going to take my profits at 50%, and I'm going to move through my days, right? No anxiety because you've got 4 trades that you can do. You can lose on half of them. Go ahead.
Oh, you can hear me? This big dog.
Yeah.
What's up? Okay, so I'm still trying to figure it out, as you know, right? I'm still trying to figure it out. I've been taking more losses in games. I think my problem is, I guess, all right, so say you got a 2-hour green moon, a 1-hour green moon with a green trend, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your 15 minutes says heading up also, right? But your 5 minutes is starting to come down, 3 minutes coming down, 1 minute's coming down. So in that instance, would I wait for the 5 minutes to come down before entering?
All right, so go. Let's go back through that scenario. Okay, run me back again.
All right, so the 2-hour got a green moon, right?
Okay.
1 hour has a green moon, green trend.
Okay.
The 15 minutes starting to go up, but the 5, 3, and 1 are overbought.
Mm-hmm.
So would you wait for the 5-minute RSI to go down before entering?
Where's the 1 hour RSI?
Their bottom.
Okay.
Their bottom.
So as long as the RSI that's bottomed out, okay, that means that you have room to grow, right? But we always, the one thing about this is being greedy, right? And being greedy means getting the best entry, right? Not taking the most profits, because profits are very simple. We're percentage people, right? We're taking 20 to 50% profits every single time. That's the goal. That's simplicity, right? Being greedy is when you enter, right? So when the 5 minute, the RSI is oversold, you go to the 1 minute to see where that's at, right? You always want the 1 minute and the 5 minute to be bottomed out, heading up, right? The reason why we have the 5 minute that we wait is because that just says to you, like, okay, let's wait for this trade to give me a better entry, right? You never buy when the 5 minute RSI is over bought, right? And we're gonna go through that in these examples here, just to kind of like see where we're at as far as like all that is. But that's really what it is. So the higher time frames just let you know what direction a coin is going. Okay? Right. The lower time frames let you know like currently what trend is happening. Are people buying in and out? Is it going sideways? I mean, you never want to buy in a trend, right? There's a trend sometimes where it might be only moving, from $1.50 to $1.55, $1.55 back to $1.52. $1.52 back to $1.56, $1.56 back to $1.51, $1.51 to $1.57, $1.50. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you want to get in at the $1.57 when you're moving sideways?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Either
that's what,
that or 8 or 15 minutes coming down, right?
right.
But you still got a 2 hour green moon. Your 1 hour, you
Well,
got
here,
the
look,
green,
look, look, here.
green moon.
You can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna roll through this. This is the exact same thing that you're talking about. Okay, so we're in this trade right now. Right, here's our 4 hour. Right, 4 hour
Yeah.
green moon is here. Trend is pushing. Now the 4 hour RSI is overbought a little. Right. We'll slide over to our 2 hour. Right, because we're getting into smaller time frames to see where we're at. In the 2 hour, we have a green moon. Right, green trend. Everything's a go. We got positive volume right here. We had that big push. Remember, I'm always talking to you guys. Once you have a green moon with positive volume, you enter. I mean, look at these gains. You know what I mean? These gains are huge, guys. And this is where I'm always trying to tell you guys, like, be patient. Wait for the trade, right? Because, so I'm always super patient because I'm always trading at a high level, right? I don't need, eventually you guys will get to the point where you're trading, $5,000 or $10,000, right? You don't need a massive gain to be happy that day, right? If I get a 20% move on 10 grand, I mean, is $2,000 enough for the day? You know what I mean? Like that's kind of like the set, right? So what I'm doing is, I'm working backwards to try to like work in systems that you guys are in so that we can, give you guys better examples of how to, a trading mentality, right? And it's still the same thing, right? If I have a green moon here, right, and I see this green moon pop up, a lot of times, and this is on the 2 hour, this is why we don't enter the 2 hour green moon until we have a 1 hour green trend, right? Now, in this scenario here, we have a green moon, right? And you guys know how to market. So just for an example, here's a green moon on the 2 hour. That pops up here. Always go one candle past because a lot of times there's like a lag scenario. And you don't want to be like, well, because that'll flash. That green moon was flashing at that time, right? And that's going to be off this candle here. I'm going to move to the next candle so that we have a more accurate idea of where that moon was happening. When I slide over to the 1 hour, right, and I go find that piece, you can see here that we did at that moment, on that moment, we caught a green moon on the 1 hour, but we got that green trend, right? Now, this was a weak move, right? And this is where you guys can look and say, okay, well, what kind of move was this? Well, if you look here, the 1 hour, when this RSI hit here, wasn't in a bad position, right? Anything below the 80 line around here, the 50 line is okay. So this wasn't a bad position here at all. Pretty decent. Now let's see if we would have made any type of money. So when this flashed, let's say if we got in at the bottom of this candle here, right? So these, I always go off the worst case scenarios just so that we can see what the real percentages are, right? Because the best case scenarios, everybody's a winner, right? I want to know what's happening if you guys suck and make all the mistakes in the world. Can this ideal still make you money? So the first thing I want to do here is I want to drop this down to that little bit of a wick, right? So you can see that the bottom of this candle, it's not even at the bottom of the wick of the candle, it's at the body to the wick is 1.27%. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So even if this pumped and you failed to close and we only got the body of this candle, right? 0.5. That is actually my target. So everything that we do is based on a 0.5%, 0.5%, right? This is why we use leverage, because if you're using a 100x leverage and it moves,
50%.
it's 50%, right? And then that's why I have you guys say, okay, I'm going to use a 50% leverage because this is a 25% gain, right? So if you were moving your stop loss and you got, as soon as that target hit 25% or 50, right, your little 25%, you move your stop loss up to that mark, and that would have actually kept going for you, and you would have seen, the pullback happen. You probably would have got triggered out, but you still would have made your 25%, right? Because the goal is,
Nothing wrong with that.
huh?
Still nothing wrong with that.
No, because the whole idea is to make, so what's happening is, everyone, it's just impatience, right? It's a very hard thing to control, which is just, you see so much people making money. This is why I don't really post my trades, because back, a year and 2 years ago, I used to trade live on TikTok, and we would do, $70,000 trades and make, $7,000 in like 5 minutes. And what I realized was that's the entire wrong message for people to actually trade properly, because then they start wanting to see that one trade 100 times a day, right?
Yeah.
So you have to get to a point where it's like, if we had so think of it like this, right? If you had $100, right? It's so easy to understand. It's just beating it into your mind, right? And this is why we don't want to look at money. We want to look at percentages, right? So if you have $100, right, and you're trading that $100, right, and a lot of guys, let's just use the example that I like is a $50 trade, right? Because a lot of guys, good traders are very like, okay, I'm going to use $50 on each one of my trades, and that's the way it is, right? So this would be where on this particular trade, you would take in a 25% gain, which is $12, right? So there's one trade, you take in $12, and you're like, cool, that's my trade, right? Now, 5 days later, if you do that same trade, right, one trade a day for that amount, right? And this is like just, and what I'm doing is like, I don't want you to take one trade a day, but I want you to take the right scenario trade a day, right? Don't get into a trade that's in the in-between. Get in a trade that's like literally, has the moment to actually grow there. I'm just going to check my trade real quick here. We're jumping back and forth. All right. Let me throw my stop loss in here just because I'm not paying attention. All right. So here, when you put these stop losses in here, this actually tells you the percentages right here. So if I put this price and I say, okay, I'm going to put my stop loss at 180.6, that means I'm going to take a 12% loss on here if it does hit that number, right? Just like when you put profits here, it tells you what your profit would be, right? Keeps it very simple. This would be a 9% loss right here, which we're going to set up right there just because I'm not watching this particular coin. Now, I'm going to take a quick look here. We'll come back to this in a minute. I just want to make sure where my trade is. So we're trading this MX right here off of the 3 minute, right? And I'll show you why in a second here. Let me just make sure that we're not missing a trade. Okay, so right now we're waiting for this MX to actually come through. All right, so now let's go back to our 2 hour and our 1 hour. So by looking here, we hit our goal on that one trade. We got the trade that we wanted. It was actually successful, right? So we get our 50x, right? And we end up with 25% gains, right? And that's like $12 out of $50. And you're like, all right, VC, I want to make $1 million, right? And it's like, yeah, you can get to $1 million. You just have to understand that it's the process of learning a structure, a system, right? It's like McDonald's, right? McDonald's makes 15, literally all they do is want to sell you French fries, right? And it's because they always ask you to have fries because French fries cost them, it's 15 cents a potato, but they're charging you $1. So McDonald's has a system. McDonald's has a certain amount of money that they make per item, and they know how to basically say, okay, man, McDonald's isn't going to turn around and be like, all right, the fries are $2, we make $1.85. All right, we want to make $1 million. All right, make fries $3. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have a very simple system. As long as that combos and all those systems equate to $2.50 in profit, doesn't matter if they give you a pie, it doesn't matter what they add to it. As long as they're getting their $2.50, they don't give a shit. Right? That's how we trade. As long as we get our $12, we don't give a shit. Right? Because like McDonald's, if we serve 1 million people, that's 12 million. Right? That's the concept you have to get in your head. So when you say, all right, VC, that's $12, I'm not making any money. Okay, well, let's do this. Let's do the math. So if you made $12 and you made 5 trades, right? That means you made $60, right? So that $60 is now means that your 50 has become another 50, right? Which allows you to do an extra trade because now you have 50 and an extra 50 that you can be trading in 2 different trades, right? Now if you're just
the small trades all add up, BC.
Huh?
All the small trades all add up.
Yeah, they all add up, man, because that's the whole thing. It's like when you're moving across and you're like, all right, man, $60, like bada boom, bada bing. It's like, yeah, but you're building the 4x4, right? The 4x4 is where you start to add money into your trade so that you get a little more trades, and you're not trading your money, right? So if you took your $50 and you took 5 good trades, now you have other people's $50. Now you do it again, right? Now you have another, do it 4 times in a row, you have $240 of other people's money, right? So now you have 4 trades that you can now get into during a day using the process, so that way you're not missing out. You can be in different coins, but now you're doing the same process times 4. So now if you did that and the next week you took that money and you had 4 different trades that you were doing that $50, taking $12, you're now making $960 a week. That fast.
Yeah.
All based on $50 with the 50x.
Yeah.
There's
no point killing. There's no saying. There's no point killing it trying to get the one big trade when you can do 10 small trades, and they all add up at the end of the day.
What's that? The best saying I've ever heard was hilarious. I forgot who told me this. One of my buddies were laughing. He goes, "Yo, VC, like, listen." He goes, you know what? There's a daddy bull and a baby bull on top of a hill. Right?
Yeah.
That cracked me up, bro. That cracked me up, dude. That's hilarious. You know, he's like,
that's the same ball game as this here.
Yeah, that's all it is, bro. It's all it is. I mean, I never heard that before. He was like, what do you say? He said the baby bull was like, yo, dad, let's run down there and bang one of those cows. And his father said, son, let's walk down there and bang them all. Like, it's just crazy, right? So now that's the concept. This is the entire system, right? And a lot of times guys are jumping in and out of this and going crazy on it because it's like, you're pushing the limits to get in a trade when you should be like, think of it like, you know, it's your money. You want the trade to give you, like, to be so juicy that you're like, I gotta trade this. Like, this is looking good. Like, don't be in a hurry to trade. Be in a hurry to be in a hurry to find the greatest trade. Like, yo, this is the best trade. So right here, once we take a look at this coin here, we can see that even on a scenario where we get the worst case scenario, we're still getting our 0.5%, right? So let's move down here. Now that 1 hour kind of moves into a second trade, right? Which is where we have a green trend that kicks off. We collect we get stopped out. And now that we get stopped out, now we start waiting here. We see the red trend come in, right? And it starts to reset. What's a reset for us? A reset is a green moon, right? So now let's take a look at the scenario here, right? This is in this section here. It's like, okay, what's the trend? What direction are we going? So let's go look at the 4 hour. So we take a look at the 4 hour. What do we got right there? Right, we start to see this starting to move up. This is the best trades. I mean, I love these trades. When you get a green moon on the 4 hour, these trades are massive. Like, they're massive trades, right? So here comes the 4 hour. That would have gave us a trade somewhere in this zone here that we could have collected here. And now we know that we're in an upward movement, right? And that's kind of cool because let's go to the 4 hour and let's mark off where the 4 hour became active, right? Which is right here. So let's draw another line. We'll take the second candle here. And this just lets us know that this is where the 4 hour starts to show us that we're going in the right trend, right? So now we take a look here, and as we can see, here's our green moon. We come across, and right here, we get that moon right here, that 4 hour moon. But what's the goal? The goal for the 1 hour trade is simple, right? Green moon, green trend, positive volume, right? That's what we're looking for, positive swings in volume, right? Now, in between this trade, while we're waiting, we would have saw that 4 hour moon pop up and let us know that, hey, there's a trade coming. And then we could have been like, all right, we're going to jump into this trade in here, right? And that's another nice little swing trade that we have. And what you're waiting for all the time are these pullbacks, right? So if you take a look here, and this is why being patient is simple, right? Because you got to remember that we're here to get a certain amount of money. So when this green trend hits, our RSI is kind of overbought on the 1 hour. So this is where you can kind of say to yourself, I can still make money in this trade. They still hit. So even if you make the mistake, even if you guys jump in early, you still have profits here if you're following the system, right? You still have these candles that hit. But if you say, okay, I'm going to wait for this to replay, right? I'm going to wait. I'm going to be patient. You know, maybe put this on the watch list. The RSI comes all the way back down, and then finally it triggers here, right? Nice little trigger here. And we say, oh, the RSI is bottom. I got a red moon, which is awesome because remember the moon reset, right? Green moon, green trend, moon goes to red, and then moon goes back to green, and we're back in the trade, right? RSI is a little bit better, but the best part about this is we got a moon reset, right? A moon changes back, right? While the trend stays the same. That's the moon reset, right? That trade on the moon reset would have got us into an entry at this level here, right? And from there, that's where we see this nice little run. Right, so there's always, that's what I love about the moon reset, because that's just like showing us that there's volume happening, right? We got our positive volume, everything's good, the moon reset hits, we get into this candle here, and now we're just riding this shit out, right? That's a nice little trade. Now what I've noticed here is that once we have everything in the direction that we want, right? We have the 4 hour going in the direction that we want. We have the RSIs a little bit overbought, which is okay. And we have the 2 hour where we have our green moon. Here's our trend. We can buy in here. Everything's okay here. And now we're kind of saying, okay, we're green everywhere. Let's take a look at the 1 hour to see where we're setting up. Here's our green moon. Now here's our 1 hour giving us a red moon, meaning that there's a little bit of pullbacks in here that already happened. Our RSI is starting to come up. But if you notice here, the green moon didn't reset. It rejected, right? Meaning that, okay, we're going to see a little more of a pullback here. So that's where we're at right now. So actually we're waiting on this pullback to reset itself on a moon reset. Same trade that we seen earlier, just a better position. Now I think what you were talking about is in this zone here, we have green moon, green 2 hour, everything looks good, right? So what was your scenario? 2 hour green moon, right?
Yeah.
Okay, here's your 2 hour green moon. So we're going to mark that up. So 2 hour green moon we have. And what was the other scenario? So you have a green moon, and what else do you have?
You got a 2 hour green moon, 1 hour green moon, and green trend.
Okay, so 1 hour green moon, 1 hour green trend, which would have happened right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
what? So okay, 2 hour green moon, 1 hour green moon, green trend. Okay, yeah. Actually, we'll take a look here because this is the scenario where this really pops out, right? I'm gonna rotate it here. All right, green moon, green trend, right there. Okay, so 2 hour green moon, 1 hour green moon, 1 hour green trend. Okay, what else is the scenario?
what's up? Give me a second.
Do I want to open in the axis scaffold?
All right, let's take a look here at his scenario while he's doing that. Let's go, and I think his scenario is where to enter here, right? Okay, so what I'm going to do here is just go to where we should. So here we go, green moon, green trend, everything looks good. This looks like a buy position here, right? So what we're going to do here is slide over and say, okay, now I want to start adding in the 30 minute for you guys because the 30 minute is really accurate, but you slide to the 30, and what you're looking for is right here is our buy signal, right? Where is the 30 minute RSI? 30 minute oversized, oversold, right? There's still money to be made here, right? That's what I'm going to show you guys right here. This trade right here is still money to be made in this trade, right? So now we'll slide to the 15 minute, and on the 15 minute, what do we have? All right, so on the 15 minute, where's our RSI on this trade, right? Overbought.
Overbought, yeah.
Right, so you're overbought right here. And you're saying to yourself, all right, man, I'm kind of overbought on this 15 minute. Let me slide to my 5 minute just to, see where I'm at here. And remember, we always talk about anytime the 5 minute is above the 70 line, which is right about here, that's where we want it to reset. So right there, we're above that line. So this is where we would want this to reset, right? It's because it's a weak trade, right? So everything says that this trade is kind of weak here where it won't have the greatest movement in the world, right? So let's say that you see all this and you go in here and you say, okay, I'm gonna make this trade. Let's see what happens if you make this trade, right? So RSI is overbought, everything's overbought. Here's this trade, happens right here. You enter on this green candle, right? Now, the best case scenario is that everything already lined up. So here's our 2-hour green moon. Here's our 1-hour trend and green moon, which would say that you would enter not on this candle because it's 5 minutes there. It lags 5 minutes would be here. So let's say you would get in on that candle, right? You are still getting in on this trade because what do we have? A 2-hour green moon, a 1-hour green moon, and a 1-hour green trend, right? The 15-minute
it's
RSI.
Alphonse is right there.
Will you lock everything?
Yeah.
15
Yeah,
minute
whoever's gonna go in there.
RSI is overbought, and the 5-minute RSI is sitting on a level right below the 70, right? So we always say if it's above in these areas here, which is the 80 and above here, we don't really want to get into a trade if the 5 minutes oversold. If it's around the 70 below the 80, you can take advantage of that trade, right? Which means right in here, you'd be looking for that trade because everything is lining up. So even this trade, even though it was a short jump, getting in on this candle right here, you were still able to push over a 1% trade. Now you see that?
Yeah.
So no matter, I mean, you're going to hit that trade.
All right.
It's just that you should already know that with the 5 minute and everything in this level, you're going to see some type of pullback. And that's where you have to say, okay, I'm going to make sure that I'm taking my profit here, which you should already be programmed to do, right?
Hey, BT.
Yeah.
Can you run that playback? So the 1-hour green trend and green moon, right?
Yeah, so let's go. This is your scenario. All right, so your scenario is real simple, right? What you have is you have a 2-hour green moon, right? So let's just start where it all kind of goes down. So you see a 2-hour green moon, right, which I love to have. 2-hour green moon pops up, right? That's us right here. 2-hour green moon, right? So in this candle here, you would see a green moon pop up, okay?
Right.
The next thing would be you need a 1-hour green trend for your green moon, right? So
Right.
here's your 2-hour. And remember, we went over this scenario where when that green trend came in, there was this tiny little trade here, right? So here's your green trend right here, green moon, green trend, right? So when that green trend starts to flash in here, that would have gave you a scenario where you would be looking to buy, even if you were getting in after it flashed on this next candle. All right, so worst case scenario, you're getting in on this next candle here. That next candle still brings in our 0.5%, right?
Okay, then when if that was the case, then you go to your shorter time frames, right? I mean, because your RSI right
So
at
okay,
that point.
let's walk through it. Let's walk through it. So basically,
RS
all of a sudden you see here that you're getting a green trend is flashing, right? And you're like, boom.
Yeah.
And you see a green trend come in. We're going to put that line on that green trend. You then slide down. The first thing I want to do is check my 30 minutes, right? And I want to check to see where the 30-minute RSI is. So boom, I hit my 30-minute. And at this point, I would be around here. Now this means right here I have a green moon. I don't have positive volume on my 30-minute, right? Meaning that this is going to be a weak trade, right? And my RSI is already overbought.
and it's overbought too,
Yeah.
right? So I would have been hesitant because of
which
that
is
also.
fine. Yeah. Listen, these right here are going to so that's what I mean. Like, this is what I'm saying, right? So the system is designed for you to win even when you're terrible. But if you follow the rules, you're going to see bigger gains, right? So right here, you see this 30-minute, and you're like, ugh, there's no positive volume, right? First of all, we do have a green moon and we have a green trend. Now, if you would have caught this 30-minute green moon and green trend and got in right here,
Right.
way better scenario. You know what I mean? That's an easy 1% there, right? And that's just for you to say to yourself, man, maybe I should look at this 30-minute green moon and green trend, right? Because on this coin, this thing actually hit for a nice little run. So let's take out this run. This is where you're kind of saying, all right, man, if I would have caught this, then, I easily would have made my 1%. Look at that. Easily would have made my 1%, right? So that's a mental note for you because each coin is a little bit different, right? So now we're going to say, okay, our 30 minutes overbought. You're going to get hesitant. You're going to slide
You
down.
go to the lower time frame, right?
Yeah, you're going to slide down to your 15-minute. because you want to see like where the bounce is going to come. And then when you look at the 15 minute, you realize that your RSI is kind of overbought here. It bounced already, right? See, it's pulled back and it bounced already, right? That's going to say, well, shit, I missed the trade because the trade was right here. Right? I missed this trade because there's my bounce. There's the RSI bounce, and I missed it.
Right.
That was my trade right here. That was the trade. So you say, all right, I missed this trade, but let me see if there's anything left, because right now we're getting to the overbought section, but maybe the 5 minute has room to run. So then we slide down to the 5 minute just to verify if there's any gas in the tank, right? All right, so we slide to the 5 minute. We take a look and we say, okay, let me slide this over. And on the 5 minute, we can see the RSI is right above the 70. So we do have some room here. So as long as you have the 80 to the 100, that's a little bit of room to run. But because of the RSI on the 30 being overbought, the 15 minute overbought, it just makes this particular move from 80 to 100 weaker. So I'm going to assume that I'm going to get half of what I'm used to out of this move, right? So at this point, you're looking right here and you say, okay, I'm going in on the next, green candle move, right? Which you get right here, and then you would have entered somewhere in this candle here, right? Which is still, let's say you missed this candle. Let's say you enter on the bottom in this candle. Let's say halfway on this candle, right? Even that way, you still got 1%. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, still sweet.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is that if you're disciplined, right, and you're like, you know what? This all looks really good, but I'm gonna let this reset because I don't want to. I don't like it being on the 50-50, right? I don't want a coin toss, right? So what I'm gonna do here is now that I know that this trade is starting to show me that it's gonna be a possible move, I'm gonna let all this shit kind of cool down. Let me see what the market says about this, right? So now you're gonna go, all right, I'm gonna let this 5 minute reset. We go through our reset, comes down, doesn't fully reset, bounces again, right? And we're waiting and we're waiting. And then finally we get the 5 minute to reset here, right? So now let's move these down and let's go off the 5 minute reset. Let me change this. Now that we got this first 5 minute reset, now we can start looking around going, okay, here's my reset on my 5 minute. What does everything else look like now that I'm kind of getting my 5 minute reset, right? So now you would say, all right, let me go back to the 15. What does the 15 minute look like? And now we can start seeing where, is this still a good trade? Here's the 15 minute. 15 minutes still oversold, right? And it's been oversold this entire time, right? So the ability of it staying up there is probably not that great. And the second thing is, do we have any positive volume?
No.
No, right? So, still a coin flip. Still a coin flip, right? So then I'm like, all right, let me take a look. Maybe I'm trigger happy, right? Maybe I'm like, you know what, I like this. I see Bread Boy over here making 100%, right? I see Spoon over here, in the same damn coin cracking out 200%. Right?
They killing the game.
Yeah, they're killing the game. So then you get a little FOMO in you, and you're like, man, I can't keep missing this motherfucker, right? So then you slide over, and you're like, all right, where's my 30 at? 30 still oversold, and no positive volume. Right? Yeah. So then you're like, okay, man, it's still not looking good. Like, I've been watching this damn thing for fucking 4 hours, and I just cannot find an entry on this damn thing, right? And then you look again, and you go all the way back, and you go to your 1 hour, and you say, okay, what is my 1 hour doing? Let's figure this shit out again. Okay, my 1 hour. Here's where my 5 minute reset. Where's my 1 hour? Green, just hit a green trend, right? Now, if you were going back and you said, let's say after that trade didn't hit, you went back to and said, you know what? I'm going to wait for the 1 hour to reset, right? And that's kind of where you're at in the zone here, right? So here's your 5 minute. You have your green moon, you have your green trend. The 5 minute goes to reset. You're still green trend right here, and you go, okay, what is the 1 hour RSI? Now the 1 hour is above the 70, and I'm still coming up, and it's like, you know what? It's still not, there's no positive volume on the 1 hour either. All right, I'm going to call this shit a day. I'm going to come back to this later, right? And now you're waiting as it starts to go through. Now you can tell yourself, I want this thing to reset, right? So you sit back and then you just let it go through its transformations. So what do you get as you go back and you just put it on your watch list and every, hour or something, or you set an alert, right? Set an alert on this trend, right? Set an alert on the crossovers, right? on the moons. All my alerts are on my RSIs and my moons, right? So then I would just set an alert on this RSI on the 1 hour to let me know when it crosses, which it would have told me right here. Then I would have came back and looked at this coin to see where it was at, and I would see that I'm coming down. And then I would get the next alert when it bottomed and it crossed again here, right? So now this coin's on my watch list, and now I get a 1 hour alert right here when it starts to cross on this candle here, right? Right before there, we would get an alert, and then this is where we would be looking at the new possible trade, right? So now, once that alert comes in, we're at the end of this candle here. Now we would say, oh shit, my 1 hour just bounced. Let me see where I'm at. I have a green, looks really good. Everything's lining up here. Let me take a look at my 30. Now you're like, you know, so many hours later, you're like, oh shit, we're getting close to a trade. And now you would see your green moon here on your 30. Look where your RSI is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now you're like,
Right.
oh shit, man, this looks really good. I've been waiting to get in this bastard, right? And now you know that the 2 hour and everything else is long. So now you're starting to see the momentum build. And you're like, all right, green moon's coming up. My RSI looks good. And it's somewhere in here. And you're like, you know what? I'm gonna jump this trade when I get a green moon, green trend.
On the
Right?
30.
On the 30.
So do
right?
you look at the 15-minute after that?
Yeah, we're
or
going to run through it. We're going to run the scenario. So right there, I'm just saying to myself, to discipline myself, I'm saying, okay, I'm going to wait for the 30 green trend, right? So now I'm telling myself where my trade exists.
You
That's
see, I
my
think
target.
that's the issue right there. I need to like figure out how to, you know what I mean, look through the RSIs, the trends and moons, and figure out the best times to get in.
Yeah, because right here, I've already told
I
myself.
understand.
There
I
are
understand
multiple
what you're
trades
saying.
here. There are more trades. I want to say to myself, like, hey, man, all right, so I know what, when this green moon goes green trend, I'm in this trade, right? So
Okay.
now I'm going to move to the 15-minute because I'm going through my cycle of trading, right? And I slide to the 15-minute, and I know the 30 is already showing me a great RSI, which means I can enter a trend. Now I slide to the 15-minute to see if it's going to entice me, right? 15 minutes shows the RSI right here just broke the 70. It's still by the 80, so we have room to run. Looks good, and all of a sudden, the green moon pops up. Right?
Right.
Now, I'm like,
Sure.
shit, that's letting me know right there, we got some action coming, right? So now I look here and go, okay, here's my green moon. Let me slide to my 5-minute to see how this looks, right? Because now I'm getting itchy because I already know that my trade is coming up on the 30, and now I want to jump it early, right? So I want to,
Right.
you know, front run that damn trade. So now I
So
slide
even
over
though
here.
your RSI is at the
Yeah.
top on the 15,
Yeah, because now I'm going to jump over here, and what I want to do is see if I can get in early on this, right? So now I'm starting to see
Okay.
all this starting to happen. I'm starting to front run, and now I slide over here, and here's my 5-minute, right? RSI is overbought right here, right? That's the first thing I would have noticed. And I said, okay, man, everything's looking good. I got a green moon. I got a green trend. The 15-minute gave me a green moon, right? Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to let this 5-minute bounce, right? And that's where you see this pullback here. Right, and then as soon as you see this positive volume in these zones here, like that is kind of letting you know, like, man, you can jump this trade right here, right? Especially if you're doing a higher leverage, because everything's going in our favor now. All right, the 30-minute RSI is at the bottom. Let's take a look here. This is the 5-minute. Let's take a look at the 1 hour, just to see where we're at on a whole. You see, here's the 1 hour way down here. See, we already knew remember, the originator of this trade was the 1 hour RSI cross. Meaning that we have a momentum to the north, right? Now that we have momentum to the north, we're now hunting this trade down, right? And we're like, okay, shit, everything's starting to line up. The 15-minute, the 30-minute says we're about to get a push. The 15-minute just got a moon. So now I'm at my 5-minute and I'm going, shit, I want to jump this 15-minute trade. So now this is where we start to get, you know, the trigger finger, right? Like, all right, what's the trigger here? Where am I jumping in here, right? And this is where you're looking here going, okay, I got my green moon. The 15 minutes going green. This looks good, and all of a sudden, you see a slight little movement here in positive volume right there, right? Plus the RSI came down and bounced and crossed right there. Right? You see this little bounce? That little
So
bounce.
that cross would be confirmation?
Yeah, because now you're saying to yourself, shit, I got positive. Like, as soon as this bounces here, this is already going to let me know that I need to look at this because I'm already looking to get in this trade, right? Now, these trades, you can say to yourself, all right, man, this is not enough volume, right? And this is just the scenario that we all go through, right? It's a scenario of like, how much do I want out of this trade without worrying about anything? But this is also where doing the $50 trade or $100 per trade, you've already said, okay, this is my sacrifice. It doesn't really matter what happens in this trade. I'm not trading, crazy amounts of money. I'm doing a $50 trade or a $100 trade. Simplicity. I'm not too worried. I see this pullback, and now this bounces. When that bounce happens, that would be me looking at this bounce. I would probably front run this trade as soon as it bounced, right? Because what I've seen already on the 15-minute has already got me going to where, that's what I'm looking at here. So on the front running, here's your bounce that's happening right in here. And then you would have seen that green moon pop up, right? That bounce would have been the green moon that triggered. So if I'm looking at the 5-minute, when that RSI bounced, this green moon would be triggering, right? It would be sitting there flashing because that 5-minute is bouncing, right? So then what I would do is I would get antsy because I know I'm trading the 30-minute, right? My entire goal is the 30-minute trend. Now that the 5-minute is bouncing and I'm seeing this green moon on the 15 trigger, this is where I start to get ready because now I'm like, all right, I'm going to jump this trade as soon as this scenario gets better right in here, right? And as we start to see this red candle come in, we'll start to see the volume start to trade. Like, look at the buyers are starting to come in. Everything's looking good. And this is where you can really say, okay, I want that 30-minute trade, but the 15-minute is front running. Like, you see how much volume is being moved here? Right? So let's say if this moves to here and you're like, you know what? I'm jumping this candle, right? So let's say you jump this 15-minute candle and you say, I'm getting in. I'm going to take this 15-minute run here. And I'm going to get in at the bottom of this shitty candle, right? So let's say you don't even get in on this really good candle, right? Because normally if I have a red candle here, as soon as this goes green, it starts to move up. Now here you can see it, the green trend. You see the green trend happen right there on the 15?
Yeah.
Okay. That would have been somewhere on this candle. As soon as I seen the 15-minute go into a green trend, that's already letting me know that, okay, the 30-minute is happening. That's what I want to see. This is me front running this trade. And now I'm seeing that trend change, right? So let's rotate this over. Let's take a quick peek at the 5-minute, right? And say, okay, where's the 5-minute at right now? Because I want to jump this trade, right? I want to get the best scenario for myself. And this is where you would slide to the 5-minute. And this is basically when you see that RSI bounce, you see that cross happen right there. You would look right at the 5 and you would say, all right, I'm in this shit. Like that would be.
So when you see it cross, would you wait for that candle to close, and that's confirming that it's going to cross and not head down?
Yeah, I mean, so remember how we worked back. We saw this 5-minute bounce, right? Which let us know that we're starting to get some push here. So then I immediately went back to my 15-minute to see what it confirms. So the 15-minute is the one that's confirming here with that green moon, but all of a sudden we got a green trend.
Yeah.
As soon as that green trend starts flashing, now I'm like, shit, I'm gonna take this trade. So we slide back to the 5-minute, and now we're taking this trade, right? So now it's just a matter of getting this trade at the best price right there, which is basically taking a look at our RSI, which would be happening right here, right? We already bounced, we already crossed, and now the 15-minute is confirming a buy, which would be off of this candle right here.
Yeah.
Right?
So if you were to get in right there,
yeah, that's like super.
What's the percentage that you put your stop loss like behind?
So every time we're in a so as soon as let's say we're entering right on this candle, let's say you guys miss this candle, it pushes, you wait for the pullback, which you get, and then all of a sudden, it continues to run right here, and you get in at the bottom of this candle, right? This is like the worst possible entry. right?
Right.
So at that point, let's see what we're working with here.
Yeah, because that's another thing.
So right here, we're getting our 1.53. So we still hit this trade. Now, what happens is as soon as I enter that trade, right, I'm putting in there, because I'm on the 5-minute candles, I'm doing a 25% stop loss, right? Meaning that when I enter this trade here, the stop loss is going in at 25%. Now, on the 25% right there that we have, that's the trade that we're basically jumping in on right there, right? So the 25% stop loss would be put in there, and that's right out the gate. That's where I would be being. So it'd be out of the $50, 50%. So that would be around this little zone in here, right? But it's a 25% stop loss right out the gate. As soon as
So a 25% stop loss. Yeah, I keep coming in and out because I'm at work, bro. So I gotta, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're good, bro. You're good. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
for
so
me,
you just stepped in and I gotta like pretty much, you know what I mean? Do my work thing.
Yeah, so I mean, so right there, I'm sitting there. I'm putting a 25% loss on there. I mean, a lot of times, because you're doing a simple trade of a $50 or $100 trade, you can even put on there a 30 to 35. Some guys put 50% and say, okay, I'm going to do a 50% stop loss on here coming out the gate. In case there's a quick, so the case there's a pullback. But a lot of times that you've been tracking this entire coin, you're getting in when everything is really rolling in your direction, right?
So you do a 25% stop loss when you enter a trade.
Yeah. A lot of times when I enter the trade, the first push that I'm getting in on those candles. Like my stop loss right for there for me is I just, throw in whatever the liquidation is. I cut that in half between my entry and my liquidation, and I just put that price in. Now on MEXC, it tells you the percentages when you're in a trade, right? So let's say we're getting in a trade here on this MX, right?
Hey BC, I don't know how long you're gonna be doing this little live thing, but I gotta get back to work here.
This is all recorded, man, so I'm gonna put this in.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna go back, and then you guys can go back and watch this. So you can go
Appreciate
back and watch this, right?
Still on though, right now in a little bit. But I'll see if I can catch you again. I appreciate you though.
Of course, brother, man. Have a good day at work, bro.
All right, brother.
Later. All right, so that's, guys, when you get in there right there, man, that's really what we're looking at is the percentages right there, right? So that would be the move. I would set my stop loss at 25, 30%. I'm not too worried about it. And then as soon as this breaks up and this next candle starts to push, and I have my 0.80%, right, which is a 50x, which would be right there at about 20%. As soon as it pushes up there, I would be moving my stop loss to my 17% or 15% mark. And then when it pushes up past that, I would move to my 20% mark or my 25%. And then basically as it pushed beyond that, I would keep just updating my stop loss, 30%, 40%. And then when it pulls back, whatever it pulls back to, like it does right there, that's where I would be taking it. Now, a lot of times I also want to get to the point where you guys, when you start to see these pushes, right? Let's take a look at where to close this trade, right? So once I see that push really happening, let's go to the 3-minute, because I'm entering here. And I know that I have another trade coming because I'm waiting on that 30-minute moon to happen. All right, so here we're entering this trade and we're riding it up. I like to trade. This one would be the other one. Seeing pushes in here, the push of the coin right there, and a lot of times, you're looking for the best scenario of getting out of a trade. If I'm entering a 5-minute like that and the RSIs and everything's are pretty high, I know that I'm going to be on a quick trade. Then a lot of times what I'll do is I'll just go to the 1 minute, and on the 1 minute is where I would pull the trigger to sell once I get a signal right here, like a red moon, right? So I would be closing on that 1 minute red moon right here. And a lot of times I would hold this because the scenario is a red moon, but the RSI is bottomed out. So I would be a little more greedy and say, okay, I'm going to hold this spot, but once that red trend hits, I'm out, right? So that scenario still puts us at about the same ballpark here. About a 1% gain. So no matter what, we got our 1% gain, which is our 25%. So we would have stopped lost out at our 25% there. But anyways, we hit that trade. We would have won that trade. And then we say, okay, now that that trade's over, which let's move this over here. This would be where our trade ended. And I'm going to turn this into a yellow. So that's where our first trade happened. And then I'd say, okay, where's my trade that I really want, which is my 30-minute. Right, so then I would slide back to my 30-minute because what am I looking for? My trade is the 30-minute trend move, right? Because that's the trade I was saying to myself. That's the one I want to get into. And then I'm back on my 30-minute. I have my green moon. I'm waiting, and then boom, I get a green trend right here. And then boom, I'm in my next long trade, which would be right in this zone here. And then this trade would ride all the way out, and this would be the enter of that trade right there. So now I'm green moon, green trend. Let's say we enter here, okay? Now at that point, where to get out of this trade, right? Now that I'm in on the 30, I'm gonna rotate back over, take a look at the 5-minute trend and the 15-minute trend, right? Because that's really what I wanna see. So here you can see the 5 minutes acting real heavily. So if you're in a 30-minute trade, normally you want to do kind of like a half cycle, like a 15-minute. All depends on your leverage, right? But here's your 30-minute trade. Now, normally a 30-minute trade, you want to trade something like a 50x, keeping it simple, not a 80 to 100. The 80 to the 100s are to be used when you're like scalping. Like, I'm not going to be in this trade really long. I'm going to hit this pump real quick, which is kind of the trade we just did. They would do something more like that. Yeah,
the 1 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, on that trade, I know that I'm not going to get the movement I want, so I would be running like an 80x or a 100x, you know what I mean? And I'd get in and out as soon as I see my percentages. On this trade here, this is a 50x trade. We're in on the 30. We're going to get out on the 15-minute, right? So you enter here on the 30, and we ride this until the trend turns red on the 15, which is about here. So that's a normal trade. And now your long position would be, so let's say that you get in somewhere above higher, somewhere in this zone here. So this little trade, roll this up to your bottom of your wick. Let's say you miss everything. That's a nice little 6% gain on this bottom red wick.
BC, is it possible to, you know where the green moons are on the different time frames? Can you actually set an alert on when it, say, for a green moon or a red moon?
Yeah.
On
So
the
if you go,
different
yeah. So if you go here, right, you go into trade examples, right, under Academy indicators, trade examples, right here, setting alerts for green moon trades and text message alerts. So right here, you can go to this video, and you can literally, I go over, break down what we're going to get into. These are the alerts, setting them, and the trades that we are tracking. And let me get in crossing, right? The crossing is basically within your actually trading. All right, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add a couple different little alarms here that we can look at. So the first thing that I want to do here is I'm going to go to my green moon here, right? And I'm going to see here, alert QQE glaze modified. I'm going to click on that. And then you have options here. I'm going to click on the crossing, right? The crossing is basically going to be when the moons cross and actually show up. Now, you can pick all types of other things. You can put moving up percentage, moving down percentage,
I'll check that out.
etc. But I'm going to do the crossings, and I'm going to put this on 1 per bar, right? So, I mean, guys, I put videos of everything you guys talk about in here. So just go into here, man, and just kind of like take a look. So trade examples, this is also where you can kind of like see, I'll put examples of trades that we missed, right? And be like, yo, we didn't call this shit out. Like this is our 4-hour moon trade. This is our 2-hour green trend trade, right? Like this is where you can go in and see what we're like. These are the trades. Like, don't go after scalp trades, right? Scalp trades or sniper trades are the ones that we just pulled off on that 5-minute, right? Because we were like greedy and we're like, man, I know this is coming. But that only reason I went after that was because we went through the cycle of allowing to get to the point where we knew a 30-minute trade was coming, which means we were going to have a push, a pullback, and then a run, right? So everything was in my favor to take a quick snipe and see if I can grab like a quick 30 to 50%. And then go into my longer trade with my 50x. So that's kind of where it is. So what the problem is, and I'm trying to figure it out, is because when you mix together a wide variety of traders, right? Like so if you talk to any really professional trader that's a high level trader, right? It is if they don't tell you this, and they're not really high level. It is high leverage, quick trades, right? 100x leverage, and you're entering on that whatever push it is, and then boom, you snipe it for 50 to 100%, and you're done. That's your entire day, one trade.
Yeah,
right?
isn't it?
Like that's it. Like that's it. And you got to realize like that's kind of like guys are sitting around with 5 to 10 grand on a trade, and they snipe it for 50%. That's a $5,000 day. They're good.
Yeah,
Right?
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. So it's the ability to say, hey, we're using this high percentage to take advantage of the markets, right? And this is like knowing the entry, looking at trend. I'm going to start teaching trends and lines. That's the next level of this. This right here is kind of like for people who've never don't have time to look at, okay, what's a trend line? What's this, what I'm saying? This is kind of like something where you can set an alert, the moon alerts you, you get a text message. And on that video, I go through literally how to set up the alerts, how to put them on an email that goes to your phone, and then that alerts you when you get an email from TradingView. And then you can also put SMS in there so you get a text message, right?
Yeah.
So it's all in there to where it keeps it really simple, where you don't have to think. Because after a while, when you're trading here, you're going to start learning lines and levels. Because everyone else out there, if you're on YouTube, and everyone's always doing research, everyone in the world is teaching you trend lines, right? Lines,
That's
flags.
right.
Yeah, it's everywhere, right? So
Yeah.
as you learn, I'm not going to go over the same shit you're learning on 17 other YouTubes. I'm just I want to get your mindset into the system of the 4x4. I want to teach you where you're really losing. You're not losing because you're making bad trades. You're losing because you're trading too much. You're losing because you're jumping the gun and then not taking profits. You're losing because you don't understand how to always take profits and compound. Like that's
I always seem to get at the wrong times.
Yeah, I mean that's the patience of it all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Plenty of patience and it'll be okay.
Yeah, and then that's where it's like, and I know because it's hard to be in a group of guys who are like just out there, And the funniest thing is like you have to understand with Spoon, right? And that's the next thing. Spoon's going to come in and kind of go over his strategy, and his strategy is so fucking simple. It's something I taught literally 2 years ago, right? And it's going to trading coin market cap or looking at the exchanges. And the easiest way to look at what coin had the biggest fall, right? And what coin had the biggest gain, right? Because there's only so much money, right? None of these coins can hold their value because they don't have a product. It's not a stock, right? When you buy like Amazon or Tesla, you're buying it because they have a product that they sell, and if everyone's buying their fucking product, then you know they're making money, right? That's why you hold a stock. In crypto, the coin is the stock, but there is no product that continues the money coming in. The only money is the value of the coin and whatever anyone thinks the value is. So if somebody bought that coin for $1 and it went to $3, they're not going to hold that damn coin. They're going to sell all the coins they bought at $1 because they weren't there because MX is going to be, or Bitcoin is going to be making a new, electric car, right? It's not happening. Bitcoin's value is simply based on the perception of what Bitcoin's used for, right? And that's, whatever. Yeah, there is no products. Now, in 2 years, right? In 2 years, when these coins, like for instance, Quant, when Quant actually starts selling more of their software to get companies into crypto, then Quant is going to be more valuable because they will have a product that's bringing in revenue besides a coin, right? So that's kind of like what that is, right? That's the understanding of it. So when you make money in crypto and you see it, you got to take profits, man, because that's why when I listen to all these, influencers like, hodl, man, hodl. No, hodl for what? to watch your money go up 100% and then go back negative 30? I mean, what do you, you're not, that's not how the fuck you win in a game where there's no, like, this isn't a stock, right? HODL, I mean, it's like you take
It's all right hodling if you get in on the
yeah,
bottom.
yeah. I mean, hodling, that entire phrase basically can't hold on for dear life, right? Like, that's what hodl means, hold on for dear life. What that basically meant was you bought into a company that was building something, and we went through a financial crisis, right? And then you hodl because you're like, you know what? I know that after this recession, we're going to need electricity. So I'm going to hold on to my electric company stock. I know that we're going to need water. So I'm going to hold on to my water stock, right? That's hodl. You don't panic and sell the companies that you need to rebuild the infrastructure, right? That's what hodl means, right? It has the hodling in crypto. That's fucking asinine. There is no product. None of the 90% of these coins won't exist. They're going to be bought out by other people. Like, this is just a bunch of guys in a garage. Like, everyone's coming in with an ideal, and everyone has the same fucking ideal. So it all comes down to is who's going to get the contract, who's going to have the right meeting, whose product actually works better, and that's that's the race, man. We're in the beginning. This is just garage right now, right? So you can't hodl in crypto to make money. You got to sell. So once you understand that, you realize that we're not hodling shit. We're just here to make our 25% and move on. And if we do that 5 times, we've doubled a bag, which means we can now take that bag and get another trade. Right?
But when you think about a VC, when you add up all those 25s, and the gobshites still thinking that they can hodl and wait for the 100% or wait for to double their bags.
Yeah, I mean,
they're only fooling themselves.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain coins in here that people love, right? So if you're gonna love like Matic, right? I mean, I'm not mad at you if every time you double your bag twice, you take one of the bags and buys Matic, right? I wouldn't buy it, I mean, I would be like, all right, you're gonna get a 10, 20x out of Matic in the next year and a half, right? And that's fine. But in between that, you could have been buying, doubling those bags, 20 more times.
Correct.
Which at that moment when
no brainer.
When you finally get to the point where Matic is ready to run, which a bull run comes, right? Right now, you guys are learning the best time to learn, right? This is a shit market in a recession, no retail investing, all types of fucking scrutiny, all types of FUD. Like, when you can make money in this shit, like, man, when a bull run comes, man, guys, you'll have. That's why I'm always yelling at you guys. Like, guys, trade $10, trade $50. Like a guy the other day, I was talking to Purple, and Purple's like, Purple wanted to join the academy 3 weeks ago, and he's like, all right, I want to send crypto. I'm like, yeah, whatever, send crypto. A week later, I'm like, he sends like $10 at the test, and I'm like, yeah, man, it came in. A week later goes by. I said, bro, there's a bunch of money coming out. I said, did you send something? You gotta let me know so I know it's you. He's like, not yet. A week later goes by. He's like, I'm working on it. Another 3 weeks later, he's like, damn, VC, I just lost $7,000, bro. I'm like, lost $7,000? What the hell did you lose $7,000 on? And I was live when he was trading, and he was like, oh, I'm going long on this, and I was like, it's going down, bro. And it went just fucking dumped on it, And I was like, and he tells me he lose $7,000. I said, bro, the fucking academy it's down to $300, dude. And then now he's got his indicators. The other day he posted a trade for 268%. I go, imagine if that was the $7,000.
Yeah.
I mean, what? Like, come on, man. Like, let's just be focused here. Let's just concentrate on the purpose. The purpose is just to move the needle, right? And that's really what we're doing. So I like what I'm going to do is, like, I have the 4x4, which is very simple. It's just to teach discipline, right? You take $50 and you move it,
Whenever you're trading, do you only set a stop loss and not take profit?
You can do both. I mean, me personally, I'm like, I try to find a trend that's moving, but a lot of times I'm in and out, so I will set a stop. I'll take profit at my 30% or something like that, or I'll wick it, right? Like, I'll put a 50% on there just in case there's a wick before it dumps. You know what I mean? So you want to. The one thing I don't really talk about are the wicks, but wicks are very powerful, right? And this is the next phase of this I'm looking at is like, all right, how can we, I'm trying to keep it real simple to where no matter what, whoever's here can do it and go, okay, here's my green moon, here's my positive volume. It's a no fucking brainer. As we move forward, we're going to implement, okay, guys, here's some lines, play the wick, right? There's a lot of more stuff that we can add to it. I'm
But I
just trying to
think,
keep it simple.
yeah,
Yeah,
another
yeah,
thing
yeah.
too probably that I have is that I trade on the smaller time frames, and that's why they go south quicker than the bigger time frames.
Oh yeah. What time frame are you trading on?
I'll be looking at the 3 and 1 minute
Yeah, no.
and 5, right? But
What's your
yeah, I be trying to
leverage?
get in and out too quick,
Yeah, what's your
without, I guess, understanding the bigger time frames and where they're heading and stuff.
what's what leverage do you use?
50x at least.
Okay. So when you go in on a 1 or 3 minute, what's the strategy?
Well, I try to catch the 1 minute either at the bottom or the top, and either short and long it.
The RSI?
Right. Well, that
Okay.
and also the moons and the trend, yeah, or the RSI, yeah.
Yeah, no. I mean, that's called sniping, right? It's very profitable.
Yeah.
That's actually the way
It's that it moves so fast,
Yeah, I trade like that all
and
the time. Like I used to trade
yeah,
like that. Like it's so fucking easy, but you have to like in that scenario, you really have to be setting your profit, right? So you should be able to look at a 1 minute time frame and see like the top. You got to find channels of where your coin's touching, right? That you need trends because you got to understand like where's the bottom, set the limit, and then the sell at a certain limit, and then just let the trade trigger itself. Like grab it and then run, right? So
yeah,
that's something we'll cover a little later. But yeah, I mean, you can make money on that. You just have to. That's disciplined as hell. That means like you get in, it pumps, you sell. Like you don't.
yeah,
What happens to you is a lot of
exactly.
times guys get in the 1 minute and they haven't been disciplined, and what they see is they see it start to jump and they're like, oh shit, and then it's like pushing and you're like, all right, man, it's halfway there, and all of a sudden the RSI dumps. And you're
Yeah,
like, oh man, I was up 70%.
yeah. But if
You know.
you get in on the smaller time frames, so you get into 1 and 3, they're going the same direction, right? But then the 5's going the opposite. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? So,
Yeah, that's where
um,
like understanding your trend, right? That's where you want to at least look
yeah,
at the 30 and the 15 to understand what
yeah.
direction you're in.
That's what I definitely need to get that down a little
Yeah.
bit more.
Once you know what the trend is, are we going up or are we going down? And then you trade
Right,
with it. Instead of doing
right.
longs, you're doing the shorts, right? And then you're
Yeah,
chasing, every time it bounces, you grab the bounce and go, you know what I mean? So it just depends on what direction the coin is actually going.
right.
And that's something we'll cover a little bit later. This here, it's like understanding the basics, right? Just trading with the trend, right? So
Right.
we're able to cash out. We got 6% on this trade here that we just basically on our 30-minute moon. We closed on our 15-minute, which would, even if it wicked, it got us right here. So that's a really profitable trade. That's a very simple trade. But that took, remember guys, we started on this shit way back over here. That was almost like a day later. You know what I mean? Like our original
Yeah,
trade, like this is where we ended up getting in on the trade. So the original trade, remember when we first started this thing, like when we started to look for this trade, it was way back when we had like I think it was like a 2 hour moon or some shit, like right here. So the original trade was right here, right? This is where we were looking to get in this trade, and this is where Spoon was making 300%, and this was something like March 9th, right? The trade that we actually got into was literally here. This is 1800 hours on March 9th, so 6 o'clock p.m. The trade that we actually got into was 8 a.m. the next day, right? But a lot of time now, I want you to say to yourself, like, okay, man, I had to wait almost 12 hours, VC. Yeah. But remember, during that 12 hours, most guys were making 0.5% moves and 1% trades, right? This one trade gave you 6,
Don't know that.
right? So that's
Yeah.
literally 6 days of trades
Mm.
by being patient. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're rushing.
yeah,
It's like rushing to run backwards.
right.
Yeah.
Like you make that one trade. Let's say you're sitting down and you got $1,000 and you hit this damn trade on a 50x that you just took in $3,000. Like okay, I can wait.
Yeah,
Enjoy.
yeah. That's what I need to focus on, those higher time frames and being patient and going off the higher time frames
This is
instead of the shorter time frames.
yeah. I mean, we're not in a rush to lose money. right?
Yeah.
We're patiently waiting for our paycheck, right?
Right.
It's like that's what we're waiting for. It's like just waiting for the cycles to happen, right? So it's like, and I know it's really hard. That's why it's kind of like, you know, it's tough out there with Bread Boy and Spoon, and these guys are always fucking Dish. I mean, these guys are sniping right now. They're starting to learn their little craft, which is great, right? And it's just that, you know, at the end of the day, I love a simple trade. Like to me, I'll wait 12 hours, 24 hours, and I'll take a trade that is a part of the system because I know it's 6%, right? I know it's 4%, right? It's 3 days of trades. So that's how you have to say to yourself is the next trade that I make is 3%. So that means that's 3 days of trades, or even 6 days if we're only getting 0.5%. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what you have to start really digging into your mind is that I just have to follow the fucking rules in the system because it will pay me. And that's pretty much it. So now that we have all this going on and there's a lot of things that are jumping off here, now we have this IMX coin, right? And it's hot right now. So let's take a look at its current situation, right? So its current situation, I probably missed a little cash here, but in its current situation, I take a look and what do we have? We have a group. Now this is where I'm always talking about the 4 hours, right? When you get that cross, you get a 4 hour. You take a look. Here's your 4 hour moon. Where does that hit? The 4 hour moon hits where? Here's our 15-minute trade that we jumped in. Where did our 4 hour moon hit? Right where the entry was. You see that? Now, what kind of coincidence is that? Right? So that's where I'm talking about. It's like, you know, waiting on those trades. This 4 hour moon hit in here, which means you would have got somewhere in here. You would have got at least half this candle, right? So it would be somewhere in, you know, at least this zone in here, which would still have been a nice little, you know, 4%, 3% run, just waiting on that green moon. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, so that's why I don't really, for me, instead of waiting the 12 hours hunting it down, I'm just looking for the moons, right? So let's go here and take a look at the 2 hour moon on there. So here's our 2 hour moon, and we're coming down, and then on the 2 hour, what are we always waiting for? A 2 hour moon with a what? Trend, right? Here's the trend right here for the 2 hour. Would have flashed on this moon somewhere in this point here, right? So you'd have seen this trend starting to flash halfway through this candle. You enter on that trend flash, and what do you end up with? 3% again. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Patience, man.
Patience. Waiting for the bonuses to come in, right? And at that point, we know we got a nice little trade. A lot of times, you know, one thing I was always looking at was like, even kind of saying, hey, wait for a pullback. Like, if everything stays good, wait for the first line of people, the guys who bought the trend. So there's always the guys who are like whales, right, where they've got, you know, sitting around, you know, and they can put 10, 15, 20 grand on a coin when it's at its bottom, 5 grand. I mean, you guys got to realize, like, when we leverage, like, shit, when I leverage 5 grand, I'm leveraging that shit at a 50x. You know what I mean? $250,000.
Yeah.
So if I'm buying at the bottom of a fucking dip or a trend, right, somewhere in this zone here, all right, I'm going to sell on the first pump.
Of course,
right?
Yeah.
So a lot of times, me personally, once I see that, that's what causes, like, you hear guys go like, oh, there's a gap, a fair price gap, right? All that was that the whales bought in at the bottom of a trend. And they've been sitting there for fucking 7 days, maybe 10, maybe 12. And all of a sudden, this coin pumps because of some news. And then as soon as they hit their 30%, they dump, right? So a lot of times when I see these 2 hours right now, I'm going to start looking at this a little more closely because it's like I want to find something that's consistent, right? Like a law of average. Like, does this happen at least 8 out of 10 times or 7 out of 10 times? So if we play this 7 out of 10 times, will we be beneficial by following this particular rule? And one of the rules I've been kind of like tracking was when the 2 hour hits with a 2 hour trend, right? to wait for the very first pullbacks, right? And you can kind of see here that the RSI is already oversold, right? So here I would say to myself, all right, let's let this run out, and then boom, we have this huge dump, right? And right there we start to see SR come down. We go, oh shit! And on that dump, now me personally, I'm the guy that when I see a big ass dump like that and everything's green, and it stays green, I buy this candle.
Right.
Because that's like, to me, is like, oh shit, that's a liquidity grab. These are the first whales taking profit. Most traders, so you'll hear a lot of traders, one of their philosophy is that once you see a trade moving up, when it bounces by the pullback, right?
Yeah.
Now, what's happening is that people are starting to learn to trade, and they're starting these philosophies, right? So for instance, right here, you got a big candle, engulfing candle, it pulls back. You see that pullback? The guys, most traders who are learning will buy this candle here. They will ride this up, and then they will dump again. And on this pullback, right, this is where FOMO comes in. This is retail investors now jump in, and retail investors buy this candle.
Get fucked.
They get fucked because it's like, and why? It's because the whales already basically, this was the first pump. The whales were the pumping. This pulled back, got rid of all the rookies who don't know that it's a double pump. And then the next traders say, all right, this is the move. This is the whale move. And there goes the whale move. And then this comes in and everybody sells. And then FOMO says, shit, this coin's on fire. And then they buy. And then all the guys all the rookies who got in here, luckily because somebody saw it pumping, wrote it to here, was like, man, this shit's going to the moon. And then it sees this big ass red candle, and they're like, oh shit, I'm negative 10%. And then on the next candle, it goes up 7%. They're like, fuck that, I'm out. And then all the retail investors dump on the other retail investors, and then you see this huge fucking pullback. Now these two guys that made this trade are like, oh shit, that's back to the fair price gap. And they come in and they say, fuck it, let me go ahead and get back in here. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to ride this bitch up to another 30%, right? So then go here, and I'll show you, like, okay, here's your first push, right? And there's a guy I spent like 5 hours a day with for like a month, right? EC, right? But he doesn't. He's a tech guy, so he's like doing a shitload of tech jobs. But every once in a while he pops in. But right here, all I taught him was the whale push, right? Which is when you see these candles start to come in, the fair gap price comes in, and this is where most whales are buying down in these zones here, right? And the first thing they want is a 30% return, right? And that return is normally like a 10% move because they're doing a 20x, right? 20 to 30x. So that's their 20% profit right there, right? That's where they take profit, right there. Now, when it pulls back and you get a fair gap price, they come right back and they buy in here, right? And now, there's the next move right there. And then all of a sudden, they get this big ass pump going on, and now it's like they've already hit this trade twice. And that's where you see right here, they start to sell off, but now the momentum's cooking, right? So now it's got potential. A lot of these guys dump the profits in here, and they're like, yeah, I'm going to let this shit run until this shit ends, right? And that's where you see all this extra volume, because this trade is funded by all these people's money.
Correct.
Yeah, now they're
makes sense.
House money, right?
Yeah,
and that's what they want to make. Yeah, that's what they want to make. They want to make 10% moves. So if you want to say, okay, how far is this going to run, VC? You can go here and say, okay, here's my first big candle, right? You can go to the bottom of that big candle and say, okay, here's that second push, right there. That's how far it's going to run, right? Or if you want to be safe, you go to the bottom of that first big push and you say, okay, that's a big push. I'm going to the bottom of that candle, right? And that is where you are normally going to see that push. Now notice here, look what happened. They took profits again.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Probably offloaded half their bags or whatever there.
Yeah, and now this is the pullback. What comes in? The next traders that wait for the pullback, they bought here, right? It pushed, and what did they do? They dumped. And then who came in? FOMO Joe. Got dumped on, right? And now we're back. Now we're back to the cycle again. Now you're saying, okay, what's the fair price gap? fair price gap is the bottom of this right here. So now the next move is, okay, we should be seeing this move come somewhere in between here.
Mm.
It's just a vicious cycle of repeating itself. But that's kind of like, it'll give you an ideal, right? Now this is the third time they're pumping this coin, right? So the third time is kind of like a hard push. Like I expect the third time to be half of what it's doing, right? With somewhere in this 5-point mark right here, right? Which is where we're at right now, which is funny. See that?
Mm-hmm.
Because there's no more money. There's only so much fucking money.
Yeah, correct. So you can see the volume there as
Yeah.
well. And
Yeah. So for here, I would be looking to basically short this coin. Like this coin would
Yeah,
be
cool.
start, and you can see right here the volume starting to fall off on the 2 hour right there. The buyers are starting to fall off. This is the third rally, the third leg. That's pretty much the end. So you ever hear somebody say it rejected 3 times?
yeah, that's yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing on the legs. The third leg is kind of the end of the leg because you have the first leg, which is whales. The second leg are traders. The third leg is FOMO.
Right.
And that's where we're at right now.
Yeah. So a triple top of that down.
Yeah. And a lot of guys, if you have a shitload, if you're a big ass whale, you want a 30% move. You're basically coming in on these levels down here, and you're going to ride a trade literally 30%, right? So this is kind of where they're sitting right here. And it's always like a 20% move with a 10x, right? So this is where they're really sitting in this zone here. So they're at their 20% mark right here. So to me, this line, this 20% right here, that's actually the end of this rally.
Right. Right.
Right, and that's how
Makes
simple
sense.
it is.
Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah. Makes sense.
So if you see this, if you see a big ass pullback on a 2 hour and you start to see this trend pop, you can just go over here and say, okay, I'm gonna take a look here. This is where the really good ass investors started buying here because they're the reason why this fucking thing started pumping in the first place. Then you can go off their candle, hit that pullback right here, and then say, this is my target.
Mm.
Now, if you're doing, let's say, 10x, right, like a fucking whale, you can do a 10x on a margin play on, and just basically lock in, $1,000 on a 10x play, and just hold that rally until this coin does a 20% gain, and then you can get out because that's most whale moves right there. Whales move at 20%.
Right. Right.
That's their favorite spot, 20%. Like that's the most common. They love the 20 to 30% is it. 20% is 80% of the time. 30 is like 20. But once you get to that 20, that's the end of the rally.
So
that.
you're always learning. You're learning new stuff every day, huh?
Yeah. This is just gonna let you kind of have an idea of like what moves are happening. When people say, "Hey man, there's a big pullback," what moves are happening, right? So here, as we're moving across here, there's always these moves. They're always the same type of move, right? And then you can always take a whale move and say, okay, what are the whales doing, right? So when you see this big move start happening, you could have got in here. You could have known right away that your level is going to be somewhere right here, right? That's the safe.
You often hear some of them saying VC there, the banker's coin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or banker's candle, is it?
Yeah.
Banker's
it's
candle.
an institution candle.
Yeah.
So an institution candle, that's where most. So an institution candle like this candle here.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
What happens after the institution makes their money?
Pullback. Yeah.
Yeah, pullback. Right, and then that's where you're kind of sitting right there. I mean, like I said, I could come in here and say, okay, here's my momentum. Notice here I got my green trend on my 2 hour. Right, green moon, green trend. Right, what does that mean? I'm entering in there. Right, where's my RSI on this trade? Right, green moon, green trend, positive volume, RSI at the bottom. We enter right here on this coin. Right, like look at this fucking trade.
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this shit's easy, man. Look at it, 50%
It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, so I mean, imagine if you were taking it easy and you're only doing a 20x.
You say something. Fucking nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, nothing wrong with 1,000% on 1,000.
Jesus.
Okay.
Sweet, man.
Yeah, so I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, guys, focus on those bigger time frames to get yourself into these type of trades. I like to use KuCoin at the 10x margin, do an isolated margin a lot of times on the coins and just do a 10x, and I just let that sit as I'm waiting for these runs to clear out, and that's kind of where it is. So on a 2 hour, right, a lot of times, you know, you go to half of what you're doing, which would be the 1 hour move, right? So we would be selling this on the 1 hour trend change. So we went in on the 2 hour green trend, we sell on the 1 hour green trend, or the red trend, which would be the bottom of that candle. I mean, you still made 35% on that move. All right, so even if you bought it out there, yeah. And honestly, you should be, you should have your stop loss at 10% behind. So when this candle got to 50, your stop loss should have been at 40 anyways, which would be right here. So then that's kind of where you would be stopped out anyway.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah, so that's pretty much how I play that one right there. So that's like, you know, just moving along and then just kind of seeing how the trade plays out. So we got everything green says go. Here's our 1 hour. It comes in, and then all of a sudden maybe I'm still watching this candle. I'm like, you know, we're still moving here. The 1 hour trend goes back to green here, right? And I say, okay, hey, I'm gonna play this 1 hour trend now that I got this movement here, right? I'm gonna jump back in on my 1 hour trend. Let's say if you get a bad position there, and you roll this up, and here's where the 1 hour trend changes red again. So that is another, you know, 4, so say 3%. Right? Now you're kind of just riding this out, saying, okay, I got my first trade and I got the bounce.
Yeah.
That's where it is. Even if you were getting like just playing this as it was moving, right? And let me see where this is at here. RSI is at the bottom. Yeah, here's another 1% candle right here. Another nice little.
So you could get in on the 1 hour green moon and green trend, right?
Yeah.
And look for the 15-minute red trend to get out.
Yeah, exactly.
Or the red moon on the 15th.
Correct. And right there, you would make there's another 1% trade right there, you know. But now you're getting kind of like, all right, that's my third leg that I made off of this. I like doing 2 legs and that's about it. Because then the third, it gets a little kind of like, now I'm getting greedy. Like that's a little.
And would you,
Yeah.
and would you stick to the same pairs, or do you like swapping them around all the time just to make it a bit more interesting? Or
Well, when you say pairs, what do you mean, like MX versus USDT?
yeah, well, say you're trading MX, then you might be into say Matic. If you like trading those two, for argument's sake, would you kind of tend to stick with them, or would you?
No, I mean that's why I kind of like. So I think a lot of times people like to have their favorite coins. Like for me personally, I'm just kind of, that's what I'm always saying, people, guys, whatever trade you're in, just post it. So, because a lot of times I'm like, I wasn't even looking, like for instance, if we take a look at the Discord, right? You got a lot of guys in here that are, like I was talking to Moon earlier and I was like, Moon, where the hell are you finding LOD or some shit? Like I have never even looked at LOD. Right? Yeah, so so earlier with my short on LOD that produced 200 cents, when the coins have been pumping, it's going to retrace. So this is basically, you know, here's a nice little, you know, just sharing information. Like Spoon's been with me for shit, man, fucking over a year. I don't even know, a while. Moon's like an OG. Right. So these are just, you know, and everyone's out there learning all these. There's 1,000 ways to make money. It's like when you put them together. So the system that I'm really driving home is just, you know, it's just, you know, what I really notice is that there's so many ways to make money and so many people make the money. What happens is they don't fucking take the profits. They don't understand the concept of what we're really doing. And what we're doing here is like, we're trying to build $50 bags so that we can put that into another trade and basically continue to make these, you know, 25% gains. And the more gains we make, the more money we make, right? And it's just keeping it simple. Yeah. Like, we're not here to go for 200, 300x. Like this, I mean, he's kind of mastered his little play here. So what he does is real simple, right? It's going to retrade. Remember I talked about this earlier looking at the coins, and I'll show you what to look at. So earlier with LDO that produced 270 gains, coin has been pumping. It's going to retrace at some point. 15-minute RSI was oversold. 5 minutes started to bend. The 1 hour was bending down. I look for previous highs in the range that show me the resistance. I'll start very small amounts, averaging in the trade, right? And remember, sometimes I'll say to you guys, like, if you have $100 and you're averaging in, start with 25%. Mm-hmm. This is what he's doing. So he starts with small pieces of, you know, what he's doing is he knows the short's coming. So what he starts doing is that, okay, is this where it starts? I'm going to take 20 of my 100. And then if it bounces, Then he butts another 20 at that bounce, because that way he's cost average buying into his short. Yeah. So that way, you know, even though it's like his leverage is getting, you know, his leverage bounced up and he's down negative 2% or 3% or 10, but if he bought $20 originally and he puts another 20 on that bounce, he's not down 10%, he's only down 5.
Correct.
Yeah, so then, you know, it starts to go down, it bounces again, he buys the bounce again. Right? Keeping that cost average, working it down until eventually it just gets exhausted and it falls, right? A lot of times, what I like to do is I kind of say to myself, like, this is about being greedy, right? You want to say to yourself, all right, we have where you have a scenario where anytime that I say I want to get into a short or something like that, right? And I want the best entry. I always expect, even with an RSI, even with a, you know, everything lining up properly, I always basically, I wait for the bounce. Like, I'm always like, okay, there's going to be one last hurrah, right? And then I jump on that hurrah, right? I'm always like saying to myself, one last hurrah. That's really what that comes down to. You know, that's where you want to say, that's kind of like, you want to be greedy and you want the best entry, right? Being greedy isn't like always like trying to take the best profits at a scenario, right? Being greedy is like, how do we get the best profits? You get the best entry, right? If you want to get into a coin that's $1, right, and it's at $1.50, and you're like, yo, I'm gonna buy this coin at $1 when it comes down to its support level, right? And it starts to get near its support level, right? So a lot of times people are like, all right, man, I'm about to get in. Get to the point where it's like, okay, I'm gonna get in at 80 cents. You know what I mean? And then you start to see it break that $1, and you're like, shit, I'm getting in at 70. Right? You start working your way down. You're like, all right, I'm getting in at 60. Right? And then all of a sudden, you know, sometimes that coin will go down to 80 and then start to go up, and you're like, oh, it's reversing. And then you get in at $1 where you wanted to originally. Right? You didn't lose shit.
That shit
didn't lose
happens
shit.
as well.
Yeah. But if you're sitting there and you're like, yo, I'm getting in at $1, and it starts getting to $1, and you're like, I'm getting in at 90. And it gets past $1, and you're like, shit, I'm at 80. And it starts to go down, and you're like, fuck, man, I'm going to 70. And all of a sudden, there's this big-ass candle. Right? And you're like, shit, 50 cents. And you're like, boom, I buy. Right? Now, when that goes back to the $1, you've already made 50% of your money. You've already doubled up. You made 100% by waiting. And that's not even you doing your $1 to your $1.50. Right?
Look, it boils back down to one thing again: patience.
Patience, right? Greedy. Give me the better entry. Give me the better, you know, give me a better entry price. Give me a, you know, just ask for more, right? Yeah. And that way you start, you know, getting in there. Another way is kind of what he's doing. He's cost average buying, right? Me, I always think that it's going to pump, right? I always think it's going to fall a little more. You know what I mean? And that's just me. You know, when you start saying that to yourself, you find yourself getting more greedy, and you're like, all right. And if you miss a trade, who gives a shit? Because the next trade, if you hit it the way you want, it's worth 300% more. Yeah. So you always get your money back. But the one thing you don't do is give away your money. Yeah. That's the mindset. Right?
That's it. Of course.
It's not about getting into trades. It's about getting in the right kind of trades. So let me spoon this out real quick. So basically, what I'm going to do here, Spoony. Copy that. I'm going to throw this into frequently asked questions. Bada boom, bada bing. Okay. So that's what he's talking about here. So 15 minutes, he's looking at it all, bending. I look at the previous highs, range. I look at the previous highs in the range. That may show some resistance. Right, I'll start very small amount, averaging in the trade as it has possibility to go up, but I never lose more than 15% in case it continues up. So that's a big thing. He puts a 15% on there. Now, me personally, I play the 15%. Like, I'm looking for it to go up, right? I'm waiting for that ultimate give up, right? As I see where I short can go look for previous areas, resistance that can break through. I love it, man. This is great. You guys should all like his fucking little thing there. Love it, man. Fucking 100. And that's just the concept, right? And we'll cover that in the moments there, but that's something you guys can look at and really look at Jedi Girl. Nice fire. And that's kind of where it is. Craig Pava. Cancel this out real quick. Forward contact.
You think-
So wait, I wanted to cancel for this. Hold on. What's your email?
Do you think, VC, that some of the lads in the Discord that you would be able to put up some of the trades before they actually physically, when they're getting into them?
Yeah. So that's what we're working on right now. So what we basically, a lot of times, because guys, it's kind of like a mindset, right? And this is what. So what I'm trying. So Spoon, Spoon is like, Spoon would be way ahead if Spoon was a little more patient too, right? So what I try to do is, like, I'm trying to get these guys, like, anytime they're looking at a trade, I want them to post it, right?
Yeah.
And they just feel like they don't want to post something they're looking at if it goes wrong. And it's like, guys, we already expect 3 out of 10 trades to go wrong. Like, that's not a big deal.
Yeah,
like, everybody's
yeah.
responsible for where they get in. This is why I don't have where, when I'm on live and I'm doing a trade, I'm trading with the indicators. So it's the same fucking trade you guys would take if you were using your indicators, right? So I'm not taking any trades or doing any trades that I don't see are happening. So it's like, for me, it's like, yeah, everyone's responsible for their own trades. Everybody needs to, work on, the pricing and what they're doing and how much their risk reward. And that's why I'm always implementing the, don't trade more than $10 until you can make $10 into 100, right?
Yeah.
And what that really is that once you get $10 to 100, then you can start trading 20 to 100, and then 50 to 100, and now you've got fucking $400 on the side, and now you can go, okay, I'm doing $50 a trade now, right? Because at $50 a trade, if you've got 4 different bags, right, and you're making $12 a bag, right, and that's just simple math, right? This is the simplicity of it, right? If you got $12 a bag times 4, you do 4 trades a day, that's $48, right? 5 days a week, $240. You double that up next week, that $240 becomes $480. Then you get more trades there, you double that up again, now you're making $960 a week.
Yeah.
And it cost you was $10 fucking dollars. Or you made a bunch of mistakes, $10 equaled 100, but by the time you got to 100 or 200, you said, fuck, I'm going to be patient. And then once you're patient, you win.
Yeah, because I definitely think if especially for the the people who are only starting off, if the other lads, like, we're all meant to be working and all singing from the same hymn sheet. So if the lads who are way ahead can show the other lads as well, the starting entry, the starting point, just even if they were only doing it, as you said, for a few dollars in a trade, just so they get familiarized, and everything else by doing that.
Right. Yeah, that's what we're doing. So, and what I want to do here is kind of like what I'm doing with Spoon, because a lot of times, guys just don't want to be like, oh, I had a trade, but it went shitty, right? But what Spoon doesn't realize is, like, I want him to post because I want him to be more responsible for himself. You see?
Right, yeah.
Because he'll be like, all right, this looks good, but I don't know how good, right?
Yeah. He'd probably pull back down.
Yeah. Then he'll be more selective, right? He'll make a shitload of more money.
Yeah.
Right. So that's really what it is. Yeah. That's what I'm always telling you guys. Whatever trade you guys are doing, post it. Hey, I'm looking at this trade, waiting for the 5 minute. Then I can, swing back, look at the charts, and go, guys, look right here, you missed this. And, shit, I made a mistake. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
That's simple. Like, you know what I'm saying? And this is also why when you look at the Discord, I have all these sections here. 4-hour moons, right? Post when you see a 4-hour fucking moon, right? Post when you see a moon go from one color to another color and reset, right? Post the 5-minute trends. Like, oh, my 5-minute trend is moving down. Like, see here, Richmond's basically watching everything. He's learning all these little basics here, right? And then once we
Right.
start really like seeing all these things, we start putting together because these are trends and these are RSIs, right? So trends up top, RSIs on the bottom, right? So then you can start looking and going, oh shit, that was a big ass spike on that, right? And all of a sudden you start realizing what these indicators mean, right? So that way you can start piecing the puzzle together. It just takes a little bit of time, right?
Yeah,
Me,
yeah,
I just love the 4 hour moons, the 2 hour moons, you know, the 1 hour with the trends with the positive value. Like I'm just so waiting for that moment. Now do I like to, you know, trade with the 15 minute and get some sniper trades here and there? Yeah, but I mean I have to have something that's like being consistent. So for instance, what I noticed on MX, right, as I'm starting to trade MX, is I realized that MX had a trend that was constantly winning, right? So here, if you take a look at the hour trend, you have these ups and these downs as you go forward. This trend is still entry. So you could have got in this trend here. All right, so here's our 1 hour trend. Here's our green moon. Here's our 1 hour. As we move through, we finally get some positive volume in here, right? And then the RSI's topped out. We let the RSI come all the way back down. We start to see here, we have a red moon now, right? But what do we have? We have a green moon, a green trend, a red moon with a green trend, and here's the moon reset right there.
Yeah, so a bit of a pullback and then
Yeah. So then
after the race.
That's my favorite trade right here. Green moon, green trend, go to red moon, back to green trend, right there. Boom. Like that's my favorite trade as far as like anything out there because now I'm entering right here, right? And at that moment, I'm still in this damn trade. Like this trade here, I'm in here.
Yeah.
And now I can write out and say, okay, I'm going to get out of this trade. So let's move over here. Let's say we do the moon reset, right? So that moon reset came in right here. And I'm going to basically, let's see where I could, and where would I get out of this trade? So let's go to the 30-minute and we'll see where we got in here. And then we're selling out of this 30-minute red trend, right? We haven't got it yet. So we're still in this trade. See what I'm saying?
Nice. Yeah.
So this trade right here, a simple ass moon reset trade, even if you got in, let's say you got in the worst case scenario, let's say you got in up here. Shit. This trade right here, right now is sitting here. This is already produced 11%.
And the 50x,
the coin is.
that'd be sweet.
Yeah, the coin is up here. This is a 12% gain, but we're sitting back at least 4% on here because now we're at a 10 mark or whatever. We've seen these pullbacks right here. We had that nice little push here. You got 14%, right? Normally, you know, as you're starting to run, you're just waiting for that trend to change, right? So you don't really have a stop loss here because you're watching the trend. Now, on that scenario, when I hit the 5% mark down here, I put my stop loss at my 5% because that is literally with a 20 or, I mean, I'm always trading 40, 50x. So right there, I'm already up massively. That's like, oof. I mean, you're talking huge gains here.
Yeah, massive. Yeah.
So I'm gonna lock in at that 5% mark, and I'm saying, okay, I'm gonna ride this out, and as soon as this trend goes red, I'm gonna get out. Right? Still hasn't gone red yet.
So if the 1 hour has a green moon and green trend, right? Would you wait of the RSIs at the top? Would you wait till that RSI at the bottom before entering?
Yeah. So this is where we were here, right? So this trade right here was this is the moon reset. Remember? So the first thing is we had an earlier trade here, right? So and these trades, all of them, even if you entered the other trade, you're still winning. Here's your green moon, right? Here's your green trend. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't enter this trade right here unless there were some other variables, right? So let me see if there was anything else there that made that trade, you know, a good trade. So let's go here. Let's take a look at this right here, guys. And this right here is where the trade was happening, right? And this was a great trade. So me personally, I love a pullback, right? So here's a great green moon, green trend. I don't have positive volume, right? So I would kind of be like, I'll wait on this, right? And it depends. We can go look at these other scenarios because there's more than one scenario than that. So green moon, green trend, no positive volume, which means I need to go look at some other variables, right? But normally, as you go through this cycle, you get a red moon, red and still a green trend. Then you get your moon reset right back to your green moon, right? And at that point, that's where you see the green moon come in, and this is where we would enter the trade. And that's that trade that we're running right now for 14%, right? just on the moon reset. Like I
Okay.
always talk about the moon reset trades, right? If you guys go into the Discord, you're gonna see right there where we have the moon like trade examples, right? This is where you can see how to do longs, 4 to 12 day trades, 10x. Students, and this is I put in here when people did a trade and it went wrong. Like what went wrong there, right? And this is where the trades are. So we have moon trades in here, right? Top trades, moon trades, and that's really what we focus on is just there. Now here's a moon trade, 4-hour moon color with the volume. So those are the trades I like, and then the moon resets, right? I don't know if I have one in here, but I'll throw it in here.
Okay.
The moon resets are always great, right? One trade, be patient. Oh, here, I think I have it on the main thing. I'll throw it in here too, but here. Moon, 5 minutes, trade examples. I think I have a moon reset. Yeah, I put it in the right here. So here, moon reset inside of there right here, moon resets, right? So this is where you could post moon resets when you see them. You could post them right there, what it happens, right? So a moon reset is basically when it just, trades you one color to another. And I'll put more stuff in. I know it's in there somewhere.
So
But here, let's go back here and say, okay, here's a green moon, here's a green trend, right? What makes this jump? Let's go back here. We'll jump to the 2 hour. Let's see what the 2 hour is doing. So at this moment here, here's our 2 hour. This is where that moon hit. The 2 hour RSI is pushing up. So I like the 2 hour moon with the 1 hour set, right? So let's go back to the 1 hour. Now remember the trade. What's the trade that we do? A 2 hour moon with a 1 hour green trend, right? So that would be that trade right there.
So you would have entered.
Yeah, I would have entered there because I was tracking my 2 hour. Now the 2 hour moon would have happened previous, right? Because I would have got an alert right here that this moon popped up here, and I would be waiting for that 1 hour trend, which happened there. So that would have gave me
So as soon
that
as
win.
the 1 hour green trend pops up, doesn't matter where that current candle's at. You can just enter, or do you wait?
Yeah, I jump on that.
Oh, you just jump on it,
Yeah, because that
and
trend
you get off.
means there's volume coming in.
Okay, but you would get out on the 15 or 5 minute or
Yeah, so if I jumped in
trend
here, right?
change?
Yeah, so on this trend here, if I jumped in on the 1 hour, right, then I would jump over to like into the 30 zone, all right, and that's
Right.
kind of, you can see where this is all flowing here, right? And me personally, I'm getting out on the 15-minute trend,
Okay,
which would have happened up in here.
okay,
Now, a lot of times I'm going to get stopped out anyways, because on this particular trade right here, let's see where the percent is. So let's say we enter the trade right there. Let's say we get a basic entry in this level here. So in this particular trade, more than likely, because I'm moving my stop losses, and this is your moon trending here. So I'm going to say that you guys, let's put you in not the greatest entry. Let's put in the basic entry here. So let's say that you come to the 15-minute. Another thing that I look at is, and I want to cover more, is the 200 moving average. When you guys see your 200 moving average, a lot of times if you're coming against it on the 15-minute, you guys will hear me talk about this in the videos. It's a very strong resistance and support line. So a lot of times here, I would have waited on this one entry here. I have two entries here. When I see this green trend here, my first entry is, do I ride this to the 200 moving average, right? That would be my first scenario trade, right? Is that trade worth money?
yeah,
Right? And I see here that's less than a half a point right here, right? So I wouldn't have taken this trade this early because I have the 200 moving average right there. Now, more than likely it's going to break it just because there's so much volume coming in at that moment. But a lot of times, just because I'm a very cautious trader, I would say, I'm going to wait till this breaks to 200, right? So I would have saw this candle break through, and then this candle would have basically landed on top there. And when this started to break through in there, this is where I would be entering this trade somewhere in this zone here. And then I would be riding it to this 15-minute zone here, right? So I'm getting my 1% out of here, even if I'm patient on everything I do. That's kind of the only thing that would have stopped me from getting into this trade. Yeah.
it would have came back down, and it could have possibly taken out your stop loss, right?
Yeah. So this is where, for me, if I'm looking at this scenario, a lot of times right here is where 2-hour moon, 2-hour, 1 hour trend, even in this shitty scenario, this is a very tough scenario, it still wins, right? So that's why a lot of these trades. That's why I'm always like when I talk about the trades. You know, even if you're just following the basics, you would have jumped in this trade in here. Like you would have said, okay, where am I at with my RSI? Here's my pullback. Here's my bounce. See how the RSI bounced here on the 15 minute. Like even if you guys were being patient, you're still going to get your percentages here. Not even worried about the 200. Me, I would have waited on that 200 because it's just a normal instinct for me. Because one of the things as you're a trader, it goes like this. Anytime you break a 200 moving average on the 15, you wait for the pullback candles to come back down to it, and then you re-enter as you move back up.
Okay.
Right? But that scenario, even with that scenario happening there, we still win this trade. So let's say that you're in the 1 hour and you get that 2 hour moon and that 2 hour trend. Those moons are basically letting you know there's a shitload of money coming into this play, right? So no matter where it's at, it's going to break through somewhere, right? So when we got here, we see our trend. Here's our 1 hour. We get that trend line for 2 hour moon, right? And this is where we see the setup. So let's go to our 2 hour. It just breaks through every single time. So that's what we're really looking at. Here's our 2 hour moon, right? 2 hour moon sets up back here. And now we're waiting for that 1 hour trend, which happens right here. And at that point, this is our entry right there. Now, I'm looking here. This also has a 200 moving average here, right? So this is also where I would say to myself, I'm looking for this move up. Like I'm always looking at that rejection sign. So right here, when I got into here, yeah, I'm going to make this trade because it's a 2 hour moon and on a 1 hour trend. So just by following the rules, I would just make this trade, right? So then I would slide
And
down.
you put a 25% stop loss, or was it at that at 10%? Like,
Yeah, 25. As soon as you get in, 25%. So this would be the entry here. So
and then I know once you get to a certain point, you say that you go like you change it up, right? You go like 10% or something.
Yeah. So I'm so a lot of times when I'm getting in because I'm pretty much certain of where I'm at in my trade because I'm following all these guidelines. A lot of guys, if they're doing longer trades, their rule of thumb is always to put like a 25 to 30% stop loss just when you get in, just in case the market goes shit, right? It's just it's a habit to do just to be cautious all the time, but it's about 25 to 30% you would put your stop loss, right?
All right.
Like that's simple.
But as it's going up, do you keep that 25% stop loss, or do you?
No, I start moving as soon as I start seeing as soon as I start hitting my number, that's when I start changing. Like so, for instance, right here, this is our moon right here, right? So we jump to the 15 minute to get in. What do we see on the 15 minute? We have a green moon. We see right here, looks good. And another thing I like to do, which you guys should start doing more, is look at the 30 minute because the 30 minute kind of leads, it has a good moment there, right? So I look here at the 30 minute. I still have room on my RSI going up. So this trade right here has a green moon, green trend, and I'm starting to see a move towards the upside on my RSI. So this trade is still looking good. I go to my 15 minute. Now I'm starting to go, okay, where am I getting in on this trade? I should be getting in right away. I'm going to wait to see if there's any pullbacks. So now I go here. I see this is the trade zone, but I take a look at my 15 minute RSI, right? You see right here? The 15 minute RSI is pulling back right there at that particular moment, right? So this is where I would wait on this pullback, right? So I would wait for this to pull back. It starts to go level, and right here when it crosses, so this would be my actual entry, right? Now, if I slide down to my 5 minutes to verify what I would be seeing, we should be seeing the same scenario here, right? So here's where the 5 minute, like the 15 minute was going down in this area here. We see the 5 minutes starting to push up, right? So we say, okay, the 5 minutes showing us that the future looks like it's going to be moving up, right? So that just confirms everything else that we see, that we're already in an upward movement here. So this trade is basically going to happen. You see how the 5 minutes moving up? That means 3 of these candles should give me an upward movement for the 15. So this basically lets me know that, hey, we're in a red trend on there. And the first thing I would do here is I would say, okay, I need a green trend on the 5 minute just to secure this, right? That's what that is. Right, so then I'm sitting here on the 5 minute because at this moment I realize the 15 minutes going down. So what do I see when the 15 minutes going down? I see this red 5-minute trend, right? So now I'm saying to myself, all right, maybe this is going to go down further than I think. I'm gonna wait until I see a 5-minute green trend before I start thinking of this trade. And we get that right here. So now the green trend comes back in, right? We see that moving. And you can even say to yourself, a lot of guys are a little more patient. They'll say to themselves, all right, I need some positive volume, right? Right here, we start to see our positive volume move in this zone here, right? So here's our green moon, our positive volume on the 5-minute. There's another entry right there. You see what I'm saying? Me personally, I already have a 2-hour green moon, a 1-hour green trend, which means this trade is a go. It's going to give me at least a 1% move plus, right? So that's where I'm at right there. I already know that worst case scenario, I get my 0.5%, which is all I really want anyways. I'm going to move in my stop loss. And now I'm setting myself up to where I'm setting that in. 5-minute trend goes back to green. Now I'm positive again. So now I'm like, okay, we're good to go. Now I would rotate over to my 5-minute or my 15-minute. And now I'm waiting for my 15-minute to basically confirm that it's going to start moving in the right direction again, right? And that's where it's kind of like going the cycle. And now we go to the 15-minute, and right there we see the cross right there. You see that? So now I got my cross.
Yeah.
We're
Okay.
good to go. And now just to verify, I see the cross happen, right? And I'm like, okay, cross just happened. Positive volume, that's a buy. So now just to kind of like, if I want to make my, feel a little safe, I slide right back to my 5 minutes because now I got my 15-minute going positive. I got positive volume. This is all happening on this candle right here. Then all of a sudden I see that my buyers are starting to push up, and no matter what, that green moon starts to flicker right there. I'm below my 80 mark on my 5-minute right here, and the 15-minute just bent. So this is my buy. So right here I would be buying in this candle right there. That's my candle. All right. So now, if you're trading,
And would you get out on the 5-minute trend change then?
Yeah,
And
I mean, for me, because we're getting in on this on it's percentages, right? Remember, it's percentages. Okay, so now I'm in this trade here, right? It's moving up. What do we have here? So this is kind of like the first 5-minute candle. What do I get here? I get a 1.5% move. Okay. Now remember, my whole percentages come down to this, right? 1% is my goal because I'm doing a 50x, right? So I want 25%. So let's move. Let's see where we're at a 1% move. So a 1% move would be in this zone here, right? So that's my scenario where I want to be. So this is where when you put your stop loss at 30%, when I cross the 0.5% move right here, right? This 0.5%, that's when I move my stop loss up. So when this hits this 1% mark, right? I'm moving my stop loss to the 0.5% right there. So no matter what happens here, I have 25% gains on a 50x. Okay?
all right.
So now my stop loss is set, and I can say to myself, all right, when am I going to sell this trade, right? So then that's when I would slide down and say, okay, I'm going to take a look at the 3-minute trend, right, to give me an ideal of where I'm going to get out of this trade. Because I already have my stop loss set. Everything looks good. I go to the 3-minute trend, and as you can see right here, this is where this 3-minute red comes in, right? And let's take a look at the moons. So here we go. We're in our trade right here. We're moving. We get a red moon right here, right? Meaning we're going to get some type of pullback. Notice that the 3-minute RSI is at the top here, and we're going to get this pullback. A lot of times, guys, to be honest, right there you see I'm at my 1%. When that red moon comes in, if I'm at my 1%, I'm going to take that 50x. Like I'll close that out because my entire goal is to get 25%. I'm at 50. Right? So when I see that red moon, I'm going to close out on that. Now, a lot of times what guys are doing, if it's like looking good and they're saying, okay, you know what? I'm just going to try to ride this out. And I look at these scenarios every time I'm in the trade, like, does it do good? Is it good? And this is where I was talking about any trade in there, I always do 2 legs and then I wait for a reset, right? So my first trade here would be this 50% gain. I would be getting out here at this 50x. I would see my red moon coming in, and I would be getting out at 50x, right? The pullback comes. Now we have a moon reset. What's a moon reset? The moon reset is a green moon, green trend, red moon, green trend, back to green moon, right? Now, when I'm watching this RSI start to happen, the 3-minute goes through a moon reset, right? I would be re-entering on that moon reset, right? Which would be right in here. And this is the second leg. I do 2 legs on a trade, right? So let's say we get into this zone here, right? This is where you get, if a second trade comes in, these are kind of like the trades that you can jump on. Now this gives another half a point, right? Now this is where a lot of times I'm telling guys like, look, once I'm out of a trade, I wait for a complete reset, and this is why, right? I took that 50x right there. The second leg, which is kind of where I think most people make the mistake, is they'll come in and be like, oh, it's bouncing again, right? And they'll jump on this trade, right? The problem is with that trade is that it's already produced profits, right? Which was 50%, right? A 1% move. So to me, once I got out of the 3-minute trade, I have to let the trend on the 3-minute reset. I think this is where you were talking about how you're always trading on the 1 and the 3-minute.
Yeah.
So I think this is kind of like a scenario where it could get you in trouble because
Right.
you're trying to play these double moves, right? And they're always taking back their money, right?
Mhm.
So me
Well,
personally, go ahead.
My stop loss also, I put sometimes I put a tight stop loss and sometimes I don't, but I just need to, I guess, get more familiar with the RSIs on the higher time frames and the lower time frames so I can be certain that it's going to go in the direction that I want it to go. But
And this is this is like, for me, the way I play this trade is going to be that 50%. When I hit that 50%, I have to make a decision, right? And my decision is either going to be setting my stop loss at the 25% gains, which is what
Right.
I want to have no matter what happens, right? Or taking the 50% gains and then waiting for this to reset on the 3-minute, which would happen.
yeah, because it looked like that wick might have took you out right there after that big red moon.
Yeah. So, I mean, me personally, I'm taking this 50% in this zone here just because it's 50%, right? Like, that's no hard feelings. I'm just here for 50%, right?
Yeah.
And then if I like this trade, once I'm out of a trade, right? So let's say that your scenario is I'm going to wait for the 3-minute trend, right? Which is okay. That means what you do is you put your stop loss where you entered, right? Once you see this big push, you put your stop loss. Once you see this move past 0.5% to 1%, you would put your stop loss at your entry point, right? So that way you're at least breaking even, okay? And you're only paying the cost of the trade, right? Then you would sit here and you would trade and you would watch this coin, and sometimes it goes on a crazy run, sometimes it doesn't. You would sit here and you go, okay, as soon as I see the red trend, which basically happens right here, like this would be your candle, and then that would be, you would be trading or selling off somewhere here, right? Now the difference is, this is where disciplined on your RSI, right? So you see your RSI, see how it dropped all the way down here?
Yeah.
Like by the time the trend triggered here, it would have been at the top of this candle. You would have looked here and go, shit, my RSI is already at the bottom, right? So this is where getting better, where you can't let panic set in, right? You have to kind of be in a situation where you're like, okay, now that my RSI is already at the bottom, I would be moving here. So as soon as this red trend popped in right here, right? And I look down and I see my RSI is already climbing down. So when I see this red trend, I already know my RSI is at the bottom, right? So when that red trend kicked in, I'm pretty much already convinced that this is going to bounce from here, right? So that's where you would slide to your 1 minute, right? That's what you're doing right there. This is where the 1 minute is going to give you a basic idea of what's about to happen in this trade, right? Let's see if we can find this trade. Okay. Let me find it again. this will help you out, like going through this scenario here.
Right.
Okay, so now I've already kind of like seen this happening. My RSIs are dipping. The trend came in late, and I'm like, oh shit, the RSI is already at the bottom. It's happening right here. When I slide to my 1 minute, right, because that's what I'm looking for. When I'm sliding into my 1 minute zone there, that's what I'm looking at. Is I'm seeing the 1 minute RSI is also at the bottom. So now I'm like, okay, I'm gonna let this, rotate back up, right? To basically, instead of taking that loss that came in right there, I'm gonna see what this is gonna do, because I already have my stop loss set into my entry, so I'm not really losing anything if this stops me out. So I'm gonna let this RSI play out right here. So then it moves back, starts to give you a little bit of rhythm, and you see it push back up, and that's where you see the recovery of what you were looking at, right? So let's go back in here.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I'm looking exactly at the right thing. So that's kind of where the resets are, right? So for me, that 1% move right there is that basic move that I like to have. It's just, for me, I just take that money. I don't like, because I don't ever want to be in a scenario where I'm not doing like what I want to see happen. So right in here, it's like this little percent move there. That's my 1% gain. And that's really what I'm looking at there. So let's see what we have here. So move, there's our pump, there's our pullback, and let's say that scenario right in here is where you got your stop loss right at this moment, and then at that point you're waiting for the pullback and the run, right? So let's put this, make this one here a color I can find. Perfect. So that's your scenario. You enter here, stop loss is set at $1.50, and now you're waiting for that pullback, and you say, okay, I'm going to get in and I'm looking for that 3 minute pullback, right? Or the 3 minute trend change, which would be your normal closing of this coin, right? The only problem is that 3 minute comes a little bit later.
Yeah.
And it's
What if you wait on the 5 minute trend?
Yeah, you'd already be dropped down right there. You'd pretty much be dropping down. But that's where I say by the time the trend kicks in would be on this candle, but your RSI would be already at the bottom, coming to the bottom there. You see what I'm saying? So at that point, that's where you would say to yourself, okay, RSI is bottomed out here. I already saw this coming, which means that like you've been watching the 1 minute, the 3 minute, it's going to bounce here, right? So this is the scenario where you see that RSI dump right there, and you would say, okay, I'm going to let this push back or recover, right? And then that's where you go to your 1 minute, because now you're going to let the 1 minute recover, and that's where you're going to get out of the trade and kind of recover some of that loss. Yes.
Okay.
But that takes a lot of like discipline, you know what I'm saying? That takes a lot of like.
Yeah, I wanna be more of a like a calmer trader instead of trying to get in and out.
And I think that's going to come with the, following the system and just understanding where you're at. That'll come with that on that moment there. So like this is where and that RSI starts to dip. Here's that moment it goes down. You look at the 1 minute RSI at this moment. You're like, oh shit, it's all the way at the bottom. So this, I'm going to ride this out. You ride it out, and all of a sudden it jumps, and that's where.
Yeah, because there's no sense in getting out when it's at the bottom, right?
Right.
You let it ride up, and then you can look to get out. Then.
Yeah. Don't panic. It always bounces. And then right here we have, and plus we have our stop loss. Remember, our stop loss is set right here at the entry, so we're still in a good position here. So remember our stop loss is set, and we've already decided that if this goes bad, I'm going to break even.
Right.
Right. So you're already in that scenario. So don't panic now. Right. Like, stay focused. Right. So right here, that RSI comes all the way down, and then it jumps right here. And as it's starting to jump up, we're seeing it turn into a green trend. And then we just say to ourselves, as soon as I get a red moon or whatever, because I got a green moon, I'm getting out of this trade. Right? So this is your recovery. Boom, your 1 minute hits right there. And the next thing you know, you're out of that trade right there.
Okay.
And that basically took you from panicking here, which would have gave you a little move in there. that gave you back up to a little more, you recovered a little bit on that side.
All right.
So that's where you should be looking when you're closing out of that type of trade. You know what I mean?
And trying to trade just off the 1 minute that's not a good idea.
No, because the the 1 minute is it's for scalping, right? But the 1 minute trades all come from figuring out where the coin is going, right? So you always want to know
Right.
what your minimum, like the minimum you want to know is like where the 30 minute is, like where's the RSI
Right.
on the 30 minute. Like
Yeah.
I mean personally, I love looking at the 1 hour, then the 30 minute, and then the 15 to give me my trend. Is this an up or down moment? Once you have that all lined up, then you can go to your 3 and 5 and start looking for scalping trades, on the 3 minute and 1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah, because once you pick the trade on the 3 minute and the 5 minute, you know what I mean? Then you go to the
Yeah.
1 minute to get your entries, and then you ride in and out of the 1 minute.
So if you're 1 hour, you gotta.
Yeah, your 1 hour, you got to know which way the coin's going, man. You just can't flip
Yeah,
the coin. You wanna always make sure that you have like.
So is the trend, say you got the 1 hour or the 2 hour, right? They're heading up, but you're in a red trend. What dictates your trend? The RSI going up or the color of the trend at that point?
Trend. The RSI is just your strength index, right?
Okay.
So the RSI is just your strength index. You know what I mean? The trend is what's happening with your coin, right? So for instance, now let's take a look, kind of like going through all the scenarios. Let's take a look here and let's take a look at MX, right? Because MX is a trade that we've been watching all day. It's been making some moves. And then once we go there, I'm going to show you what Spoon was talking about, right? So let's go through here and say, okay, right now, let's say you want to trade MX, right? And you're like, yo, I'm going to trade on my 1 minute, right? So you go here. First thing you do is you go to your 1 minute, because that's probably how you do it. And you say to yourself, all right, I'm going to take a look at my 1 minute RSIs. Here's my 1 minute RSI bottomed, right? I bought in, I rode that all the way out, and that's where I made my money. It came back down, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the scenario here, right? The difference is.
But you would want to confirm that your 1 hour is in a green trend. Your 15 minute has room to grow. The 5 minute also has room to grow. Your 3 minute also, and that'll give your 1 minute time to grow also, or.
Yeah. I mean, just take a look at your trades, right? So let's take a look at your 1 minute, right? You say, okay, where are the biggest moves on the 1 minute trend, right? So here's a short move on the 1 minute trend. Here's a half decent move on the 1 minute trend. Here's a pretty decent move on the 1 minute trend. So this is where I'm going to mark this box out. I'm going to come down here and I'm going to mark this particular move out through these trades. And that's going to be like, all right, that's a pretty half decent. And then I go look, because 1 minute looks like profit, even though it has a lot of candles, but sometimes it's not. So now I'm going to basically take this trade and say, okay, that's an average of 2.5% right there. So now I'm going to come down here. This looks like same type of trade. This looks good. And now I'm just scenarioing out like, okay, where do these trades get weaker? That's 2%. This isn't bad. So all these little one minute trends here are producing 1 minute trades, right? So pretty much from this level to this level, I've seen where I'm getting some pretty good results in this area here. Now, this right here, we had a little bit of a huge dump. So I'm going to mark this one here with a red candle so that I know I can take a look there and basically say this is where shit got a little hectic for me on this particular trade. And I'm going to go back and see what scenario is happening here. And that's where this one here, I'm going to turn red as well. Because that lets me know that from here, I've seen good movement. But here, I've seen shitty movement. And here, I've seen shitty movement, right? So now that I know that that's my points, I'm going to go and now take a look at my scenario, what's happening right now, real time in my coin, right? So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to jump to my 30 minute just to kind of see the scenario of my 30 minute.
Yeah.
And this is where I'm just kind of like breaking down what these particular areas look like, right?
Right.
So now
Okay.
I go in here and I say, okay, what was happening on this coin that shit got terrible? Look at the RSI on the 30 minute.
I like a yeah.
See that?
It's
The
heading
RSI
down.
is heading down. What happened there? You got shit on, right?
Right.
Now, where did it start to pick up? Started to pick up when the RSI bottomed and started to come
Mhm.
back up. See that 30 minute?
Yeah.
What happened here on this big ass dump?
Starting to head down.
Starting to head down. See what I'm saying?
Oh, and then also the moons, right?
Yeah, well, just the RSI on this. The RSI is a very strong indicator of relative strength, right? The moons are what we use to get in and out of like our movements, right? And that's we can see that in a second. I just wanted to show you.
That's just understanding the RSI
Mm-hmm.
on the higher time frames. In also like you trying to understand where the shorter frames, right, we're heading, but you look at the higher right time frame RSI, so you can determine how much of a movement in that direction, right?
Yep. I mean, because even though right here we have, I mean, look at this scenario, right? Here's a scenario where we have, you know, a 30 minute, right? And we have a trend here, right? Here's this trend. This trend is green moon, green trend way back here, right? And this is when things started to go good. Green moon, green trend, right? RSI kind of going across. We wait for it to reset. We buy here, which would be this little zone. We run that all the way to here, right? Right. So this
And then the
little,
RSI is topped off.
yeah, this little trade right here. Let's take a look at it and see if it's profitable. So we bought in at this zone right of the crossing of the RSI, which is right there, and we sold on the crossing right there. So take this up, that right there, nice little movement. That's about 2.5% right there. So just kind of playing the RSI on the 30 minute here would have gave us a nice little nice little 2% move. You see that?
Yeah. And every time, say it goes up, when it goes up 1% or 0.5%, you would put your stop loss up 25%, or
I'd go right to my half, right? Because I want my 25%.
okay.
So once I
Then
hit
it
that
goes up
1% mark,
1.5.
yeah, then I
It
move to
goes
my
up.
1%.
Okay.
And at that point, you know, you can say to yourself, you know, let it ride. You know what I'm saying? Come back and check later. Who cares?
So you set your stop loss, and you go up with your stop loss in increments of 25%.
Yeah. As long, I mean, these things move fast, man. I mean, you can gain 20% in like 30 seconds, 10 seconds.
Yeah, because like when I see it in 20% or something, right, I go up to like my 10%, so I can automatically try to get 10% if it goes down. But if I'm going off the 1 minute, that can go down quick. You know what I mean? So maybe the lower time frames. You know what I mean? It's knocking my stop loss off quicker.
Yeah, if you're what's your leverage?
Like 50x.
Yeah, I mean, man, you just if you see where you're struggling to get 10 or 20%, your entries are bad.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. Because
yeah, because you shouldn't.
yeah,
be,
I
you
definitely
shouldn't be
need to
struggling
understand
get
your
like
system.
20%.
I need to understand like the higher time frames with the smaller time frames, and not try to get in like when the market is jumping. You know what I mean? Because that's another thing.
Think of it like this, right? So every candle has the candles in it, right? So your 5-minute candle has 5 1-minutes in it, right? So our 30-minute candle, right? That's literally 2 15-minutes, right? Candles in there.
Right.
That's 6 5-minute candles in there. You know what I mean? And that's you know that's where the scenario is. It's like 31-minute candles. You know what I mean? There's a lot of candle action in there, right? So that's where those candles correlate, right? You want to use the bigger time frames to see where you're going, and the smaller time frames to get inside of those 30-minute candles at the best positions, right?
Right. I got you.
They have ladders, right? So the ladder goes up, they come down, comes up, come down, right? So you want to be entering those candles at the right levels.
Yeah,
right?
because if the 1 minute is at the top, right, already, and the 3 minutes barely heading up, right? Say it's barely heading up your 3 minute, but your 30 minutes just going up. You know what I mean? So a good
Yeah.
entry point, you know what I mean? I guess would be based. You'll have to look at your 15 and 5 to see where those are at. But which time frame would you use to get in? You use, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the lower one. So once you have an entry on your 1 hour, your 2 hour, your 30 minute, whatever it is, your 15 minute trade, you use the lower time frames, right? So if I'm getting in a trade on the 15 minute, I go to my 5 minute and then to my 3 minute to make sure that I'm getting in on a level inside that next 15 minute candle. But I'm getting
All
in at
right.
the best level in that candle.
So the higher time frames are telling you you're good to go in that direction, right? So 15 minutes starting to go up, right? Everything else saying go. Your 5 minute, it's past the 30, right?
Yeah, you want
And
to. So you got to start at the top, right? So you start at the 1 hour, then you go to the
yeah,
30, right? If you're going to be scalping or trying to look for the 1 minute trades, you need to start at the 30. The 30 RSI has to be in your favor. Okay, the 30-minute
yeah,
RSI has to be in your favor. Then you go to the 15 minute, and the 15-minute trend has to be in your favor.
right.
Okay.
But would your 1 hour also be in the green trend at that
No,
point?
because the 1 hour, that's like, when you go to a 1 minute, that's 60 candles, right? You're working on 15 candles, right? So there's a lot
Yeah.
of pumps in between those candles.
So you're talking. If I'm going to be using like the lower time frames, I got to make sure that the 15 minute is in the
Right. So
green
the
trend.
minimum on the lower time frames is 30-minute RSI has to be in your favor. The 15-minute trend has to be in your favor.
We say
With
30 minute
30-minute
green
RSI.
moon. Oh, 30 minute RSI,
Mm-hmm.
15 minute trend,
Mm-hmm.
and then
5-minute
what was it?
RSI.
Oh, 5 minute RSI,
Mm-hmm.
and then the 3 minute also on the RSI.
Think of it like this. Every time frame has a pullback. Okay?
Yeah.
The pullback on a 30-minute time frame is seen in the 5-minute time frame. Okay?
Okay.
So if you want to see the best 1-minute pullback, the 1-minute pullback is going to show you the 5-minute and the 15-minute pullback. Right? So you need to be looking at the 30 to see what direction the market is moving for you over the next 30 candles. Right? Because you're trading 1-minute candles. So for the next 30 candles, you need to know what direction the market is going for you for the next 30 candles. The 15-minute confirms the trend of the direction of the candles that you need to be looking at, red or green.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, that's really what the 30 and the 15 is doing, is telling you which candle you should be looking at. Should you be looking at green candles or should you be looking at red candles? So here we have a 30-minute, right? The trend on the 30-minute is green, right? With a green moon, which means currently if I was going to go short, or if I was going to go do 1-minute trades here, green moon, green trend on the 30 means what? I should be looking at green candles to get in on the bottoms to ride to the top. Second thing I want to do is look at my RSI. Right now the RSI is starting to pull back, which means my green candles are going to be very weak, and now my RSI is starting to head down, right? So here I could start looking on the RSI side, I can start looking for red candles right now while this RSI is dumping, right? So then on this here, so this trade right here, I'm going to turn this into a blue candle. Now I'm going to jump to my 15-minute candle to see what the 15-minute is telling me. So now the 15-minute says, yeah, you have a RSI that's dumping and you have a red moon. So now you can start looking for 1-minute candles in this level to go short, right? So this is your short zone right here. So now you go to your 5-minute, right?
Yeah. He said to call me or what?
And right here, guys, when you go to your 5-minute, this is where you can start saying, okay, I got a red moon and the RSI is oversold. So now I can start shorting my 1-minute, right? So now you jump to your 1-minute, and what do you have right here? So boom, here's your 1-minute. Here's your trade that's occurring right here. Your 1-minute trend turns red. You short that trend, right? So here's your
Yeah, I'm
trend.
sorry, BC.
You're good. You're good.
I
You're
had
good.
I had got a phone call, bro.
Yeah, I got you,
Can
bro.
you
I got you.
repeat that real quick if you don't mind? I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, yeah. So this is all recorded, man. So you can go back in there and kind of take a
Oh,
look.
okay, I got you. I
Yeah,
got you.
yeah.
I'll definitely
So
look
here,
over
we'll
it.
do it again right here. So quick look right here. So first thing is I'm going to see where the market is going so I can see what type of scenarios that I have going on, right? So first thing I'm going to do is go to my 30 minute, right? So I'm going to take a look at my 30, right? Here's my 30 minute. I have a green moon and a green trend. They're heading up, right? But here's the
Right.
RSI's starting to head down here. It's crossed
Head
over.
down.
Right, so I get an alert on my 30-minute RSI. So set your alerts on your 30-minute RSI. If you don't know how to do that, go into the Discord and look for the moon,
Yeah.
how to set your moon alerts. The RSI alerts are in there with the moon, okay?
Yeah,
And
I'm
then
gonna
you would
check that out.
basically, yeah, take a look there. You would set an alert to tell you when your 30-minute crosses. So you would get a text message to say that your 30-minute just crossed, right? Now,
Right.
how strong is it going to be? It's going to be not as strong as you'd like because it is a green moon and a green trend. So these pullbacks are going to be short pullbacks. They're not going to be massive pullbacks. Unlike this pullback here, this pullback has a red trend and a red moon, right?
Right.
So right here, when your RSI starts to bend here, and then all of a sudden right there it becomes, even though this RSI is way down here, when you get
Right.
a red trend, look how much that dumps.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? That
But
is,
okay.
yeah.
And that 30 minute didn't dump quick either, right? Because it's 30 minutes, I guess.
Yeah,
On the
it's
lower
30-minute
time
candle.
frames, it would.
Yeah, so you would have got alerted right here, right? When this trend, if you have the 30-minute trend RSI, or the alerts on your trend, 30-minute would have
Right.
let you know right here that this coin is weak, right?
Mhm.
And then you would be looking, this is literally from here to here, this is 1 hour.
Yeah.
So you have
Oh,
an
and the red
entire
moon comes on
hour.
the smaller candle, right?
Yeah, yeah. You have at least 30 minutes here to start looking for shorts. Here's the red moon right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is where I would be shorting because I don't like to go against the grain, right? Even though you can win here, man. Like that's the sad part is that you can do this shit half-ass and still win. But if you do it the way I teach, and be patient, then you win 400% more,
Right.
right? But you can still win just on simple philosophies of RSI on the 30-minute, right? So here,
Yeah.
I wouldn't really be shorting this market right here because the green is a moon and a trend, and that's telling me that all I need to do is wait for this RSI to hit the bottom, and then I'm going to start playing the 1 minute longs
Right.
because the 1 minute longs are going to be worth more than the 1 minute pullbacks.
Yeah. When the 30 minute bottoms,
Yeah,
those 1 minute longs would be greater.
yeah, or better odds of being successful, right?
Okay.
When you're going against the grain, you're taking away 50% of the possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So why would you want to, if somebody said, hey man, you have here's one row, here's a door here and another door here. All right. You got to make it across the room. And this room here, you have this door, if you open it up, there's a 50% chance less that you would make it. But this door over here has a 100% better chance. What door do you want?
Yeah, I want the 100%.
Yeah. Right. And that's why if you can't find it on the coin you're looking at, go look at another coin. You know what I mean? Wait for the coins
Yeah.
to be in your favor. Even if it takes a day. Who gives a shit? The percentages are going to make up for the why take risk when you can just wait 24 hours and win 300% more?
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what that comes down to right there. Right? So here, I wouldn't really be shorting this, but if you wanted to, if you were feeling like, man, it's over, it's been running, this entire run's been huge, and you say to yourself, after this big run, maybe I do want to short this. Right? So you see this big ass run, you come over here and say, okay, the RSI is breaking down, right? So right at that moment, I'm thinking to myself like, okay, here's the RSI breakdown. It's going to be on this candle here, right? So now you say to yourself, all right, I'm going to look to get into a short here now that my RSI is coming down. Then you would rotate. See the blue marker? You go to the 15-minute, right? Here's your 15-minute marker right here. What does the 15-minute say? The 15-minute says that we're still a green moon and a green trend, but that RSI is also overbought, right? So this short's looking even better. So then now we say, okay, now let's get into position for a short. And that is how we go down to the 5 minute, right? Because now we want to see where the 5 minute is. Does the 5 minute also follow the 15, the 30, the 30 and the 15? So now I'm over here and I'm like, okay, what do we have? The 5 minute RSI is actually already at the bottom. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it means that it's probably going to bounce. So now
Right.
what I would be waiting for at this moment is for my RSI to change, right? So now that I know that the 30 minute RSI is on the way down, the 30 minute RSI is on the way down, the 15 minute RSI is on the way down. So there is weakness in this coin. Now I go to the 5 minute to get into an area that confirms that I can start looking at my 1 minute, right? So then I wait here. The RSI is bottomed. I wait for it to be. I wait for the bounce. There's the bounce, right? Next thing you know, right here, I get a red moon, right? Now I'm like, oh, this is an alert for me, and the RSI is starting to bend down. So before it crosses, I want to get into a trade. So now I jump to my 1 minute, right? And a lot of times you can kind of, I always skip through the 3 minute real quick just to make sure the 3 minute also is confirming the 5, right? When I jump to my 3 minute, I look here, I see that my 3 minute already started coming down. You see what I'm saying? It's bending as well. So this is everything's lined up. This all looks the same. And plus the 3 minute already has a red moon and it's already bounced down right here. So this looks like it's a go. So now I jump to my 1 minute and now I'm ready to do my 50x trade. Because everything is lining up, everything is going in the right direction. Now, even though my trend and everything is still positive, it has been running for a long time here. There's been a big ass pump here and everything has to retrace or breathe, as we call it. So now I go over here and I'm like, all right, now I'm in my 1 minute mode, right? And what do I see on my 1 minute? Right here I look, what do I have? I have a green moon and a green trend. So I'm like, okay, I'm waiting. And then I see my RSI right here starting to, it just crossed, right? So right there on that cross, this is all happening right here. I would get in this short right there. So as soon as that crossed right there,
Okay.
right, that's where I would say to myself, okay, this is my short position here, right? Now, you can, that's how I would do it. Now you could even say, I'm going to wait for this green moon to go red. What happens? It happens right there. Green moon goes red. Your short comes in right here. Here's your short in the bottom of this candle. You're running a 50x. It comes down, and then you're holding this until you see, you know, whatever percent. As long as you're at your percents, because this is where the problem is. You're probably running into is where you're deciding, you know, what your stop losses is. As soon as this coin jumps into this area here, and I see this first big fall, right? That big fall comes in. That's a 0.31, right? And this is why playing the 1 minute isn't as profitable as playing the bigger time zones, right? Because you're dealing with smaller movements. So here's your big pullback, right? You would have got your 3%, and you would have been like, damn, that's awesome. And then what happened? It jumped all the way back.
Right. Yeah.
So right here, now you run into a situation right here where now this is negative 0.3.
Yep.
Right? Well, take a look at it. If you're at a 50x, that's 10%, right? So that's 10% right here that you're already negative. Which is where people panic and then sell. Right?
Yeah.
Now, everything went the way you wanted it to go. You got a red moon, everything's set up, everything's falling, everything looks good. The only difference is if you waited for the red trend, which would be right here, you would have got that huge dump. Now, remember earlier I was talking about I always like to wait for the bounce or the pullback, right? So when this big ass candle, this engulfing candle hit and it pulled back, right? This is where I would be looking to, if I was shorting, I wouldn't short this because the trend isn't in my favor, right? So this is where I think you're getting into trouble because you're seeing this big jump, but you don't close right there and all of a sudden it jumps back and you're down 10%, right? And you're like, shit, now you're holding, it comes back and it's like, you know, it's riding this wave and then finally it dumps back down and you're like, okay, I'm back in my position. Now, this is where your stop loss has to be. That's what we talk about, that 25% stop loss, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so here you're running your 25% stop loss. So the goal here is, as this continues to go down, you know, you're seeing your RSI, you know, come down in these positions. You waited for your red moon. The RSI is already towards its bottom there. So a lot of times what you would do in this zone here would be once your RSI comes to the bottom, right? All your other indicators say that you're going to short this position, okay? Now, a lot of times on that red moon, I think this is where a lot of people will jump in and try to get that short off right in this area here, right? But your RSI is already bottomed out, right? So for you, you have to be patient and you say, okay, now that I've got everything that I want, right? So here's my RSI right here. This is where the short, this little zone here, this is where the short should have came in, is when this RSI crossed right here, right? Now, if you're doing your RSI, you would have been in this zone here, somewhere in this zone here, which would put you right about here, right? So then this little drop would have gave you your 50% mark right there, right? So that's your 25%. So if you move your stop loss right there, you're going to trigger out right in that zone there right away. Now, the good news is you hit your 25%, so that trade did what it was supposed to do, right?
Can you shut this thing? Yeah. There you go, bro. Yeah.
So in reality, by going off your stop loss or your RSI right here when it crossed, this is your trade right here on this candle. You can go back and watch this. You would have got your 0.5%, which is your 25% win, and you're good to go. Now, if you're saying to yourself, okay, I'm going to hold this or sell on my RSI, which is your bounce right here. This is where the RSI crossed again right there. You would be selling there anyways, right? Now, if you get in this trade and you have a red trend and you say, you know what, I'm going to ride this red trend out, then what would have happened is you would have rode this red trend until this moment here, which pretty much is the same point, man. No matter what, you're ending up with the same scenario percent. You're ending up with a 50%, 0.5. You know what I mean? Now, these are the tricky trades because you got to decide. I wouldn't get in this trade because the volume is just in a different direction. But if you're in this trade, you take your RSI, you get your injury point, you ride the trend out. When the trend turns green, your RSI is already coming up to the top. You have a red moon here. So what do you say to yourself? Do I ride this out till I get a green moon? The green moon comes here on this push, which would still get you a scenario about, maybe about 1%. So, I mean, you end up where you want to be, but that's just, that trade right there is just, no matter how lucky you get, or if you make every right decision and you're like, all right, I'm going to hold it to the moon, I'm going to hold my RSI, and then you get a green moon here. I mean, all your scenarios, even if you wait for a green trend, with a green moon, which is here, that still means you're getting out somewhere in this zone here. No matter what you do, that trade is going to be 0.75 max to 0.5. You see what I'm saying? Like that's just not worth the risk. It's not worth the risk, man. That's why I wouldn't make that trade, because I'm in the 30-minute zone. Now, let's go back to the 30-minute and let's make a good trade. Let's make a good short, right? So now let's recreate this scenario and actually do the shit right. So now I say to myself, I got a green trend, a 30-minute green moon, 30-minute green trend, RSI is coming down. Now I'm going to wait for my RSI to bounce, right? So let's go to the RSI bounce, which is the cross, which is right about there, right? And now I'm going to play this until the RSI 30-minute bounces, right? And that's another scenario that, we're going to look at. And that's kind of in this zone. So green moon, green trend, RSI bottoms. This is the area that we would be looking to buy into this coin off of this RSI right about here.
Oh.
So let's trade over
So
here.
would it be a better strategy to get out, like go on a higher time frame, but get out on a 5 or a 3-minute trend changer?
Oh yeah, every time, man. But I mean, if your scenario works, but you're going against the grain.
Well, I think the problem is I can't evaluate each RSI. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you have to trade with. So like this scenario
Yeah, yeah.
here, let's do a trade where we're trading with
Because
the
the
30 minute.
RSIs, say if the higher time frame is at the bottom, the other RSIs are usually like they could be at the top, or you know what I mean, somewhere in the mid.
Yeah, yeah. You want to make so here. Let's say we're going to trade off the 30 minute, right? 30 minute time frame crosses right there, right? We see that cross happening. That's our alert in this zone here. You know, that's where we're seeing this kind of breaking through in this scenario here. So
Right.
let's say we'll call it this candle here. It doesn't really matter. All right. So now that that's all happening, I have a green moon, a green trend. The RSI bounce, right? The bounce right here would let me know that I'm getting in somewhere in between these two candles. So now I go to the 15
Okay.
minute, and let me see what the 15 minute is looking like at that scenario. And now I slide to the 15 minute, and I'm looking for confirmation, right? What do I have? 15 minute RSI crossed right there, so we're looking good. This candle is also looking good, and now we have a green moon, and now we're looking for a little more, you know, greenness here. So we're good there. This is great. Now I can slide over. I see the 15 minute already crossed. We're still going to work off that candle. I go to the 5 minute. And now that I'm looking at the 5 minute, I come across something here that's you know going to basically say, all right, my RSI is overbought here, but I just hit a green moon on this and a green trend. Okay, so now that scenario for me is like, okay, this is a moment that the 15 minute is heading up, the 30 minute is heading up, so this is a long in the position. Right here, I get the green moon, green trend, which means you're going to lag a little bit. So this candle would be this candle here when it would flash here, but this would be the candle that it would solidify, right?
Right.
Now,
Yeah.
a lot of guys
So-
jump in on this candle right here, right?
So based off your 30 and 15 minute, right? You would get in right there at that point, even if your 5 RSI is overbought.
No, that's what I'm about to show you. So a lot of guys, if you get in this, right? Take a look. If you get in this candle here, right? Even if you this is why the system is set up. The system, this is why it's always like I'm always beating in your guys' head, take your 25%, right? Trade 50x, take 25%. Very simple, right? If you're trading and you're trading on the lower leverages, then you can hold until the trends change, right? Right now we're just going to focus on doing 50x, right? 50x versus 20x or 30x is a lot different, right? So on a 50x or a 100x here, you would enter this trade right here, and even if you didn't wait for the RSI to pull back and you made a mistake and this is overbought, but you don't really see it because you're just anxious to get in a trade, you still hit your 0.5% move. You see what I'm saying? You're still getting
Yeah.
0.5%. So right there, your 50x would have gave you 25% gains. You would have closed that out and you would have said, damn, that was a good trade, but it's still moving up, right? Now that trade
Yeah.
still wins. Now what you should have done in this particular trade was, okay, green moon, RSI is oversold, green trend, I'm going to wait for this pullback, right? Positive volume, this all looks good. Comes up, comes back down. Now what I'm doing here is going, okay, what other time frame? Now that I have a time frame that is basically letting me know that I have a green moon, a green trend, this is my time frame. Now my RSI is overbought. So what I say to myself is like, all right, let me go take a look and see what the next time frame trade is, right? Meaning that if I waited for the 15 minute to bring me a trade, what would it look like, right? So this is where you would jump in this zone here and you say, okay, let me say, now that this is all lining up here and my 5 minute has a green moon and green trend, I'm going to wait for my green moon and my 15 minute green trend to hit. Right? Now I'm going to go to the further time
So you put it up
frame to give me a trade, right? So now as I'm starting to wait, this scenario is right in between these two lines right here. This is the scenario that I'm trying to wait for, because now since I couldn't get into the 5 minute with a low RSI to get the jump, now I'm going to
wait on the green trend.
Yeah, I'm going to wait for the 5 minute to reset, And that is basically, I go to the 15. The 15 is still in a red, which means it's still in a weaker play, right? So now what I'm going to do is, now that I know that, I'm going to say, well, shit, I might as well just wait for the 15 minute to give me a trade. So now in this scenario between these two areas, I'm going to show you what everything else looks like. So now I'm waiting for the 15-minute trend to go green in order to get a trade or an entry, or maybe even a 30-minute, you know. And now this is where getting greedy and saying I want better entries, right? This is where that scenario kind of comes in, where you're saying to yourself, okay, now that this is moving in the direction I want it to move, I want to get in the trade that's going to be the big trade, right? I want to make for the big trade. So now during
Yeah, when that green trend comes in, it looks like there's a bounce on the 15 right there also.
Yeah. So right there, I see my little trend, you know, that's my ideal. So the first trade in my mind is green moon, green trend on the 15, and we're going to have a movement, right? Now this particular trade comes in, right? Green trend, you hit this next green candle right there. What do you make? I mean, even there, you're doing really well. Even if you're just doing the basic, you know, you have your little move. Now for me, this is where getting greedy and getting a little more out of your trade. Like you can hit this green candle, get yourself a nice little another 50x there. Get your little point half there, 25%. But this is where I want you guys to, this is kind of like the scenario of moving your processes down to where you want to be, you know, looking for even better entries, right? So I want to show you why this trade was so weak, right? More than likely, we probably have something going on with the 30-minute and the 1 hour, right? That's why we didn't have a big bounce here. So now these two candles, let's take a look at the 30, and let's see what the 30-minute RSI was doing during that time frame. So now I go to my 30-minute because that's what I'm looking for is my 30-minute, right? And this is where I'm going to do a video on this because this is kind of like a scenario, because what I'm trying to do is eliminate the mistakes that you guys make so you can just make simple trades. So now I jump over to my 30 because remember, this is where the 15, you know, we had those movements, right? So remember, so here's our 15-minute, right? And what we're looking for is in between these moments, we had that red zone, and this is where it turned green, and this is where the 5-minute was green. So now when we look at the 30, right?
¿Ya terminaron?
When we look at this 30-minute,
O le digo a 39 que va a chequear.
let's see. This is where that 15-minute goes green.
Right, 1 and 2 to 39.
Let me zoom in on this.
Kill 1 and 2 to 39.
Go ahead.
Kill 1 and 2 to 39.
Go ahead, Mario.
Hey, the guys are done with building that scaffolding inside that stone bin. He said if you want to check it out, but they just want to let us know it's done.
Alright, Roger that. Just grab the paper and skip the phone.
Roger that.
Roger.
Alright, ya está bien, güey.
Roger,
Que nomás deja
Roger.
el papel y me estaba acordando por eso. Me olvidó. Ok. Órale, gracias. Yeah. ¿El qué? Oh, no jaló, güey. Jala, valiendo. Yeah. Ni modo. Yeah. Yeah, I got you, BC. Man, I sure appreciate you going over everything, man, with me.
Yeah, and this scenario right here, as we go back, remember, this is the 5-minute going green trend. This is the 15-minute trend, right? That went green.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we go back here, we can see here's our 30-minute again. Our 30-minute moon with the green trend right here produced this trade right here, which would actually be the bottom of this candle. This trade right here on the 30-minute produced 2% trade right there. You see that? That's why trading in these larger time frames are more productive. Like, look at that. These trades are always 2%. Now, the scenarios I wanted to show you is that when everything starts to line up, you still have to go back to the 30-minute to see where it's at. So now that the 5-minute turned green, I go to my 30 and I see that my RSI is overbought a little. By the time the 15-minute turns green, our 30-minute RSI is already crossed over.
Right.
So that means we can't take this 15-minute trade. We have to let the RSI reset on the 30, which happens to go all the way down. And right here, This is where we see the trade cross again. So this is where the 30 minute cross is right here. So this right here is the actual entry for the
So
the
would
trade.
you then at that point when you see it crossing going up, would you go look in your 15 minutes, see where it's at
That's
that point?
what we're about to do right now. And then remember, guys, go back and watch this video, especially the end here, so you can understand what we're doing. So now that I got my green here, right, this is the buy-in. Now I go back over to my 15 minute, and what do I have? 15 minute RSI bottomed out.
At the bottom. There you go.
Right? Red moon, right? 15
Uh-huh.
minute bottom,
So-
heading up. Here's another. What trade do I love? I love the green moon, green trend, red moon, back to green moon, right there. Boom.
But
So even if
that
you
would
were-
be a later. That
Yeah,
would be a
even
later.
if you were
entry
only
if you-
watching what's called the moon reset, right? You would have got in
Right.
this trade at this candle here. Here's the moon reset right there. Bada boom, bada bing. You're entering at this candle here. So let's say that
Okay.
you were just watching a moon reset, right? Moon reset happens. You get in at this candle there. 2.5%.
2.5.
Yeah, so that right
Okay.
there is a 2.7% trade right there. Just on a moon reset. And these are not the greatest entries. These are you guys fucking missing. Right? Here's the moon. It comes in, right? This candle, right? This is a 15-minute candle.
Yeah.
You get a text message. This next candle comes in. You should have entered here. You didn't. You waited and it got up to here and you're like, shit. And you entered on this candle. So you're 30 minutes late and you get in on this candle here. Worst case scenario, worst entry possible, and you still make 2%.
2% there.
Yeah. Now, let's say that you were tracking the trade the way that we're tracking it, right? 15 minutes RSI bottoms out. The 30-minute RSI cross, right? Remember our green candle right here, our green line? This is where you would enter because you have the 15-minute cross, the 30-minute
Cross, yeah.
cross, positive volume, right? Green
Okay.
trend, right? You would enter here and then go to your 5-minute to basically check it out again. Now you go to your 5-minute and say, okay, everything's telling me I should enter here. Let me go to the 5-minute, make sure that RSI is all set. What do you see here? RSI bounced, came down, and it just crossed again right there. See that?
Okay.
So you would enter
Yeah.
right there. That's your trade. And if you waited for the green moon hits. Where's it hit? Right there, right? So if you waited for all these confirmations, right, and you don't get in super early and you're waiting for your indicators, then no matter what, you're in at the bottom of this candle, okay? This is our entry, right? Right in here. That's our green moon right there. So we're gonna put this here. I'm gonna change this to white. All right. Now we're in on this candle right there, and now we're moving up. What does that give us? Over 4%. So now let's go here and say, okay,
Yeah.
this all worked out. I'm gonna sell, on the 5-minute trend.
But if
Maybe you say
if
you want to
you're-
sell on a 3-minute trend. It doesn't really matter. You're in on your 5-minute, and I'm going to show you what it looks like. Here's your entry. Where's our green? Where's our green and reds? Boop, 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 boop. I'm working on this coin. Okay, there we go. Okay, here's your original entry should be there. You waited for the green moon. You get in there, and you hold this until the red trend goes in on the 3-minute, which happens here. Okay.
okay.
So let's say that goes in. You finally sell. You sell on that particular trend, and right here's your trend. This candle drops, so you
Right.
get out here, right? Doesn't even have to be that good. So we'll just say you got out even worse. 3.5%. See the difference?
Yeah.
So why struggle fighting a 0.5% against the grain, or maybe a 1% against the grain, when you can just wait for the fucking grain and make 3%? That's 3 days of trades in one trade.
But if you're not getting out on the 3-minute trend change and you're following when it gets to 50%, you go up 25% on your stop loss
Yeah.
every time.
Yeah.
That's another method, right?
Yeah, I mean, I want to get stopped out, right? So here, once I hit that 3% marker, which would have been right in here, I would be at least the 2%, and then when this jumped up to this 4% mark here, 4.5, my stop loss would have been at the 4% mark right here. So
Okay.
I would have got stop loss. I would have got stopped out at 4%.
But so you're staying 0.5% behind then at that point.
Yeah. Because I mean, I'm just there for that profit. You know what I mean?
Instead of 0.25% behind.
Right.
Okay. I got you. Okay.
So that's pretty
So
much how
you
that.
stay at 0.5%. You stay 0.5% behind after it reaches how much a percentage gains? After, like 2% gains or?
Yeah, I mean, you know that's your choice. Like how much you want to make.
Okay.
You know what
All
I'm saying?
right.
Like me personally, once I get to that 2-3%, I will,
Gracias.
yeah, I will put my percent at 3, and then I try to stay around 2% behind, right?
Okay.
Or 1.5%. You know what I mean? Because you got to remember, dude, we're not talking 0.5% if we're doing a 50x. That's 25% behind.
Yeah.
If you're 1% behind doing a 50x, that means that right now you're at 300% gains, but you're sitting saying, I'm happy with 200%.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Or 50, let's say you're doing a 50x and you're at the 3% mark, right? And you're saying, okay, I have, 50-50, I have 100% profits right now, but I'm going to put my stop loss at 100. And then it goes to 200%. And you're like, well, I'm all right. I'm going to keep the 100. Like, you're just not going to do that. You're going to move to the 150% mark. And you're going to stay back 50%, which is only 0.5 point, 0.5%. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, that stop loss is going to be another thing to get down to, like 25% when you enter, and as it's going up, pay 25%.
Yeah, and it's not hard because MEXC tells you your percentages when you enter the trade. It's at the bottom.
Yeah. Because if it goes up 50%, you're 50% in profit, and you put your stop loss at 25%. Okay.
Yeah, you're just moving accordingly. And MEXC has it set up to where it tells you, your movement.
Yeah.
Like as soon as you type in a number on the bottom, like your stop loss, when you start typing it in, below it, you'll see there's words below it. It's telling you what your stop loss is giving you as percentages. Like it's saying like, okay, your stop loss is 25% loss. And then you change it. Your stop loss is break even, which is you put your entry price. And then if you put profit price, it's like, oh, your stop loss would give you 10% profit. Your stop loss would give you 20% profit. And don't think of that as profit. Think of that as half. So if I put my shit at 20%, that means I'm probably going to get 10. You know what I'm saying? I'm always thinking about the half. So when I start getting to the hundreds and 150s, I don't want half of 150. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why I start getting greedy. So once I hit 150% profits and then it starts to pump again really hard, I will take profits on that pump up. So that way I'm getting, 180, 200% profits. Because remember, a stop loss is they go limit, but they go by market. So if that shit is dumping really hard, you could put your stop loss at 150%, but you might end up only getting 100%.
Yeah.
So it's always
Yeah,
better.
'cause a lot of the time, I get out, try at least 20, 30%. And it goes up more, or it goes down more, and I miss out on
Yeah,
all
you're just playing. I mean, you're kind of like getting into these 1 minute trades, and it's like you're asking for, you're asking
yeah, because I'm
to do
getting
a
wrecked. A
shitload
lot
of
of the
trades,
times
right?
I get wrecked.
Yeah, and a lot of times you're not really getting wrecked on.
Well, I'm
on
not
the
doing the
trade.
proper evaluation, right?
Yeah, you're not doing the right
And
entries. But
that's the issue there.
another thing is that you're getting into trades and you're not. You're like you don't want every time you trade it costs money, so it costs 4% of your profits to do a trade. So if you are trading $1,000, then it's going to be that trade is 20%. That's a $200 trade. So if you get in and out of a trade, you lose $200 to $400.
Yeah.
Even
Yeah,
if
it
you
ain't
broke
worth.
even. Like
Right.
there's a lot of guys that trade with me, and then all of a sudden they'll go from 1,000 to like 20,000. They're like, I have guys that put 1,000 in, make 15, 20 grand, and then they'll go and fucking trade 10 grand and be like, man, bro, I don't know what happened. I lost 8,000. What'd you do?
Yeah.
I made a bunch of trades, but I didn't make any. I was breaking even. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
not
So
breaking
it's
even. You're
better
paying.
to not be in a rush to get into the trade if you don't understand exactly.
Why pay?
Right.
Why pay if you know that's like going like this. Hey man, we're gonna go get this job, and it's gonna pay $200, but me and you have to pay $50 each to get there. And you're like, okay, but listen, I don't know if the job is really gonna pay out, but I mean, we both need money, right?
Right.
And you're like, fuck it, let's go.
Exactly.
Yeah. Why would
Going
we?
into a
Yeah.
job, not
Yeah.
knowing how to do
Yeah.
it, but you're gonna learn along the way, I guess.
Yeah, and you pay $50, and we get up there, and you're out 50, I'm out 50, and they say, "Oh, no jobs today. Come back tomorrow." We go back home, right? We do it again. Now we're down 100, right?
Right.
The job only pays 200. So on the third time, we get the job, but we only made $50.
Yeah.
That's where people. That's the scenario of fucking day traders.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been watching you for 2 years, man. This whole 2 years. I've been in crypto about 2 years, and I've been watching you the whole time, man. So
Oh, then you
I'm
were
excited. I'm
you've seen
excited
my
to
other
learn from
accounts.
you.
Yeah, you seen the other account, man. You seen when we used to trade in the morning with 7, 8, 10, 15 grand. We used to get crazy.
Yeah.
But that wasn't good because I mean, it didn't teach anybody how to be like wealthy. It just taught people how to gamble.
Yeah, I think back then your courses were probably a little bit more expensive, and that's probably why I was more hesitant. You know what I mean?
Oh
To
yeah,
join.
yeah. Because this is a lot of like, it takes a lot of time. Like people don't realize. Like so, like for instance, right here, this entire time we've been talking, right? So I've been
Right.
watching. Yeah, I've been watching MX, right? Now, normally the way I've been trading MX, right, is kind of on a 3-minute, right? So let's go over here, and the MX trades have been set on 3-minute trends, right? So just so while we've been here bullshitting, right? So here's these trades that, I would be getting into, right? So right here, I would have bought this 3-minute trend right here. You see that? See that trend?
Right.
This happened this morning at 9 o'clock. And this trend right here, that one little trade on this 3-minute trend on MX was basically 2%, 3% gains right there. And then there's another one. And every time it's moving, it's kind of like producing these little buys. Right now, this one I wouldn't have got into because my RSI was oversold, so I would have passed on that one. Right. This one was a great trade because when it hit, the RSI was going level and on its way up. There's plenty of room to run. Here I would have got out of. I wouldn't have got in it because I'm in a downward RSI here. Like it's not looking the greatest thing in the world. Plus I got a red moon, and I'm not looking good. So, but here I have a green trend, then I get a green moon. So I would have entered on this trade here. And so there's these little like microscope trades that I've been kind of tracking here. Here's another 1% win, right? So this gave me another 1% win right there. So at a 50x, that's a $50. I'm doing the 4x4 with $100. Everything that I tell you guys to do,
Right.
I actually test the shit out.
Yeah.
So that way, when you guys are doing it, I'm like, yo, I know it works because I do this shit all day, right? So it's like, it's like losing. Like that's why I used to back in the day. It takes so long to teach people, and they'd be like, bro, VC, it's $5 grand for the year. I'm like, shit. Like if you talk to me for a day, if you talk to me for 8 hours, I lost $5 grand.
Right.
Like,
No.
you know what I'm saying? Like shit. It's like
Yeah.
it's kind of like I do this because I want to, I kind of have a vision of like where we're going. And what I would like to do is like, instead of building companies and all the shit that I built, I want to see what happens if we build a society of crypto traders. And then as these projects start to develop into better projects, we start teaming up in companies. And then one day we have a fucking civilian hedge fund. And then the civilian hedge fund, we've got fucking $3, $4, $5 million, and we can fucking really move some shit. Like that, that's the whole thing. Like the entire goal. Remember back, if you were watching me for a couple of years, Crypto Island. Like remember I was talking about that 2 years ago. Like one day.
I think so.
Yeah,
I
we just sit
recall
on
that.
Crypto Island and just be chilling, right? So that's really what we're doing here. Is like This is just. It's kind of like paying it back, paying it forward, and just kind of like I'm a big believer in. you know, like everyone says karma, but I mean, I'm just a believer in like, kind of like,
I mean, because the way you explain it, man, it sounds real simple,
that's the problem.
right?
That's the problem.
And all you gotta do, I guess, is just like just watch it as many times as you need to understand it and get it like because repetition is gonna stick. You know what I mean? Anything you do with repetition is gonna stay.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like I've noted, that's why, over the last couple of years, I'm trying to get it in a way that because I used to like explain the shit's like to me, I do it all the time, so it's real easy for me. So for me, I'm like, how do I create something that anyone who's never traded ever can just follow these instructions and be like, okay. And it's like going to a job. When you go to a job, they say, yo, this is how you make a Big Mac. Now, you might want a better cheese on your Big Mac or whatever, but you go to Burger University and you make a Big Mac the way they make a Big Mac. Doesn't matter if you like mayo or don't like mayo. Doesn't matter if you like lettuce or don't like lettuce. You make the Big Mac the way they tell you to make a Big Mac. That's what this is. This is like going to work
What it is
in the academy.
You gotta
just doing what the academy tells you to do. Like that's the job.
you gotta learn to put everything together.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Just patience,
Everything.
right? Just
Yeah.
walk through the system. Like today, I thought we had a real good session right now because we're covering. This is why I like to do these type of, live training because now I can understand how you think, right?
Yeah.
Now I can kind of work you through like what you're
I
doing.
think my
wrong.
issue was that I was just in a rush to get in without understanding the direction of it. You know what I mean? So
Right, and that's where you have to be patient.
That-
That's where you have
Yeah,
to say to yourself,
yeah.
like, man, why am I'm just getting too excited here, right? And that's
Yeah.
where, so like right here, like you see, we got these pullbacks and these shorts. So for me, I would start here and go, okay, what is my 30-minute doing, right? So first my hour, right? Take a look at my hour. I got a red moon. So that right there lets me know that I have a green moon, a green trend, and I'm looking at a moon reset, right? So this means that somewhere down the line here, this moon reset is going to happen, which is going to give me a long. So now that I got that in the back of my mind, I can go to my 30-minute and say, okay, I got a 1-hour trade coming up. Now let me see what's happening currently, right? And then right here, I have a little circle. That just reminds me that the 1-hour moon is coming in this zone. So now I go to my 30-minute and I say to my 30-minute, hey, does this 30-minute, is this going to tell me that the RSI is pushing up and maybe the 1-hour moon's coming? No, it's showing me that it's going sideways, so we're about to start moving more down pressure. So currently, that 1-hour moon is going to be quite far out, right? So now I take a look here. I got a green moon. I got a red moon. So I got some pullbacks here, but I don't have any red trends. So we're not really in a short situation. We're just in a pullback situation. So now I go to my 15-minute, and I say, okay, where are we at on the 15? Same scenario. Green moon, green trend, red moon. So what do I have here? This is where I'll take my little box here, and I'll kind of like, I'll just put a little line there, and that's just going to let me remind me that I have a 15-minute moon reset coming up, right? So now that's where I'm going to start looking for that trade is when that moon comes back on the 15-minute. So the circle is a 1-hour. The line lets me know that I have a 15-minute, right? So now I can see my RSI starting to bend here. So this looks like this could be a scenario where we're starting to get that movement, right? So now I go back and I say, well, what the hell did the 30-minute look like? So now I see my 30-minute crossed right here, which would be an entry right in this zone. So now I know to myself that I've already missed this trade, right? That 15-minute cross right there, that was my entry right there. So I missed this trade. So what does that mean? There's going to be a pullback, right? Now I'm looking here going, okay, well maybe this was my pullback. Like this looks like we probably already went through a pullback. So now we're looking half decent. So now I'm starting to, realize that I might be close to a long trade here, right? So now I slide over to the 5-minute to see where we're at overall, right? 5-minute bottomed out. It hasn't crossed yet. Green moon, green trend, still looking like a nice little pullback just happened. So we're probably going to get a long movement here as soon as this 5-minute crosses, right? So to see where the 5-minute is crossing, I go to the 3-minute. Now here on the 3-minute, I notice I have a red moon and a red trend. That's going to slow me down because now I need the red moon to become green, and I need this trend to be green to basically fall in line with what I want the 5-minute to do and the 15-minute to do.
Right.
So now I'm
So
winning.
if it was to become green, the moon and the trend, then what your next step would be
Then
there?
I'd go back to my 5-minute, and I'm going to jump
You
on.
make sure that it crossed.
Yeah, now, yeah, exactly. That's just happening right there. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
So now it's starting to build momentum. So now what I'm going to do is go over to my trading area, make sure I'm in the right coin. I'm going to type in here, and now what I'm going to do is kind of set this price up to 8.3, because if this jumps on me, and I'm going to put the percentage that I want to trade. So we're going to do 28% that we're going to trade into. I'm going to go 50x on this, so everything's set up right there. We look good, and now that that's all set at 8.3, notice how I put it higher than the current price, because if it starts jumping, I want to make sure that I get in if it jumps. Okay, so now I go back to my trade, and now I'm waiting for all this to manifest. Now this looks like it's manifesting, right? We're starting to get almost across, starting to go green, and now I'm like, all right, now I go back to the 3 minute, and I say, what do you look like? And right now the 3 minutes pushing, but the RSI is already kind of halfway up the ladder here. So this means that we probably are going to get a push and a pullback. So now just to verify that, I go to the 1 minute, and what do I see? The 1 minute's overbought.
Right.
So now I got to wait for the 1 minute to basically reset.
Okay.
So now I'm waiting on that, and then once everything starts lining back up, I go back over to the 5 minute, the 15, and I just work my way back again until I get what I want, which is everything lining up. Right? So here we go. Green moon, green trend. We look good. 1 minute RSI is battling. We just got positive volume. We're probably going to see, and then you can kind of look here and go, okay, well, where are these other little lines here? We have support lines. This is where it rejected last time. You see this candle right here? So you can start seeing that line right there is probably the rejection. So before this really becomes green, we need to get up to these next rejections, right? We need to start working our way up. So now this is moving. We're looking good. Now I go to the 3 minute, and I want to see what the 3 minute does with all that action, right? Here's a nice little candle. We're still not green here. The RSI is moving nicely. This is looking really good, but we just haven't really checked all the boxes here.
Okay.
Because then, I mean, because the market, without the volume, without the buyers, this shit could, I mean, the one thing about going long is that you can't predict when someone's going to be like, you know what, I'm tired of MX. You know what I mean? You have no idea when someone's going to check their trade and be like, oh, I'm up 40%, I'm out. Like, you want to be trading when the market's like moving. You don't want to be trading when it's like dead. All right, so now we're starting to get this nice little peak here, which is nice. It's just building this floor. So where's our floor here? So looking at the 3 minute, we have a channel, right? The channel is simply this. Here's your top of your channel, right? Here's your bottom of your channel, okay? So now while you're sitting here, you expect this to go up to here, come back to here. So if this hits here and the RSI resets, I can put my buys and start looking to buy somewhere off this area here. Like, I can start saying to myself, like, man, maybe I got to put a buy at 81.5. Right, so this is me starting to think of targets, right? So my target right here is slightly above this candle, and then I can see a support as I go across. I see this candle here, there's a bottom here. So that's kind of like this area right there. So this area right here is 81.5. So that's kind of like my buy-in area if this rejects. My rejection area, look at this, rejection, 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 rejection. The rejection area is 8.3. You see what I'm saying? Now,
yeah.
where do
But
I
that's
have
where
my...
you got your buy signal at, though.
Yeah, so now that I see this, I can come back over here and go, okay, shit, we break 8.3, we're running. I'm going to put 8.35.
Gotcha. That's just to confirm that I guess it's going to be a continuation.
Yeah, because if it breaks through there, I want to make sure I jump on it right away and catch it at 8.35 somewhere in this zone here before it continues its push.
Okay, so
Because-
if it breaks through there, it's more than likely going to continue to go up.
Yeah, as long as everything's lining up, as long as we go green moon, green trend, right? Then everything starts to hit. While I'm confirming, I don't want to go back to my coin and be like, oh shit, what's the latest price? And then it's like 8.32, and then you're like, all right, make it a 5, and then it becomes 8.37. Shit, make it 8.4, right? And all of a sudden you're chasing.
Yeah.
Right? I want to just be ready to come here. I've already had the amount of money that I'm going to buy. I have my ISO. I'm just ready to click buy. I'm just ready to go. Right? So right here, we're starting to see a little bit of a rejection here. So this is where we're just kind of waiting this out here. So that's kind of like the scenario that we're sitting in here is we're just, you know, literally just waiting here, just patiently, you know, setting ourselves up to see what we got going on. So this is the channel that we can see in the 3 minute. And now we can kind of see like what, because each trade can become something else. This could become a short. This could hit this wall up here and decide that everything starts to go short, right? Because it's already in a short, sort of, right here. So what's to stop it to hit this top and then come back down, right? This could be where we get into a short at 8.3 and ride this shit down. Maybe we get into a short at 8.3, right? Because you see right here, these lines. Maybe we get into a short at 8.3 and ride it down to here, or here, or here, right? Or back to here.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So we're gonna let this manifest. And you see how this signal right here is buying in and out right there? That's also showing that it's getting a little weak right there. I'll be right back.
Okay.
What's up, Poochie? You hungry? You Poochie, you hungry? Baby, you didn't make our salary. There we go. Welcome back, guys. You get that trade? All right, so now, you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right, so now you see we got our green moon, right? But look at our RSI. So our RSI is jumping a little bit there. We're looking good here. And this is what we were talking about, that the push there. So here's our push with our green moon, right? Now, what are we looking for? We see everything's coming in. Now we go back to our 5 minutes because remember, the trade that we were looking for was the 5 minute RSI cross right there. See that?
Yeah.
There you go. So you're watching your trade. That's the trade you're looking to get into is the bottom of this candle here. So now everything is looking good here. Now we slide to the 15 minute because what are we waiting for? The green moon on the 15. Remember the trade that we're tracking, right? Is the 15 minute green moon, right? So now we're getting all these confirmations that are happening, right? But there's always pullbacks. Remember, every push is a pullback. And we're looking good here. Here's the 15 minute. Here's a little bit of a pullback. So now what we can do is now that we're starting to see everything kind of manifest to where we want, the 5 minute RSI crossed. We got a pump there. It's all looking like it's coming together. And now it's just a matter of it consolidating. Like look at that. Look at that. Look at that drop right there. Boom. All right, so that's that little drop that we were looking at. Now we touched the top of it. Now we're looking to pull back. So right now it's still in its channel. You see how it's bouncing? And what I'm doing right now is I'm just going to track this to where, see, it did hit our 8.5. So now we're getting our next coin, our next little candle here. All working out real nice. There's a pump there. So we're starting to look like we're going to have nice little movement. The 3 minutes still has room to push here, but the fact that it's kind of oversold here makes me want to sit back and wait for it to reset. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So now I go to my 1 minute. Look at my 1 minute coming down. See? So now I'm gonna.
So did it trigger your buy signal?
No. I had my buy set up for 835. I didn't put the order in. It's just where I'm going to click the buy. It's just ready for me to buy.
You don't have it set that up yet then?
Yeah, no. If I was going to set a buy limit, I would put it on this level down here. Like you see this moving average on the 1 minute? Like I would put my buy at 816. Right?
So you're waiting on the green moon on the 15th to get in.
I'm just working until I want it, and that's just kind of like psychologically forcing me to be patient. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So right here, because I have the 15 minute as the goal, right? I see that the 1 minute dropped and now it's starting to bounce. It's about to cross right here, right? That's a good sign. So now I can say, shit, this is looking like a good sign here. What do we got? We're looking at 831. This looks pretty good. Right? And this is where a lot of people, you could jump in here, you'd probably be doing well. And you still have room here for the 3 minutes to push here. Like, I just like for everything to be in my favor. Like, does this trade win? Yeah, this trade will win, right? I already know that too. I was going to say, like, remember I told you, I said that trading on the 3 minute trend makes money, right? Remember that?
Yeah.
3 minute trend hit right here, right? This little candle is where we'd be in, and we're going to ride this trade until the 3 minute trend goes red, right? So theoretically, we're pretty much already in this trade. We'd be in this trade right in this trade here. So right now we're sitting at a 0.33. So this trade right to here, to me, is a good trade already. I'm just going to wait for the RSIs to reset, give me the best strength possibility, and then that's where I'm going to enter. So this is already looking good.
Are you waiting on the 3 and 1 to reset or the 5 also?
I'm waiting for the 3. I'm waiting for the 3 to reset because that's going to kind of like lead the show for me.
Okay. Oh, because the 5 still has room to grow, right? That's right.
Yeah. So yeah, the 5, 5 still moving here. So here's the 5 at the 70. So all this is looking real good. I mean, this is all looking like it can still pump here. I mean, honestly, let's take a look at our trend. We look good. Let's look at our 15. Let's not keep our eyes on the prize. Okay. All right. And this is growing real tight here, so we got to be very careful to watch this 15 minute because this could move very quickly here. So this 15 minute is getting to the 70 line, which is probably going to be our entry. So this is where cost average buying, right? So let's say we see this starting to happen. We see long starting to happen. So now we go over and say, okay, this looks like everything's going in our favor. Quick check of the 30-minute RSI. The 30-minute RSI is bent a little bit. You see there?
Yeah.
So now that's what is holding me back, right?
Right.
And the reason why I'm not in this trade is because I already said I'm going off the green moon.
You're going off what?
The green moon. Right?
On the 15, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And remember earlier I was telling you trading off the 30-minute RSI, right? You would be in this trade right here. You'd already be here. You'd be in here.
Right, when it cross.
Yeah, you'd already be
And
here.
then,
You would
so
already
you'll be trading off the 30-minute RSI when it crosses going up. And you said you get out on what time frame again?
So for me, it's just percentages. So if I'm getting in on there, the three minute trend would be my entry. Now for your 30-minute trend right here, you would have jumped in here in the middle of this candle here. And it wouldn't have been too bad, right? So you're already working on a 0.5% here in this position here. So you'd have been pretty much already on this particular candle right here, somewhere in the middle here. So even if we put you towards the top, which would be the trend, you'd have your little 0.5% right now, and you'd have got wicked out right there. But you would have hit that trade. So now, to my mind, I say to myself, okay, one trade already happened. The 30-minute RSI already happened, right? Which means it has to reset, right? So now I can't go in the trade here until there's a green candle on the 30-minute. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And right now, I've got an RSI almost crossing here again, and I'm working with a red candle. So now I go back to the 15, right? And I'm looking for my green moon. I don't have it, right? So I'm not in this trade. So now I take a look at the hour. Maybe I take a look and see what's happening. Am I still in a long, right? Okay, so here I'm waiting for my green moon. I still have a green trend. So there's some up volume here. But right now, this 1 hour is still bending up. So we're still good here. Take a look at my 2 hour. 2 hour still has room to move. We're still good there. Take a look at my 4 hour. 4 hour is overbought, but it's about to cross again. You see that right there?
Yeah.
So it's about to give us a little bit of movement. And if you say, okay, well, how much movement can I get if it crosses right there? Well, if you go back to the last time it crossed, right, which is right here, which would be this candle, compared to where it gave up, which is this candle, right? So the top of this to this, right? So that's the trend. Notice how the trend is literally the 4 hour RSI. So now here's your trend buy. So that means that when this crosses back over, we have a possible 4 to 5% move. Okay? So now we're still positive. Everything looks good. Now I go back to my 30-minute because that's the RSI I'm really watching. Looks like it wants to break down here. So now I'm still just patient here. Can't make a move on this coin until this all resets. Now, as you go along, you're going to get better at like knowing time frames, right? Going, okay, this is probably going to be about 30 to 40 minutes before something happens here. So you can go like check out another coin. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, set
Yeah,
your
definitely.
alerts.
I need to master that. That's
Yeah,
for sure.
set
If
an
I can
alert,
get that
right?
down.
So go here.
If I can get that down,
Yeah.
I'll be good.
Yeah, you just, it's like there's nothing going on with this coin currently, right? You can kind of set your little alert there if you want on your RSI if it crosses over. Just let you know on there. So right here we have our channel. This all looks good. So for me now with this touching, everything kind of, rejecting, I could probably start setting some buy at the bottom of this candle. So 182 would be probably a buy-in. I can start cost average buying from there to from 815, right? Now, this is where
Oh, you're talking about buying for a long position?
Yeah. So since everything looks good here, we're just really just kind of waiting on the coin to process through its cycle, right? Go back to the 15-minute.
Looks like we're still doing well here. Everything looks good, right? So everything is looking good. So now I go back to my 5 minute. And what I'm doing on my 5 minute is looking for it to reset. So here, see how it's coming down to reset here?
Yeah.
So now I'm thinking like there's only a couple resets in the 5 minute that could happen. This is one of them starting to happen. So maybe on this bottom of this 5 minute reset, maybe I start buying in here. Right? The ultimate buy zone is where? Right here. This is our buy zone. This is our kill zone right here. 815, right? Maybe we get a wick, right? So let's go over here. Let's set a limit buy. So let's go to 815. And let's do half of what we were looking for, maybe 20%, half of what we were looking. And we're going to do a limit, and we're going to open a long at that level. Confirmed. Okay, so now if that wicks down to 815, I'm going to get me a buy-in. So now I go back here and say, okay, if it doesn't wick down, I'm still doing my 30%. And I'm going to set this at 835, just in case it's running on me. So now I have my buy limit set for 815, which is the bottom of my channel. And now I have my regular situation if this just jumps on me while it's playing. All right, so now 5 minutes starting to reset. This looks good. This is where we're going to start looking for entries. The 3 minute has a red moon, but it has a green trend, and it's starting to green here. And look how it's starting to, you know, play against itself here. So this normally is going to reject or come back through, but we want to catch this on the bottom, and that's where we want to start cost average buying here. So see how it's building momentum. It's working its way back. It started over here, top of the channel, came down, worked its way up, got rejected, came down, rejected, all the way down, and now it's starting to build its momentum, which it looks like it's starting to do right here. So I might want to slide over here. I have an 829. Now I want a better buy-in, so I'm only going to do a 5-6% buy-in. I'm going to order a long right here. I'm going to start cost average buying in this little spot here.
What's up, brother?
Because we're starting to get a little momentum here. Green moon, green trend, red moon. We need a green moon here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, this looks positive. Let's go to the 5 minute. 5 minute trend's also going sideways. That's a good sign. Now let's go back to our 30. Our 30 minutes staying strong. This is a good sign. So this is all starting to line up that now it's starting to find a base or a floor, as we call it, right? So the floor is probably around 825. And back to the 15 minute, because that's the moon we're waiting for. And the RSI is crossing right here. There's a little bend. Very nice. So there's a nice little push right there. Looks like the 3 minutes coming in. Open up a long position in here. 3.5. We're gonna start cost average buying in here. Positive volume, which is good. So it looks like now the channel is becoming a little bit smaller here, which is good.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And remember, the key for us is trading off the 3 minute trend. So as long as it's green in here, we're in a good little spot there. always check my 30 to make sure that we're staying on that RSI side.
Listen.
Let's see what we got here. So right now our key would be this little green moon here to start cost average buying in the green moon here. Boom, 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 boom. But if this resets down, this is going to give us our entries at that A2 area. 815 is where we have our entry set. 8.2 is a good entry to buy in as well. The key for us right now is that red trend. As long as the trend's staying green, we should be decent. If that goes red, we get out. Get out any of the positions that we bought in there.
So as long as it doesn't close below that green trend, it'll stay green.
Yeah, because right now the green trend has been very, yeah, it's been pretty accurate on this this coin right now. You see right here, that 30 is our issue right here.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, and this is the confirmation. You just basically sit on your sideline until you get that. Here, I would basically wait for this here. The 30-minute has to be in an upward position here before we can really buy into this coin.
Okay.
Yeah, and the fact that it's coming down here is like, that's just a wait sign. So before we move into any other position or any other coin that's happening, this has to go up. Right, because this overseeds the 15, the 5, the 3.
It's gonna have to close in an upward position, right?
Yeah, it's got to start moving up.
Okay.
Once that starts moving up, then we can go back and say, okay, now that that's moving up, we need a 15-minute moon. Right? That's what we're waiting for. We can't get a 15-minute moon if the 30-minute trend or RSI is going down. So now we have to let things to start falling in order, right? Order 1 is 30-minute RSI. This has to start moving in an upward direction.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even though the smaller time frames, they all look good. The problem is that the smaller time frames are just, you know, like the 3-minute. That's one out of 10 candles.
Busy?
Yeah.
Do you mean we can't get the on the 30 minutes we can't get on the 15 minutes we can't get the green moon when the RSI on the 30 minutes is going down?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So now, you know, and the most important thing is the 30-minute RSI is very, very strong, you know, index, right? So we don't want to trade against that RSI. So right now, before the 15-minute can get a green moon, that RSI has to be moving in the upward position.
Mm-hmm.
So when you see something that everything's lining up, right? So when everything starts to line up, as you start to go the smaller time frames to get the entries, you always have to remember that as you start to see the lower time frames start to line up, you have to go back to the original time frames to make sure that they're still lining up. Because they can change. Because remember, there's 30 1-minute candles in a 30-minute candle. You know what I mean? There's 10 3-minute candles. You know, 6 5 minute, right? So there's a lot of candles going on the lower time frames compared to what we're seeing on the upper time frames.
Yeah. Even if the trend is green, you still don't want to trade against that higher time frame RSI.
Correct. Because that's the pullback.
Right.
Because remember that the RSI leads the candles, right? The RSI leads the trend. The relative strength index is leading the trend, right? The trend just says right now there's 20% more people buying than selling, and the trend is right now favoring buyers over sellers. The relative strength index is starting to tell you like what the sentiment is, right? Like, okay, we're buying, but we're not buying that much, or we already overbought, right? So it kind of lets you know that, okay, if everyone already bought, then some people are probably going to think about selling. So right here, we might be looking at a short right here. So, you know, to look at this and say, okay, well, we're trying to go long here, but if this crosses here, we're in a short position, right? So then, you know, at that point, you want to go over here and you set up and you say, hey, okay, I could be going long here, but let's get into a position here that, let's say if things go wrong here, maybe I want to get into a short position, right? And this is what I mean by your stop losses. When you type in your stop losses right here, at the bottom here, it tells you your percentage. So if I put my stop loss at 1,824 with my current entries, that means I lose 16%, right? It says right there, right? So that's where we would set that up. Now, if we say, okay, well, I'm going to risk to reward 19%, I'm going to put it at 8623. See? Right there.
Yeah.
Okay. So this does all the work for you already, right? So that's where we're sitting right here. Is we're taking a 19% loss if this continues to drop. But what I'm also looking for here as well is that when we're in this entry here, I'm going to start thinking to myself, well, man, maybe I'm in a short here and I'm not even seeing it quite yet, because here's the 30 minutes starting to bend here on this RSI. The red moon is already in. Here's a top. Here's a top. This failed to make a higher high. Man, maybe I'm in a short here, right? So then I start thinking to myself, man, maybe I'm in the wrong position here, right? Maybe this RSI is going to come down and we're going to see this kind of sell off. So now I go to the 15 minute and I say, okay, the 15 minute agrees, right? So now I'm starting to realize that I'm in a short trade here. Here's your 5 minute. What do you got here? 5 minute red trend starting to pop up, right? So now you go over here and you say, okay, I'm in the wrong position here. I need to be thinking short position here, right? So now you open your positions and you go to a short position here because we were looking at the wrong trade. You see what I'm saying? The 30 minute RSI is the most powerful trade out there. So now we jump in a short right here because we realize that we're at the top of the short because we're literally tracking along and the long is failing to become a long. So now we jump over here, retrace our 30, look at our 30 minute touching right here. This is crossing, all right? So this is giving us our short position here. Now we go to the 15 minute, we start to realize our 15 minute trend is starting to go sideways. Our buyers are kind of go long here. So now we're looking like, all right, go to the 5 minute. So now we're tracking all these things here, basically looking at maybe we're going to come back down here and touch this 815 like we want. But if we fail and break that level, then we're going to fall through that. We could end up on a big short position here. So now we're just working our way backwards. All right, so now we'll take a look. Here's our 3 minute. There's really no volume here. Notice how the volume disappeared on our 3 minute. So now we're negative volume. And it failed to break up here. So now we're in a higher percent of a short than we are a long.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where people sometimes you get caught looking at something so long, it's almost like you're wishing for it to go up. And you're still in the right position because, you know, at the long run, the long is still a good play. What you could be looking at here is saying to yourself, okay, this is where I got to get greedy, right? This is what I talk about, saying, okay, I'm going to do an entry on a long, but instead of here, I'm going to do an entry on a long. I want it to get down to here. right? So now start setting up to yourself like, hey, when this 30-minute RSI resets, right, wherever this 30-minute goes, wherever this bounces, I'm going to get into a long in that position, right? So now you start saying to yourself, all right, this is the first level. This is the second level. See that candle right there? There's your second level, right? So these are the levels that we have right here. This level here, if you go to the top of this candle, the bottom of that wick, there's your support and your resistance right there. So this is our normal channel. The second channel is basically on the bottom of these candles here and the top of this one. So these are the two channels now that we can say to ourselves, this is where I want to get into a long when this 30-minute resets. Maybe I want to get in here at 809. So these are the two things that I'm looking for when this RSI bounces, right? Because don't forget, we're still positive, right? We still have a green trend. Now to verify everything, let's go to the 1 hour to make sure that we're kind of seeing what's going on here. The 1 hour is still kind of pushing up. We have a green trend, but we have a red moon, right? Meaning that it's half of the power that it should be. Red moon, green trend, and the money that they're starting to decide that the price that it's at right now is too much. It's not the fair price that they want. Now we start looking at these other indicators. Now this indicator right here, this is the volume profile indicator, right? Kind of makes life easier when it comes to seeing what the price is. So this orange line that comes through the middle of it, this is the fair price. This is where everyone does most of their business. Whether buy or sell, it happens at 1.797. That's what we're looking at. So we could see this fall to here, and then even down to here. And at this point, this is where if this all stays green and it all resets, then we'd be riding along all the way back up to where we just where we just fell from, right? So that's what we're doing here. Here we're watching here. We're still 1 hour still going up, so we're still in a long mode. The 2 hour isn't fully overbought, and like we looked at earlier, the 4 hour is starting to bend, right? So there's a little more room here. So there's a push here. It's just right now it's starting to do its pullback. Right? So here's where we're seeing our pullback right here on the 30-minute. Right? So now that that's happening on the 30, we're going to jump to the 15. Now the 15-minute is pulling back, right? See how that's all lining up right there?
Yeah.
That's what's happening is we're starting to see all these pullbacks start to happen, which is okay. I mean, that's where we want to, we're looking for a better long position anyways.
Right.
So now we're looking at, remember earlier we were talking about, hey, our buy-in should be here, 8-1. This is why I talk about being greedy, right? You should always want a better entry price. So the wick here at the 1,815, that should be your entry, right? But now that it's starting to come down, you say, well, shit, I want this entry. I want 1,809.
Okay.
So now this is where you're starting to see that we're still going for a long position here. We're just looking for the best entry for the long. As long as the RSI and all those other things stay the way they are. But we're starting to see a trend here that it's getting weaker. So this could be a bounce or a retrace, or it could just be the end of the line. Now, if I take a look at my 5-minute, if my 5-minute was here, then I would be like, yeah, no, we're going to get a nice little short here. But since my 5 minutes already starting to get towards the bottom, it means the pullback is probably going to be lighter, which would be somewhere off this line here. So 817 might be the entry that we're looking for. Now let's move to the 3-minute here. 3 minutes still coming down, still there. 3-minute trend is still green. Remember what I told you? The 3-minute trend is the long and the short. Right now it's still green. So the move is the fact that we're still looking for a long until this goes red. Now I jumped into a short up here because I basically had an earlier front run of it, and I'm just going to play the concept since I was already at the top of the possibility of this falling. But the trade that I really am looking at is until this 3-minute goes red, I'm looking for a long. And this might be the area that is the buy-in for the long here. Here's a 3 minute coming out. Like I said, first things first, before we do anything, we have to come down here, and the 30 minute has to bend up. Like, it doesn't matter. It has to level out. So that's kind of where I'm at here with my trade. I'm going to basically accept a short position here, and I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to take this short position. I'm going to get into a short, and see how this is starting to move for me. So I'm going to put my stop loss here, a little less than what my entry was. So 822. I'm going to take a 5% loss here if it does bounce on me. Maybe even a 10. Let me adjust this. Because the 30 minutes still heading down, so I'm going to accept a 10% loss on this trade if it doesn't go the way I want it right now. And now I'm just going to wait on this 30 minute to make its decision, right? And while that's going down, I'm going to keep checking the 3 minute, because if that 3 minute trend goes red, then I'm definitely going to see a hell of a fall. But right now I can't do anything until this 30 minute bends up. All right, so you guys understand the importance of the 30 minute now?
Yeah. Yep, definitely it's a skill.
Yeah, it's patience, man. Like, it's the patience of being greedy enough to take profits where, or take, trade when it's the right trade to take, you know what I mean? Let me see if I missed any text message sheet. And I took that short because it was at the top of the channel that it can't break through, and it was being rejected again. And that 30 minute was weak, so that's why I took that short. So now I'm just waiting for the confirmations. But this should help you guys out. Go back, watch this video a couple times, and it's that 30 minutes. So I'm gonna make another video on this and kind of like probably take this and break it down a little bit more. But it is really this section here. Like, what I've noticed was, it's just ways to basically make you guys, more patient, right? The 30 minute RSI is going to make you guys more patient. Right? Don't trade against the 30 minute RSI. And that's where we're kind of sitting right here, fighting this little RSI movement here. It's still in a long because we're still in a green trend. That's that's the whole key, is that we're still in a long position. If we go to the 3 minute, it's probably still green. Yep, still green. So right now we're still in a long position, like we're looking for the best long entry, and we're seeing the 3 minute bounce right here. Right, so that's where that's holding up. But if this gets rejected and starts to come back down, then we're going to see that little spot there. And this is where I put my stop loss a little bit higher at that 10, because I expect to bounce off this RSI here and probably get a little bit weaker there. But that's what we're looking at there. Let me see what I got here. 8.3. Let me trash that out real quick. I'm going to wait this out a little bit more. So because the RSI, the 30 minute, hasn't been back yet, I'm going to increase my, I'm going to take a 8.2, 8.3, so I'm going to go to 8.3 here, at 24% loss right there. I'm going to hold this position for a minute. So because I have a red moon and the RSI dipping, I'm going to hold this a little bit. Do 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 do. Remember, I have my stop loss at the top of this channel here. I might put it a little bit higher. I might put it 833. What's the day? Monday. Do 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 do. So our long still looks good, man. We just need everything to reset. And
Is that a
why-
stop loss
Yeah.
for your short or long?
Nah, I just put a stop loss on the short.
Okay.
So while I'm waiting for this to manifest, I'm just playing the top of the channel. Just because the 30-minute RSI. So right now I'm shorting the 30-minute RSI. And once the RSI is going in the right direction, then I'll be playing the 3-minute trend. Now the 3-minute trend is in a long, right? So the 3-minute trend is still in a long. See how it's still green?
Yeah.
So right now it's still in an upward move. But I mean, these RSIs could top out right here and start heading down, and that could change the entire process there. So right now we're just playing the top of this little channel because it's already got rejected 1, 2, 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
But currently in the overall thing, the overall look for this is the same trade that we were looking for earlier. The trade that we're looking for is the 15-minute green moon, right? Don't forget that. This is the trade that we've been looking for this entire time. So once this trade pulls back, does whatever it's going to do, and the RSI resets on the 30, and we start heading back up, the 15-minute green moon is the long.
Yeah.
So a lot of times, so if you're not shorting, you don't have to short coins. Here it's just going, you know, the 30-minute RSI is resetting. It's a tough short. I'm at the top of the price there, which is okay with me. You know, here I would look and say, okay, do I really want to short this? Probably not, because I'm fighting my own trends, right? So go back to the 30, right? 30-minute, here's our green trend. We have a red moon, but we have a green trend. This is a tough short because our green trend is in, right? So here, patient of the long, that's why I keep saying the long is what we're looking for. Right here would just be patience of waiting for the long. So you don't want to short your green 30-minute green trend here. I'm shorting it because I was at the top of this channel. So I'm just taking a shot at this little, rejection here to see if it holds up. But your long play is going to be the green trend. Green trend, 1 hour.
So you were up there when you entered.
Yeah. So right here we have a green trend. So everything on here is long, man. Green trend on the 1 hour, green trend on the 30-minute. The only thing we're waiting for is the 30-minute RSI to pull back and then start to go up. So the minute that happens, this is a long trade, right? So that's where we're at right now. So we're still waiting for the same trade, 15-minute green moon. So that's the trade, a long trade. Yeah, here we go. We have some movement here. So look, starting to get a little more buyers in here. So the buyers are starting to come back in. Let's take a look at the 30, and that's what the green and red here on your MACD. Those are your buyers and sellers. So right now the buyers are starting to come back in here. So we're looking pretty good here. 15-minute, getting closer. Plenty of room for RSI to run here. So this is where right now, as far as a long, it's once again back into our position. So long position, the 182 we were talking about earlier, probably the best buy-in, right? It came down, it did hit the 182, best buy-in position, ended up holding up. 5-minute trend, good position here. We're still green trend, we're looking good. The 3-minute trend on this coin has been the hardest trend to actually break. So this is still a long position here. We're just trying to get it past this little hump here. So if you're getting into this long here, get yourself ready, and like that 1835 or whatever was our entry still holds up right here. We're just waiting for these little pullbacks here.
Roger that. Yeah, I'm just checking it out, man. I'm seeing how you're working the system. So.
Yeah, I mean here I'm still looking long because everything's green, right? Still looking
Right.
long. The only difference is every time that we get rejected on a long, it just makes the short even stronger.
Okay.
So if we keep getting rejected off this support or this resistance line, it just makes the short a more viable move, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why we have to wait until this RSI bends before we say, okay, I'm going long. So step one is the RSI on the 30 has to be in our direction. It is not, right? But
Right.
the trend is. So that still lets us know that the long is probably the position, but the RSI has to, reset. It has to, reset itself. So we're just patiently waiting. Then we go back to the original trade that we're hunting, which is the 15-minute green moon. Now, during this entire process that we're waiting, all these other scenarios could exhaust themselves, right? 15 minutes could go up and then not hit a green moon and come back down, right? Like all these scenarios could exhaust themselves, and basically they're playing inside this channel. So we're going up, and then we're going to come back down. And we're going to go up, and that's where we're at right now. We're just waiting for this coin to make a decision. Right now, it's a 50-50 because we have a green we have a 30-minute RSI coming down, and we also have a green trend going up. So right now, you're literally in limbo. You're right on the 50-50 line. And we're going to keep fighting this little 183 line. But if it keeps winning, what's going to happen is sentiment, right? So a trader's in here and they keep seeing the same damn number. Eventually, people will start selling off because they're like, oh, profit's not getting any better.
Yeah.
We'll just keep riding this little wave. See how there's some buyers coming in here, like, they're getting a little bit here. They're both ways. Like these could be buyers saying, "Okay, man, this looks like it's going." What a thing called consolidation, right? Consolidation isn't where a coin is actually consolidating. It's basically where the sentiment of the coin is, meaning people are deciding if they're buying or they're selling. It's not consolidating. It's deciding whether or not they're going to hold or sell. So these are people coming in. You have buyers buying here because they're like, oh, this coin is finally slowed down. And then there's other people that are going to go, this coin is slowed down. I'm going to sell it, right? So right now, the relative strength of the coin is saying that there's more people thinking of selling it than buying it. And that's what we have right here. So that's why we can't make any moves until the 30-minute decides that it's stronger as a buy than it is a sell. And that just hasn't happened yet. So we're literally just in limbo as we cruise along here.
But once that 30 minutes starts heading up, don't you think there'll be like a big jump to the upside?
Yeah, we should. Yeah. So once it bends up a little bit and starts moving, and we get this. Remember, we still have to. Everything else is lined up. We have a 30-minute green trend, 15-minute green trend, 1 hour green trend. Like everything is still long here, and as we wait for that to happen, everything just has to stay that way. That's what we're making sure. It's just making sure everything's staying that way. So for instance, here's your 3-minute RSI. Came all the way down. It pushed all the way up, but now it's starting to bend, you see?
Mm-hmm.
Now it jumped and it failed. So now the 3 minutes starting to get weaker. Right? So now if it pushes up and it hits that line again, once again it got rejected again. Now we go to the 3 minute to see where that's at. Now remember, we're playing the 3 minute trend. This is 1 rejection, 2 rejection, 3 rejection, 4. So if this rejects again, this might turn into a 3 minute red trend. So this is where everybody right now is thinking the price is, and there's limit buys, limit sells, and all that shit going on right now. And that's literally where we're at. We're at the middle line. But the trade has been profitable all day. And I like the 3 minute for the trend, right? Here, look here. So the 3 minute trend just bent up, right? Showing that it's showing some type of strength right here, which is great. So the 3 minute RSI is about to top out, and we still don't have a green moon here. All right. So if we can get a green moon reset on the 3 minute, that lets us know that we're getting a positive move towards our 15-minute green moon. But if it doesn't get it here, then we're definitely still in the same position.
Good.
And as you can see, we're starting to get, if you're just doing like sitting around going, okay, well, what's my trend look like right now, right? So right now, currently, here's your top wicks right here. Right. And when you go across them, you're starting to see this. Starting to see it's not breaking its trend line.
Yeah, it's like in a downtrend, right? If it can't break past that trend line, then it might continue to go down.
Yeah, that's just because right at that moment you got a lot of people buying and selling at that price. And eventually, someone's going to win.
Just like that support and resistance lines you got, right?
Yeah,
If it breaks,
line, like the one misconception that everybody has is when you do a draw line, support and resistance line are not just sideways; they're also the diagonals, right?
Right.
Like that's a support line. That's a resistance line.
Yeah, you got ascending and descending channels, bear flags, bull flags. You got like head and shoulder.
They all come down to the same shit. They're all basically trend lines. Yeah. You gotta break those trends. It's kind of like it's working. It's chipping away at, right now it looks like it's chipping away at the people that are thinking this coin is going higher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely, it's a patience game.
Yeah. I mean, but we're at the point here where we've already looked at everything, and we know currently this should jump, right, in its current condition, as long as we continue to get momentum. But don't forget, this coin has been running for shit, this ain't a new trade. This is where you go back, and this is why I like the 4-hour moons. Okay, like honestly, because right now it's a patient game because we're in a trade here, and I'm just going through trade steps with you. But honestly, I only trade the moons, right? So here's my 4-hour moon, right? Way down here. Here's my 4-hour buy-in right here. This trade for me happened way back here, right? So, I mean, this trade has already created all this profit.
You could have bought in right there.
Yeah, this trade is
Then
already,
exited on what hourly or
yeah,
what time frame?
So this is the trade that we jumped in right here. So this was literally 2 days ago. We were tracking this trade. We got in on this trade right here on the 12th, right? Yesterday. So if you look through the chat, we've been in this trade since this point here. So this is where we started this account here with, I think I had $50 in it. It's up to 373 now.
Yeah.
So right now, I'm just moving through the process of the 4x4s and all that shit. And I'm testing out a new like $50 a trade, $100 a trade. So I'm changing up a little bit to see if this a different little style work for you guys. Something that'll like fit the way you guys. Sometimes people are stubborn. You just have to, make a little bit of a change to their, their mindset that'll basically be productive. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. But for me, looking at this trade, right? This 4-hour trade already happened. The green hit, it's already there. And then on the 4-hour, I would slide to the 2-hour trend, right? And this trend is still going, so this is still a long for me. So I'm still in this trade long. The 1-hour trend is still red or green, so I'm still in this trade long. So this trade has been a long trade for me for the last day, right? So I don't have a red trend on a 1-hour, and I don't have a red trend on a 30-minute. So this trade is a long, right? Until this trade goes red. Now the difference is right now that I know that I've been in this trade for 24 hours, it's probably exhausted, right? So
it took off pretty good too.
Yeah, I mean, eventually after pumping, 70% or whatever the fuck it did, at this point, it's probably out of money, right? So this is where, okay, actually this gives me a good opportunity to go for what Spoon was talking about. Okay, so Spoon, okay, remember. So what Spoon was talking about, he was watch trades at pump, right? So let's go here to the 4-hour, right? So I want to show you guys a simple way to kind of like see what's going on, find trades for yourself, and this is kind of like understanding how Spoon trades, right? So let's go here. Okay, so what Spoon does is real simple. He'll look at a coin that's pumping for a while, right? And he'll go look at the current highs and the lows. Remember, okay, let's go back and read what he says so you guys can understand what he's saying, right? So trade examples right here. So good time to learn, guys. All right, where is questions and answers? That's what I put it in. Man, I gotta go get something to eat because I haven't even ate. I got up and jumped on this shit, so my headache is coming on. All right, frequently asked questions, right? So Spoon answered this. So earlier with my short on LDO that's produced 270% gains, when coins have been pumping, it's going to retrace at some point. 15-minute RSI was oversold, 5 minutes started to bend, and the 1-hour was bending down. I look for previous highs in the range that may show some resistance. I'll start very small amount averaging in the div trade, and it had possibility to go up. But I never lose more than 15%. In this case, it continues up. As you see where the short can go, I look for previous areas of resistance that the coin broke through. Okay, so using his theory here, right, we go to the 4-hour, okay? Now, on the 4-hour is where we see the previous lines of resistance, right? So let's take a look here and see where that is. So the very first one, right, let me change this to the ray, is right here. This is the top of the resistance, right? Let's change this to a 1. We'll change this to pink. Okay. They need like hot pink. I wish you could add color yourself. Can you add color yourself? Oh shit, man, what? But I can't get like a real cool pink. Let's see. Like a really cool yellow. Alright. So this is our top little line here. So it pushed through, but that's where it retested right there on that candle right there. So that is the first support line, right? Second thing that we're going to look for here is other supports right here, which would be this candle here. That was the previous top right there. You see that? So now you have the first top, the pullback, the second top, and then in between there, we have other support lines like literally right in here. So this is another support area here. Click there. And that's another support area there. So these are the areas that we can see as far as like when it tops, that it can find its way back to, right? And on here, these candles have pumped to this level here multiple times and been rejected, okay? So there's 4 lines that we got, the 2 bottoms, 2 tops, and that's our zone, right? So now, slide over to the 1 hour, right? To kind of take a look at where we're at in that scenario, okay? Right here. Okay, this is our bottom that we can see a resistance, Bitcoin 4-hour RSI, okay? So, is that a moon? Hold on. All right, 4-hour RSI, just see my alerts hit. So there's Bitcoin here. Bitcoin's RSI is overbought. And now we're looking for a red moon here for a short. Right? So Bitcoin looks like it's coming into a short position here. I wonder if the daily changed. Did the daily change? The daily did change, but the trend didn't change. See, the trend never changed. So right now this is still pullback side. Okay, so right now we have a Bitcoin pullback, and I'm going to do a little line here. The Bitcoin pullback, we'll check it out. That would be red for pullback. Would be there. There you go. All right, so that's the current price here. 24,300. So remember, every time something, remember I was telling you earlier that anytime that something hits and there's going to start a reaction, I always expect it to pump a little more. You know what I mean? I always expect it to push. So now that we have a 4-hour RSI on Bitcoin, which normally would mean that you can go into a short position, right? I'm going to expect Bitcoin to finish out its pump and do another 15%. Remember what Spoon talked about, how he's looking for, if he gives himself a 15%, you know, move, right? I expect a 15% move anyway. So I expect this to kind of like tap out. So for me, Bitcoin should go to about this level here. And then it should basically start a short position from there. So that is where I would put Bitcoin short at, somewhere in that zone right there. All right, so now that that's there, let's fly back to MX, right? So, all right, so now that we got these levels here, we have all these different levels set up here. We can kind of see what we're dealing with here on the 1 hour. Okay, so the top right here didn't get hit, and it starts to move down, right? So let's see that. And then the next top right here didn't hit. So top, it went through this level, came back down, and this right here. So for us, we can take this level, bring it down a little bit there, right? Or you can put another level in and say, hey, I'm going to make this level here because this, to me, is the 1 hour time frame right there. So that is the top for the 1 hour, right? And now for the bottom of that, we can take a look and then we can say this right here. That's where I think the 1 hour time frame is ending. So now we have this smaller condensed section here that we can see a short happening or some type of pullback, right? And it's kind of where we're at here. So now these are our lines that we have, and obviously you guys see me put these lines in earlier, but I'm going to go back and I'm going to basically reset them. So now I go to my 30 minute, right? So now on my 30 minute, I test my lines, right? This is slightly above here, so I'm going to move this to here. This touched right there, that looks good. All right, that's my bigger time frames. This right here ends up on the bottom of these candles, so this makes perfect sense for support. See how these candles, they bounced off there? Perfect support. Then over here, I can make this adjustment here and go, okay, where is this sitting? This is support, got resistance, resistance, resistance. So now this line is in a good spot. Okay, so now those lines all look good. And here's my 2 candles, the top of this. So this looks good and this looks good. Okay, so now that we got these two here, all right, so these are probably my most likely candidates for triggering out a particular target zone here. So let's make these red. Let's make these red. So now that I got all that set up there, this is where you would be looking and say, okay, this is where I think these shorts can happen, right? So now let's open this up a little bit. And see here, our RSI is starting to bend on our 30-minute. Don't forget to watch that. We're watching this. All right, so now we're starting to get that green candle there, right there. And then we're also breaking through, like there, we just broke our trend right there, right? So let's go ahead and make this adjustment here. And this is where we're going to start looking for our long positions here. We're back to where we were, 135. Okay, so while that's happening, let's go through here. All right, so this is what, you know, what Spoon is looking for is when a coin does a big run, which it did in here, he looks for a pullback, right? So when he got that big run here, he started to get a pullback on this candle here, right? That is where a candle he can look for on a pullback all the way back to this resistance, right? Red to red, right? So let's zoom in a little bit. So red to red. See that pullback? Red to red. So that would have been that 30-minute pullback, something that Spoon kind of trades with. So once he had a big candle and a golfing candle, we started to come down, he would get into a short here because it's already oversold, because it's already hit the major levels right here, these two top levels. It's already hit it. So then he would be looking to short right here, and he would run that down to the next support, which would be about this zone here. So that's where he would be getting those bigger gains that you guys are seeing, right? We'll look at that a little bit more once I get into this trade over here. So now here's your resistance, hit, and now this is that support line. Once it broke this trend here, now we're looking at an upward trend again, right? Now we're moving back up, but we haven't hit this resistance line yet. That's probably where we're going to get this candle out here. Now we're breaking through this trend here, so we're looking half decent, but this is probably the what level is this? The 184 is going to be the top side of this. But in an overall looking at this, the way it's set up here, the RSI still hasn't broke through. There's not a cross. So for the shorts that we're looking at, these inter shorts here, first target was hit. You had a pullback. It touched. Look how it touched that red again. Then you're in another short. So right now, this still looks like, you know, it's still leaning where it's oversold, right? It could still be pulling back here. So now we're just waiting on it's just patience. Like, I want to go long on this, but I mean, as longer this goes, the more it's going to be into a short spot. Like, we just continue to, we can't break this line here. See how it broke right here? So let's go to the 15-minute. Now that we have all our resistance and our lines set up. And here we go from here to here. There's our touch. And notice here, we're not breaking this. We can't break through this. And all right here, all you do is every time you have a little more of a wick, just extend out your trend line. And this is eventually going to give you basically what they call a bull flag or trisending angle, whatever. Right. But this is what you're looking at right here. It's just until it still hasn't broken this line, like this 8-3, it just hasn't broken it. And the problem is right here, notice right here our 15-minute RSI is starting to get to where it's almost oversold. And then we're definitely probably going to end up going short in this zone here.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, a lot of times when you're going in the other direction, it's like you have to trade with that RSI. Like, don't trade against the 30-minute RSI.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just going to control the area right now. And right now it's starting to bend a little bit, but it hasn't crossed yet. So we're still in this short position here. Now, while all this is waiting to happen, this entire thing's starting to turn into a short. Like, you know, that's why I'm always saying the longer it takes to turn into a long, the quicker it becomes a short.
Well, all
Does that
right,
make sense for
BC.
you,
Well,
Big Dog?
yeah, it's starting to make sense. Yeah, I just got to spend more time.
Just, I
Uh,
mean, just so take one thing, right? Take one thing and go, okay, I'm not going to trade against the 30-minute RSI.
I like the way that you move through the time frames to determine the direction. That's for sure.
Yeah, just start with one thing, right? Take one rule, right? And this is where I'll make this rule today and I'll post it. Do not trade against the 30-minute RSI.
Right.
It's just not the way it is.
Oh, you see, look, it's starting to
Yeah.
try to break up there.
Yeah, yeah. It's. I mean, this is a long. It's just getting ready to long, and we're just waiting for this RSI. Now, see how the 30-minute RSI is about to cross again?
Yeah.
I mean, we're building up. We're getting there. Like, remember, it's still a green trend. Still a green. Everything's still green. Like remember, we have a trade called the moon reset, right? What do we have? A moon, a red, and we just need a green. So now we go to the 15-minute. What are we waiting for? 15-minute green moon. That's what we're waiting for. That's the trade that we're waiting on.
So if it gives you a green moon, would you jump in at that point or let it go?
Yeah, I'm getting in on that. As long as my RSI is like not oversold.
Because I know sometimes they flash right and they go right back off.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So that's the RSI, right? So right here, if let's say this green moon pops up and the 15-minute RSI is over here, right?
Yeah.
I would sit that out. I would wait for a reset, and then I would get in.
As long as that green moon maintains there, you'll let that RSI reset before re-entering?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so
I'm
that's
always
that.
You just want to be saying to yourself, all right, I just want to make sure it doesn't go the other way, right? And if you do that and you're constantly like, I know it's like takes a long time, but remember, a trade, if we spend all day on this trade and we don't get the trade we want, and then tomorrow we go out and find another coin, the coin that you do get in will give you 3 times the win. So it's like you're just patiently waiting for that one particular moment. Now, while this is all kind of like trending out here, because this is pretty close to what we want, we could be checking in, like here we could go and say, pull up another Matic and say, let's say we're looking at Matic, right? So let's take a look at Matic real quick. What does Matic 4-hour moons look like? So here's your Matic 4-hour moon. We got a green trend. There's our pump off our green trend. And now we're in the same situation where it's resetting. It's on a 200 moving average, but it's sitting on top. RSI is on its way to being oversold, but it's not. Looking pretty good. So for me, I'm always looking for those moons. It makes life a lot easier. Here we have a RSI bending down on the 2 hours, so we're going to see some pullback here. Let me go look at my 30-minute real quick. 30 minutes coming down. So Matic has a red moon, a green trend, but it also has that pullback, right? Meaning that as soon as we get a 30-minute green moon, green red, green moon again, we're going to see a shoot up, right? That's all going to be when all those RSI resets. So we can go to the same trade here and go, okay, we're in the same predicament here that we are with MX. We have a green moon, a green trend, a red moon. So what do we need? We need a green moon, right? So when we get a green moon on Matic on the 15, what do we got? Another trade.
But the 15 looks like it's just about oversold on that one.
Well, no, here's the 15 all the way down here.
Yeah.
So
once you see the
so this green moon is in a way better position than the MX moon.
for a long, right?
Yeah.
It's in a better position for a long.
Yeah, so now you say, okay, this looks like a good trade. Let me come back to Matic, right? So now check the entire market. Go to Bitcoin, right? Now we go to Bitcoin. We know Bitcoin's oversold, so we're probably going to see some pullback. Let's go to the 1 hour. It's already starting to pull back, but we have a green moon and a green trend, which means it's pretty decently strong. The 30-minute is starting to pull back, but we still have a green moon and a green trend. So once again, we're in the same scenario. Once again,
but you got a red moon on it.
Yeah. Here we just need a green moon reset, and then Bitcoin's going to have a moon. Right. Yeah. So go to the 15-minute. 15-minute RSI here, bounce, and it's leveling out, and now we're in the same scenario that we're doing on MX. We're waiting for this to become a green moon.
Yeah.
So as we just slide through all these coins, we're sitting in the same scenarios, just waiting for everything to kind of like play itself out, right? So sometimes it's just a patience game, right? You have to decide, what coin you like. Matic, Bitcoin, Ethereum, or whatever. Right? Let's go take a look at.
Yeah, I like Adam.
Yeah, look at Adam. Hold on a sec. Here's your Matic 2-hour RSI at 11 o'clock. All right, let's see the charts. All right, Adam, Atom. And then what you can do, guys, is like, you know, something that we don't go over, but do yourself get yourself a notebook, right, and track everything, but see the coins that are opposite of each other, right? So, for instance, when Bitcoin does well, a lot of times Quant will be a different type, right? When Quant does well, Bitcoin's going bad, right? So anytime you find that your coins are kind of stable, but then this other coins are going crazy, put them on a piece of paper, you know, that when your coin is stable, these coins are popping, right? So you can start finding like trends that, you know, people are moving or whales are moving their money from one coin to another. A lot of times they do the same thing. All right, so Adam, first thing is 30 minutes. So for you, 30 minute, right? 30-minute moon. You won't trade against this because this RSI is at the top. So I'm gonna put a price here, just so we know that where that was when we came in here. And we'll come back and check it. So 11,967. That's fine. All right. So red moon. And that's where we'll put that. And 4 hour.
4 hours, it's going up.
Yeah, so for me, I mean, I would be, the best trades for me is like, I would be waiting for 2-hour red moons on all these trades.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of like the easy
That would be a short, right?
Yeah, that's the easy money. Like waiting for all these trades to get exhausted.
So 2-hour red moon, 1 hour red trend.
Yeah.
The 15 minutes to be oversold heading down with confirmation of those two.
Yeah. So right here, all the longs are pretty much done for me. So right now, I would just be waiting for the shit to reset, right? Which is the RSI on the 2-hour, the 4-hour. So right now, I'm just waiting for the red moons to give me like short positions, right? That's kind of where we're at on all these coins here because they had a big weekend. They're all just
because
across.
Yeah, I know you say like look for the moon on the 2-hour, the trend on the 1 hour, get in on the 5 and I guess the 5 RSI bottom, and get out on the 15 trend change.
So you get in on the 15-minute and get out on the 5.
Oh, get in. Okay, so you would get in on the 15.
Right. In on the higher time frames, out on the lower.
Okay, I got you. So, roger that. Yeah, it's putting all of them together and letting it play out.
Yeah. I mean, right now, every one of these coins are doing the same move. So
Yeah.
it just comes down to like kind of flowing through like up. So right here, what I would be waiting on is getting close to a 15-minute green moon, right? Right, or the 30-minute RSI, right? When the 30-minute RSI bounces. So that's kind of where I would say, okay, let me set all these things up to the 30-minute RSI because that's the only thing that matters. And right now, nope. Bitcoin is a no. Matic is a no. Right, and then as soon as I see these trends go red, like on the lower time frames, that's where I would be looking. You know, but the volume has to be a lot lower. So right now I'm not too concerned about red trends because this volume is freaking high. Now when these volumes on the 30 minutes start getting below more into this like a 2.0 level, like around there, these type of areas are below like 5. A lot of times I like the 5 level in this area here. Like when they start getting below here, then I'll start looking for red trends, right? So in this little zone here is where I want to go. So anytime, just put a line on the 5 or 4.5 area on the 30-minute. And that way, if you come across it and you see where you see volume below that mark, then you can start going, well, shit, maybe I got a red trend I'm not even paying attention to, and then start looking for that trend. But right now, everything is just resetting. They're all doing the same exact thing right now. So every trade is waiting to go long. It just needs to reset the 30-minute. So right here, any trade that you guys are going to get into, stock the 30-minute. As soon as the 30-minute goes into its moment, then you'll see a breakout on the 30. But yeah, that's the importance of the 30-minute trend, guys. Oh, all right. So let me go get some food because we're probably with all this non-trading moment. We're probably going to see some trades this afternoon, probably around 4:35. All right, guys. I hope appreciate it, man. Anybody have quite Purple? What's going on, Purple?
All right.
Really?
BC.
I'm here. I'm here.
What's going on, man?
I'm
You
here.
winning? You making money?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Made something yesterday. Today I missed out, but I'm waiting for a pullback.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
just
good, man.
following the steps.
Yeah, it's just just be patient, man. I mean, you never miss a trade that you're not in, bro. Right? You can't
For
lose
real,
mon-
for real.
You can't lose money if you're not in.
One time.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
true. It's true.
It's true. Like that's why I'm like, it's just the patience, right? It's the understanding that it only takes one really good trade to get 2-3%. Right? That's that's a 2 days worth of work right there. That's all we want to do there.
Thank
who is
you.
this? Yeah, man. How are you doing, man? You doing good, Eric? All right, Eric. I gotta hit Eric up here. Give me 1 sec. How you doing, man? Is the system starting to come together for you? I know we spent some time the other day. Getting more patient out there. I appreciate it. Purple's come a long way, guys.
What?
I said Purple's come a long way, man. Is it all working out for you, Purple? How you feel?
Yeah.
You
It's
getting more?
true.
You getting more patient?
Yeah. More patient for now. I
This-
want to read from the 5 minutes, 15 minutes. That's what I'm trading for now.
Yeah, man. It's just like you just have to take your time.
Yes.
Let's see. I'm just gonna go through all the Discord, all the TikTok, blah 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 blah. Blah. Yo, what's up, guys? What's up? Ready to listen? Ready, people? FOMO. All right. My over leveraged Bitcoin USDC long prints like crazy. Yes, that is pretty crazy. London. Yeah, London's doing an over leveraged Bitcoin USDC long. I mean, that is kind of crazy. I can't believe they put the USDC on fucking futures. That was insane. I don't even know what to think of that. Good shit,
Hey,
London.
BC.
Yeah.
All right, so the higher time frames are heading a certain direction, right? Say the 5 minute gives you is heading down. Also, RSI is high. Say we're gonna go on a short play, right? Everything's looking that way. 5 minute RSI is heading down. You got the red moon, red trend. Could you enter a short there and get out on the 3 minute trend change?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes even on that, I'd probably go if you're working the 5 minute, then I would go off the 1 minute. So once you're in on the
Okay.
5, I would get out on the 1.
Oh, all right. But if you're on the 15, get out on the 5,
Yeah, if you're on the 15, I'd look for the 3 and the 5.
3 and the 5. Okay. Roger that. All right. Cool, man. Appreciate it.
Because right
So-
now, what we're looking at right here, this is kind of like, I mean, the good example is when you're going sideways, because I feel like this is the one where, when you're going sideways, we're looking at all the things that could happen, right? All these coins look like they want to keep pumping, but everything's green, everything's in there. I just feel like they're just exhausted to where they have to have some type of reset. That's kind of where I'm looking for over the next day or two. But on these longs here, you just you can't trade against the 30-minute trend. The 30-minute RSI is it's unbelievably strong, right? So I mean,
Yeah.
for me, it's like, notice here we put these trends out earlier. Look how we're just staying in this fucking channel. This is the channel that we're working. All right, we can move this up a little bit, but that's the channel.
So,
this is literally-
in that current condition, can you trade like a lower time frame?
Yeah. So I mean, so let's say you're seeing this happen here, right? If you see the price push up to the top of this, right? So let's say we're looking at the 30-minute, right? So which means we should be trading shorts. So let's go to the 1 minute, right? So now that I'm in the 1 minute, I can do these trades, right? Oh, we got a bot on here, no wonder. Okay. So you see this is what's happening, all right? See how these candles all hit this fucking dead sideways? All right? A lot of times when you guys get to the lower time frames, go from candles to Heikiashi, okay? So 3 minute, and that might be another problem you're running into, your candle. So your candle on 5 minute and up should be regular candles. your candle on the 1 minute should definitely be the Heikin Ashi candle, okay?
Yeah.
That'll clean that up for you. All right, so for instance, let's say you want to trade here, right? So where you would be trading is with the 30-minute RSI, right? So you would be trading the positions from the top to the bottom. You know, so you would basically say, here's my top. So anytime it tops out here and you get a red moon, right, the RSI starts to bend right here. This is where you would be looking to short, and then boom, you would let it recover, and then you would look to short again, let it recover, and then when it gets through here, you would start shorting in this position again, and then you'd be out. So you'd be playing these RSIs, but you'd be playing in the downward position.
Okay. Yeah. But you're also playing the support and resistance, right?
Yeah, because I mean, once it pushes up here, that's your. So you could be setting like buy-ins at this level, saying, okay, my buy-in's 183, right? And now it hit that 183, it's going to ride down. Here's your buy-in again, hitting 183 again, right? So
As long as that 30-minute RSI stays going downward.
Yeah. As long as it's still going down.
All right.
Now, yeah, I mean, because you're going to stay in this channel is going to keep hitting here. Now, also pay attention to that moving average, right? Here's your 200.
Yeah, that 200. That's another thing I was gonna say.
Yeah, that's normally will play a strong support zone. So start setting or take profits like off that level right there. So if you got into a short up here at 183, you would set profits to take it to 181, 1821.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
The
Well,
bonus, just so you know, the bonus is the 200 moving average on the 1 minute is starting to move up. So notice where we started here
right.
and here.
Yeah.
So that means that
Yeah.
right.
Like
So
that's
the
in the
long,
uptrend.
yeah, exactly. So theoretically, right now we're getting stronger. So right now,
Yeah.
all these trades are looking really good. As soon as that 30 clicks over, we're gonna go into a long trade, right? So all that, you know, just a second, I was just watching your your 200 moving average. If the 200 moving average keeps moving up, right, which it is right here on every time frame, then what you're thinking is correct. The long position is going to pop, right? So
Right.
now that you're starting to see that, I would start buying into these bottoms here, like in these zones here. If it gets down to 182, right? So just go over to your little flow, put in your limit here, put 182. Buy something like 10-20% of whatever you're buying in. Go to your long position, set it for that. And that way, if it drops down to there, you're starting to build your long. But everything looks like it's going to go long here, guys. It's just a matter of time for everything to kind of like leaven out there.
Right.
And just before I get off it, so the trend of how it's going up and down before you trade it, bro. This is the most important thing. Go to your long position and then say, okay, if I bought here, right, and I sold, right, because the first thing you want to do, hey babe, you hungry? First thing you want to do is you want to make sure that it's enough money to make money. So if you put a buy limit at 183 and it falls down, right, and it only goes, let's say the halfway point, right? How much is that? 0.33. Right?
Yeah.
So then you say, okay, I need at least 0.5%, right? So then what you would do is you would go in here and say, okay, I'm going to put my sell at 182. So basically, this is a pretty good trade. If you're doing a 50x, this is 0.5%. So this is a 25% short from 183 to 182. 183 to 182, right?
Yeah.
You could have executed that 1, 2, 3, 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll help you out. Me, I don't I'm so to me, it's I don't want to do a lot of trades because it costs money to do trades. But if you're sitting around and you got $10 and you want to kind of learn a system, do this little short with $10. Buy the 8.3, set a limit to sell at the 8.2, 182.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'd rather be a higher time frame trader so I can make more profits. But for some reason, I guess I gravitate to the shorter time frames. And
Yeah, because it's a FOMO. It's a
Yeah,
natural.
yeah.
Everyone loves to gamble, bro.
yeah, I definitely need to stop doing that. And
Yeah. You just gotta be more patient, man. You just gotta.
on the long run. frame.
Yeah, just take your time, man. Just take your time. Just wait for the time frames, right? So for me, it's just going to be waiting on this 30-minute. But that trade right there is profitable for you, right? So right here, it's just me. I'm just going to be waiting for this RSI to break. And then like before, the very first trade is going to be that 15-minute. And after that 15-minute hits, right, the moon on the 15-minute, after
Yeah.
that hits, the next trade is going to be waiting for the 30-minute green moon to hit. And then I'm going to trade
So-
that. And those are going to be my two trades.
So if it crosses and that one, you said it gets a green moon, right? But your RSI is oversold. You would wait till it goes down to get in, or what? Or for a
Yeah,
bounce?
I would let at least the 5-minute RSI pull back.
Okay.
Mike, you always want some strength in there, right? Because I'm not
Yeah.
worried. Because if I don't get the 15-minute green moon, what's next? The 30.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? One of
Yeah.
them's going to line up to give me my 4 to 5%.
Okay. Yeah, I got you. So let the 5 at least go down. Let that one be at the bottom,
Yeah.
working its way.
Just
up.
be more greedy. I mean, shit. If we're gonna wait all day for a trade, I might as well wait for the best trade.
All right. Yeah. That's what I want to do.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. Well, I think I'm gonna. It's been real good learning from you.
I'm gonna put this
Try-
tape up on when I end it. I'm gonna post it in the Discord so you guys can go back.
Yeah.
watch it,
I'm
do it
definitely
all.
gonna watch over it. You know what I mean? To go through the refresher and learn everything, and go through it again so I can get it down packed.
For sure.
But yeah, I appreciate it, BC. Thanks a lot, man.
No problem, guys. No
Definitely
problem.
something that I've been wanting to get down. That's the only thing. Like I said, I've been in crypto for about 2 years, and only thing left was to get this trading thing down.
It's just kind of like, it's just patience, man. I mean, that's the entire thing.
Yeah.
Like, just, it's kind of like, for me, I like doing this because I get to hear how you guys think, right? So that way I can
Correct.
kind of like figure out a system that is, made to where kind of you can understand, right? Because the impulse is to gamble, right? So what I'm trying to do is
Yeah.
trying to show you guys, like, I'm trying to teach you that it's not about it's everything's a gamble, right? But let's gamble with higher odds on our favor.
Right. Yeah.
Like, hey,
definitely.
I'm gonna put $1,000 on NBA or like the Major League Baseball, but I'm gonna put it on any random fucking team. No, you're gonna put it on the team with the best players, with the best and the possibility of winning.
Right.
You wouldn't just
Yeah.
or at least the top 3. You know what I mean? Like, you would at least pick the top 3.
Right.
You would say, okay, I'm gonna put $1,000 on these 3 guys because these 3 teams are normally winners, right? So you'd be like, yo, give me these 3 guys. You wouldn't just, be out there like throwing it away. It's like simple shit. We all know in the NBA, it's gonna be, you can put your money on the Warriors. Now this shit has changed a little bit, but like the Warriors, Phoenix, Dallas, or or the Heat or Boston. That's pretty much the end.
Yeah.
You're gonna pick the winners. You're not just gonna randomly go out there and throw it out there. We all like to gamble, but you want to pick it. You want to at least put your money on some type of possible win, right? So that's
Right.
kind of where we're at right now. It's just picking the most possible win. Here's that short, man. I told you, the longer it takes, the bit more of a short it becomes. All right.
Yeah, it went down, right?
Yeah, and so right there, see how it
It went
hits?
down quick, too.
Yeah, there's the levels. Remember we talked about the 3 levels? Boom, boom, boom. There you go.
So it could be going into a short, right?
Yeah, could be working it out. Or like, there's always a short in a trade. It just depends on what time frame you're playing, right?
Yeah.
So this short
So you
right
saying
here-
like the 3 minutes stays green, though?
Yeah. So right here, this is the short I was looking for earlier. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm not teaching or talking about it, I would be playing this short this entire time from this level all the way down. And right here, I would have triggered and I would have hit. Because it has to always give up. It has to make, think of it like this. There can't be room for buyers if everyone's already bought. So they have to sell to make room for the new buyers. So no matter what, there's always a pullback. So here's your 15-minute, here's your pullback. So now that we finally got our pullback, let's go take a look at our 30. Right, there we go. We're starting to get our pullback. Look how
Yeah.
powerful that is, right? Hit our lines. Like this shit, this could even go down to here, man. The 180. So there's still room here. That's why not jumping in and being impatient is the key here, man, because it's just like wait for the RSI, guys. All right, let me go get some food, man, so I can get back here and we can start doing some trades. Appreciate you guys. We're running back. Anybody else have any questions? Everybody good out there? What's up, Racer? How are we feeling? Everybody good? All right, fellas. I will jump on a little bit later, guys. I appreciate you, man. All right, big dog. Get back to work.
All right, BC. Take it easy, brother. I
Later,
appreciate
brother.
you.